Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is Wednesday, January 1st, 2025. Just so happened that the new year fell on the day that we are back. You are in the eye test. Thank you guys for coming in. You haven't arrived yet. We got some stuff to discuss. The Atlanta Falcons game. And tonight, I'm going to try to be unbiased, going to try to be middle of the road, going to try to be a host instead of a fan, instead of a coach. But guys, let me tell you, it's going to be hard. There's some college football to be discussed tonight. My co-host is going to be a little bit prickly, so don't mind. He's gonna be a little bit prickly about a situation that took place today. So don't beat him up too bad.
Situation. That was an ass kicking.
And seems like the very first person that comes in is Coach. What's going on, Coach?
What's up, brother? Situation. That was an ass kicking going on.
Like I said, I'm going to be a host. I'm not going to be a fan. I'm not going to be a critic. I'm going to try to concentrate on being a host tonight. So it is in my best interest to keep it kind of middle of the way and let y'all do that. But Red, what you got enough seniority to be off tonight, Red? Ain't nothing like seniority. Mr. Harris, I need you to go to the flat operation. Send one of them rookies.
What's up, Red? Yeah. Happy New Year, bro.
What's up, Coach? Happy New Year, man.
All right.
So, John.
Yes.
I spent quite a long time today.
happy belated birthday to you.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you. I spent quite a bit of time today
Mm-hmm.
going back about at least a good 3 weeks just to listen to,
Yeah, man.
just to listen to some interviews to see if I could catch all the garbage bull crap that was said last night on said interviews. And lo and behold, guess how many interviews I heard where it was said that what that person said was said? Zero. I didn't catch in all those interviews. That man ain't say nothing that was said last night. So I just wanted to clear the air about that a little bit.
And okay, now, Coach, before I ask you that question, I want to welcome in my partner, Mr. Winston Thornton. Winston,
Yo, what's going on, fella? Happy New Year.
What's up, brother? Same to you.
Yeah, man.
yes, the sun has circled, or we've circled the sun one more again, and we getting ready to start up again. And hey, Coach, y'all, I'm seeing there's some weather headed your way, and it's gonna be with us here in a minute. It's gonna be kind of chilly the next week or two. So y'all batten down the hatches, and Winston, you gonna get the worst of it. Cause see, once it gets up your way, it turns into a nor'easter.
Yeah, we supposed to
What?
get snow weekend.
Yeah, that's what I hear. But Coach, now, what is it that someone said last night that was not repeated by these various media outlets that you consulted over the day?
Oh, things like they didn't change the playbook or things like just the asinine, dumbass things that, you know, anybody with intellect would know wasn't said.
Okay.
So I just had to make sure I wasn't crazy, and because I do listen to the interviews, and I don't recall any of that being said. So I just went back and double checked. Spent about a good 4 hours listening to all the interviews that Raheem Morris, Raheem did, Zach did, Michael Penix did, just different people from the Falcons organization who were mentioned. Just had to go back and double check. So,
Oh, okay. And we also are welcoming the third prong of the Nautilus sword, or that fork. What do they call that red that old Aquaman be holding up with the three prongs on it?
Trident.
Trident. Is it the trident?
Yeah.
The trident. The third prong of the trident, El Jefe.
Yo.
What's
Happy
going
New
on, man? I ain't seen you in about a month. All my paychecks are coming back to me. What's the problem? You don't want to cash them? You got it like that?
I wish. Happy to see everybody is accounted for in 2025.
what's up, Keely?
What's up, sir?
Happy New Year. I'm gonna need you to start showing up to these Falcon events because I can't take it no more. I'm losing my mind, and I need you to carry the torch and to collect the smoke and to give out the smoke because I'm just
Yeah,
I'm yeah.
I'm there with you. 2025 is gonna be a smokeless 2025, man. I can't. People are. I don't know. People like Red last year said I like to argue. I don't. People, it would be like if you have a contrary opinion, you'll just be like, Raheem messed up, and then they were like, "You'll sell out." And it's like, bro, like all I said was Raheem messed up. Like people just be mad about everything, and I've just been trying to like, bro, like I got notifications for like a week just because I said the Commanders game isn't a gimme, and I'm just getting notifications every single day. Like, oh, you don't trust Penix, you don't trust this and that. I'm like,
Man, if you had seen the smoke that I caught last night for simply saying, bro, check how crazy this is. All I said was that we should have ran the ball and not put it in the hands of Penix because, as we seen, his flaws shown. And then I was asked from the chat, well, what are his flaws? Well, according to the pre-draft report and what we can see, he had issues with putting touch on the ball and putting arc on the ball in the intermediary. Bro, for a whole hour, I just we me and John just got strictly bombarded with we don't know what we talking about. He's the best deep passer in the draft, which no one ever said nothing about deep pass. Like you can't speak truth about this team. That's why I say I'm done
I
talking
gave
to fans.
I
I'll
gave
talk to
Jaden a
people with football
compliment during
knowledge.
the game. I gave Jaden a compliment during the game, and my homeboy got mad. I was like, bruh, like all I did was give Jaden a compliment. I was like, hey, he hell. That's the only thing I said.
We've been raided by the Dixon Way. Hey,
Oh, there they
Winston.
go.
Hey, Winston. Man, the battlements. Set the phasers on kill. The Dixon Way is raiding us.
Hey, man, appreciate you, Larry, and your lovely wife, Shonda, and everybody from the Dixon Way. We appreciate the love, man. We appreciate the love. If you are
Is that
not
James?
Yeah,
if
that's
you are
My bad.
James.
to the Dixon Way,
My bad. Go
follow
ahead, Charlie.
on YouTube, Twitch, X, and various other social media platforms. It's the best live in-game commentary that you will find. You will feel like you at the game if you sit there and listen to him comment on the game. Tell you, we appreciate the very fellas and ladies.
Yes. Man, we made
And
it.
is that James? If that's James, you wrong for that, bruh. Too early, bruh.
Yeah, the minute I saw the duck, I assumed it was
James
James.
in the spirit because I got on his ass by Alabama. It's all right. Y'all can slide over on the beat.
But yeah, man. Hey,
How y'all
to
doing
reiterate,
What's up, brother?
hey, man, Dixon, the Dixon Way, man, we really appreciate that. When y'all raid us, we know we've arrived. We somebody over here on this side, and we're gonna find a way to raid them back. Once we got to find a way to raid them back, you and Keely, we gonna raid them back. You know, but yeah, we really appreciate you guys coming through, raiding us, and showing us some attention and love and everything. And we gonna get you back. You ain't getting away. We gonna get you back.
What's up with you fellas?
Hey,
What's the topic
Ray
today?
J, what's going on, Ray? And James too, just come in.
What's happening, fella? Happy New Year.
Yes, sir. Happy New Year to y'all, man.
Happy New Year's and go
I
Bucks.
don't care what the topic is, as long as I see we got some knowledgeable people on the panel. Ain't gonna be no
Hey,
analysis pulled out of asses. So I'm happy.
hey, listen, I wanted to bring this up though.
No slim, coach. That's what you want to say? Ain't gonna be no slim.
Right.
Basically.
Hey,
Now. Hey, Ray J, go ahead. Then I'll go after you.
one of the things I wanted to bring up, I know everybody talks about the timeout that wasn't called at the end of the game, but did anybody notice how Raheem Morris failed to call timeout at the half before we went into halftime, man? That was so freaking egregious, man. It was disgusting to really watch it because we drove down the field. And I'm pretty sure, like all of y'all, we were probably all sitting there, timeout, at least kick a field goal before we go into half, put the team up 24 going into halftime. Bruh, the reason why the Falcons can never get ahead, they fail at two positions. They can never get their GM right, and they can never get their head coach right. That is why the Falcons we will always be on the outside looking in, bruh. We cannot get these two positions right. Speaking on Terry Fontenot, man, I've been talking about this for a minute, and I got to get this out. I know a lot of people cut him a lot of slack, but bruh, we got to stop it. Dude has done a horrible job in the past 4 years, man. He's done a horrible job in 4 years, man. His drafting is bad. His drafting is horrible. He's really, if you really think about it, he's only hit 3 picks. Bijan Robinson, Drake London, and Bergeron, who's on the offensive line. That's it. Horrible drafter. His free agent signings have been god awful. Don't even need to talk about the elephant in the room being Kirk Cousins. Don't even need to talk about the trade for Matthew Judon. So to
I
me,
was waiting
man,
until you said the free agents.
bro,
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you and your lovely wife, China, brother. Much love. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, now,
yeah,
okay. We just wanted to acknowledge RJ, not cutting you off. Just want to acknowledge the people that are raiding us.
oh yeah.
You know, and hey, Kool-Aid, what's going on? If you ever feel like coming in, you can come on in, Kool-Aid. That's one of the few allies I have over there in the We Talk Hawks group that I would usually be fussing in tonight after the Hawks game, but you know, we got work and business to handle over here. One thing that I wanted to say to everybody, you know, especially looking at what we did. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for subscribing. Really appreciate it. And one thing I wanted to say about, you know, like last night we were discussing the game. I will never forget Buddy Ryan a long time ago when he was defensive coordinator of the Houston Oilers, and Jack Pardee was head coach, and he had Kevin Kilbride as offensive coordinator. He couldn't stand the run and shoot offense, just couldn't stand it. They called it Chuck and Duck. And if you knew anything about Buddy Ryan would go and have his defensive meetings and talk about the offense like a dog, whether it was with the Bears or whether it was with Houston. And come to see that later on, excuse me, Kevin Kilbride took elements of that offense to New York and won 2 Super Bowls with it, with an Eli Manning. My point is, football is philosophy. It's philosophy. Coaches are not going to always agree. Fans are not going to always agree with coaches. GMs are not going to always agree with other GMs about how to do a certain thing. They're just not, because of how they were raised, what coaching tree they came from, their backgrounds, things of that sort. So even though I may hear, you know, people say this or say that, I'm going to always listen. I'm going to always listen to see what it is that you have to say. And, you know, that's something that, you know, I would advise everyone to do. Just have an open mind and an open ear. Now, a lot of bullshit is going to be said. And you're going to recognize it when you see it. And when you recognize it, call it out. No, that ain't going to work. No, that ain't right. You know, and you owe it to those people defecating it to let them know. I recognize this and it stinks. It won't work. It's wrong, whatever. But remember also that people have different philosophies about things. And, you know, a lot of times they're going to stand and die on whatever hill they're defending. And I guess I'm one of those. Because, you know, well, hey, coach, you remember when we were arguing on the Waffle House one night about errors? You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I still ain't moved. I still ain't moved. You know, but it's, you know, we all come from different places. And we owe it to each other just to listen to what it is that you have to say. And hey, if you can't get along with it, don't let it ruin your day. Just argue with it. Now Red says Keely like to argue. Well, no, Keely don't like to argue. But John does. John does.
Yeah,
John got all day.
My sympathy's bad to argue.
And see, my thing is that anytime that you present your side of the story, it is an argument. Just like being in court. I try to handle all of the things that I run into when people disagree with what it is that I have to say. I handle it like a court trial. Hey, bring the facts. All right. If
But
your
John,
facts are superior to mine, bring it. Hey, go ahead, Keely.
No, I was gonna say you just said a key word though. You said facts.
Yes.
Everyone doesn't everyone doesn't argue from a standpoint of facts. And that's where I get in the biggest issues. Because there are people who argument from a standpoint of idolatry or feelings or whatever. So for example, the hurdle I kept running up against was Matt Ryan. The arguments I would get in response to, if I say, all right, Matt Ryan had a 300-yard game, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Fans would be like, well, Matt Ryan did his job. And I'd be like, no, 1 touchdown isn't getting his job done, right? I'm speaking from a standpoint of he only scored 1 touchdown that game, right? But there would be people who would argue, like, of all the people you like, it came from feeling. It came from, how dare you talk about Matt Ryan? He's a 12-year veteran. Like, everything isn't always a discussion on facts. And I think that's one of the biggest hurdles you run into, is that people have trouble separating feelings from facts, or just having a discussion on the merit of football. A lot of times, most of the arguments I get in, it don't even be about football. It be about, oh, you think you'll know it all, or you think you this and that. It goes beyond football. And that's what most of the arguments be about. Some people just want to shut me up.
Yeah.
It don't even be about football anymore. It just be about, man, shut his ass up, So
yeah.
So, and I think that's the part that annoys me, and that's the part that gets me into, like, in 2025, I don't want to argue, because people don't even want to have a discussion on football. Like, it just be about their feelings. How dare you talk about a black coach? How dare you talk about, you should give him a chance. Give him a chance. Like, this is we talking about, like, this isn't elementary school. Like, and you trying to have a discussion on football, and people are like on everything else but factual information in football. So the only reason, that's why I interjected right there, because you said a key word. You said facts. And everyone isn't having a discussion based upon facts.
And you're absolutely right. And Winston knows, and Keely, I've been in 2 and 3 day arguments. Just like I'm just going to use Slim as an example last night. Okay, well, last week, we were looking at the film review, and that Kyle Pitts catch that he fumbled away. We were looking at the film review, and it was showing the catch and the fumble from behind, from the side. But while we were doing that, I'm looking at the Fox feed. I'm looking at the Fox feed to see, hey, can I see anything different from the film? And I did. Kept asking him, hey, man, Slim, did you see the Fox feed? Well, I saw it. I saw it. Did you see the Fox feed? I saw it. Did you see the Fox? It's a thing where people Some people just do not want to admit that they're wrong. They just don't want to admit that they're wrong. And your political climate right now is basically the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Let me. Can I jump in there, John?
Oh yeah, jump on in. I don't want to be talking all night, Coach. Now you got to help me out, Coach. But please
Now,
jump on in.
like Keely said, and just like you said, I am a mixture of both. You know, I don't mind talking sports. I don't mind a spirit debate on sports. We're not gonna always agree. Like Red, and Winston have three totally different people who we think are the best NBA players, and I'll argue with them two about it till the cows come home. You know what I'm saying? But the difference is even though it's their opinions, they bring numbers into it. They bring facts into it. They bring articulate responses into it. Even though I don't agree, you know what I'm saying? I can still tell that they understand what they're talking about. My issue is talking to people, you know what I'm saying? And I don't claim to know everything, but one thing I do know is football, and I do know defense of football. And one thing that just drives me crazy is when you clearly don't know what you're talking about, and then you always want to equate something to something else. Oh, y'all just think it's this, that, and the third. Who said that? We're talking football. We're not talking imaginary kung fu. You know what I'm saying? Like we're talking football. What do you mean we think this is something else? Or or you just negative against your own team. I mean, I'm never just going to accept some shit and think it's gold. You know what I'm saying? I'm always going to call out issues when I see issues. And I think that's why I said moving forward, man. I refuse to go back and forth with fans because fans, as Keely said, are emotional. I'll go back and forth with people who have sports knowledge and can articulate said knowledge, but just a straight up fan, yeah, I'm not going back and forth with you because regardless of what I say, your response is going to be based off feelings, as Keely said, and no fact. So
I'm gonna tell you what gets me drawn in every time because I have the same position where it's like I don't want to argue, but what gets me every single time, especially in ABG, someone says something dismissive or disrespectful, and then that's when I have to.
oh yeah, I lose my shit. Yeah.
Because it'd be like, bro,
And speaking of which, let me apologize to everybody for last night. I shouldn't have said I'm teaching your mother to SMD. So I apologize to all of y'all and anybody who can hear me, and I'm gonna have to apologize to Toddy too.
Man,
Oh, wait a minute now. I didn't hear that.
Man, look. When he said that last night, a lot of people didn't catch it, but I caught it. That's why I was laughing, and I told him, I said, "Style out, Debo. Style him out, Debo." And that's what me and Coach started laughing.
See, I didn't hear that.
I heard it. I said, "Lord have mercy." I'm sorry. Slim didn't hear it.
Well, what did I miss last night?
Oh man,
the same old thing. It's the same old. And I ain't the type of person to talk about nobody while they're not here, so I'm not gonna say no names. But it's the same old, man.
Well, hey, coach. If you said that last night, talking about somebody while they ain't here is baby miss.
Well, I mean, bro. One thing I don't do. You can talk to me. Everybody. I think I've had a debate with everybody in here, and I've never once been disrespectful to nobody in here.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
But to be honest with you, in that situation last night, I think Coach was in a corner that he had no choice but to go that route because anytime that Slim would say something, I'm gonna say his name. I don't give a damn. But every time someone else says something, it was shots at Coach, and Coach was trying his best to stay on mute with a lot of it, and it just got to a point that I understand where Coach was coming from in the sense he had to defend himself in that situation because for the simple fact was they was Coach was trying to have an
Was this on the
articulated conversation with Slim last night.
Titan had a show last night or something? Was this on
Yeah, Slim session
we
last night.
we did the film session. We looked at game film.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back and check it out, Coach. I was at work last night.
You were on there, dog.
I think I made the section when we talked about Penis getting the starting job, and I think Slim was on, but I didn't.
Well, he was on the whole time. Oh, and Ron, welcome in, Ron.
What's up?
Yeah,
okay, and Ron, when did I disrespect you, bro? If I disrespected anybody in here, I apologize. But that ain't me.
You disrespect me a couple of times, player.
Oh, well, I do apologize. That ain't me. I don't we all men in here at the end of the day, so that ain't me. So if you took it as if I said something and you took it as disrespect, I apologize to you.
I'm not even mad at you. Just a new year, a new beginning. So that's how I take it.
Yeah. It's a new year, a new beginning, and Oregon at home. Go Bucks.
Oh shit!
Oh man, wait a minute. Hey, man! I felt that cross my chin. Good grief.
And Bama to find a new vacation spot.
But you right along with us, so we could take the same flight, Winston. But we coming with 6 rings. Y'all ain't coming with shit though.
Our vacation and y'all vacation is different. You see what I'm saying? Y'all going to Myrtle Beach, we going to Fiji.
Ooh.
With no rings though.
It don't matter.
No rings over 20 years.
Man,
my bad. Let me get back in
my face turned red right then.
We got enough money to buy a ring though. It's all right.
Now, hey, can we have a detente? What isn't that what they call it? Detente. Detente. Can we have a? Well, in the hood it's detente, but here we want to make a detente. For right now, because see, I'm quite sure some more shots are going to be fired across the bow.
I got a whole chopper spitting tonight. I ain't lying.
Yeah.
That was a wild game, though. I did not expect that. I didn't think Oregon was going to win. I thought it was going to be close, like 3 points. I ain't expect them to get smashed like
Ohio
that.
State almost got them last time.
That's why I said. I thought it was going to be close and they were going to lose.
No did it. That was belt to ass. No did it.
Let me say that. I think all of y'all are hilarious. Honestly. Like, I really do think all of y'all are hilarious, bro. Like, James is funny. Like, yeah, he's hilarious. I'll be trying to amp him up. When he get mad, it'd be hilarious, man. y'all are funny.
I'm still trying to figure out what me and Ron got into it, other than he talk about my damn Longhorns. I don't understand.
Look, you have come a long way, Coach.
You are not the same a long way, Coach. A long way. Man, I call you out by playing hide and seek for a whole week.
But that's the thing. I wasn't hiding though. It's just that because we don't talk, you didn't see me. But I was there the whole time.
Oh, also before we go any further, man.
That's
terrorism.
wild, dude.
Yeah, terrorism has really struck home again, and we were kind of scared because we were thinking there might have been some ordinance or whatever down there at the Superdome, but prayers like Ray Ellison has brought to our attention, prayers to the people in New Orleans. Oh man, man, they went on Bourbon Street, man. Good grief. Just drove the
And
trucks.
and John, that's why I think us as a people, and I'm not even trying to make this racist, racial, but I really think us as a people, man, we need to do what we need to do and stay strapped at all times.
Yeah. And it's about to get well, coach, like you say, I'm just gonna say it. It's just like the old West now.
Can we give Coach an opportunity to address this? Give him a chance to defend himself.
Oh, okay.
Say what?
Who is Francis?
I've seen her name before.
Yeah,
Me too.
good evening, Miss Washington. Happy New Year to you too.
So
All right.
okay, so let me address this. As far and again, if let me see how I want to say this. If I say something and someone takes that as disrespect, you know, and you let me know, I'll apologize. But it's never my intention to disrespect any grown adult until you disrespect me. Now, if you disrespect me, all bets are off. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in your ass, no diddy. You know what I'm saying? But just jumping out the window, I'm really not that type of person. So,
Yeah, you
but if
don't
you
jump out.
jump out there, with me, I'm gonna jump fast. So.
Coach, you ain't got to jump out there like Oregon did today. Oh, I'm gonna go back on me, y'all. I'm sorry.
See, man.
See what it looks like when somebody try to be funny and it doesn't work.
Ooh, well, hey, it was coach catching
I
them
did my
strays.
job. You should have never started with me, Winston. I ain't
It
gonna
was
stop.
coach catching them strays. About 4 weeks ago when.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta take it, Winston. I caught him for shit. Goddamn, I
Well,
still catch them.
hey, everybody, I don't think nobody whipped up real bad yet.
I'm a Falcons fan. I'm used to
Hey,
losing.
Coach, you almost caught him again today.
I was just about to say, Red still sending shots at me every day. Damn near.
You better be
But
glad
man,
Arizona
and
State picked it up.
yeah,
But
it's
again,
just
That's what them birds
good.
did. That's what them birds did. Them bucks shot them birds down. Phil Knight checks wasn't cutting today.
Oh, I tell you, hey, James. I told Winston, we told Winston it was gonna happen. One and done.
Man, we played football in almost a month. Nobody jumped out on my ass. So quick.
There you go with the excuses. We ain't played in a month.
Hey,
What
look,
you think the top teams get?
I
Bye week.
have
Next time, don't be so good. Don't be the
The
frauds
game got
that
to
you
be
are.
Somebody got to
ain't
win.
played
It
in a
is what
month.
it is.
Get
They
out
beat
here.
us today. They was a better team. That doesn't hurt me. That does not hurt me.
They still sorry as hell though.
But
Family, don't worry about that.
But you know
now,
what?
now,
How
now,
they had those brackets set up. It's weird that they literally got Oregon got matched up with one of the best teams in the country. Usually, like if you're the number one seed or the best team in the country, you should probably get a matchup like Boise State or Indiana or something as your matchup. But they literally got lined up with the best team, probably. Well,
Yeah, our
Texas.
entire bracket is hard. Red, the Bulldogs bracket is cookie dough.
No.
Yeah, it is, bro.
Yeah.
No.
Because they're
Compared
gonna
to
work
ours,
Notre Dame. Notre Dame they're gonna work the mess out of Notre Dame. Like the fact that Oregon caught a matchup with Ohio State is wild. Because
Ohio State just coming off of a game. Like that's your first game out of a bag. That's crazy.
I mean, if y'all still took an L, but
That still ain't no excuse to get your ass whooped like that.
Right.
I'm just surprised that was their matchup, being that they were so
about. The
ranked
top
so high.
teams have bye weeks, man.
yeah, they scored 14 points in like 3 minutes. It was nuts.
Right.
I'm just talking about
bye weeks ain't always good. Buys
They
aren't
are
always
not.
good.
Yeah, I'm just talking about how the bracket was set up. They should have had the most like schedule or route because they were the number one team. So they probably should.
Yeah.
Whoever was at the bottom, like the
should've played
worst team
12.
in the playoffs, should have been on. That should have been their bracket. The way it should have been set up.
It should have been like 12. It should have been like 12 to 6, 12, then 6, and then like whoever left,
Yeah.
and then national championship. That's how the bracket's supposed to go. Same way with like an NFL bracket. Because your number one seed has a week off, then they play the lowest remaining team when they come back, and then you build yourself up. I don't know.
Does anybody know how the brackets or how they came to this setup of the bracket? Does anybody know?
Well, let me say this: they got tired of the same teams in the playoffs. The Bama, the Georgia, they got tired of them being in the playoffs, so they created for more teams to get in there.
Yeah, but he's talking about like the way that the teams are matched up in the bracket. That's what.
I'm talking about the matchups. Ron, and see, Ron, you're right. You're right, because that's the very reason for the playoffs. Because they made these playoffs because they didn't want two SEC teams playing for the national championship.
Right.
That's the reason for this, because the SEC coach, and I'm gonna take coach. The SEC was killing everybody. No matter what conference it was, the SEC was killing everybody. So
and it still might end up like
that. I still think it's done wrong, though. I don't.
It is. That's why I was asking. That's why I was asking. How did you come up with it?
I think they do it round. I think they do like a round robin or something, or they just do it random. But my team included. If there is a team out there who is undefeated, and I understand when people say they play cupcake league and then they get to the playoffs and they get smashed, yada yada yada. I get all that. But if you are undefeated, you should have the chance to play for the championship. I mean, because at any given Sunday or Saturday or Wednesday or whatever, you can come out and beat the best team in the world. You know what I mean? Like I just think it's done wrong all the way around. All the way around. If you win your conference, you should automatically be in.
Yeah,
that's where we disagree. Because I don't care if you go undefeated in the Sun Belt. Like
I get it. It's cupcake, but Keely, what else can you ask your players to do? You ask your players to go out and win the game. They go out and win the game.
But they get a non-conference schedule. They get a chance to, like, for example, Boise State went out and did book Oregon on their schedule. So they got a chance to play Oregon. So they had a cupcake conference, but they actually got the chance to put better teams on the schedule. I put it like this. I just feel like in a sport that is this violent, you can't waste people's time. Like, for example, like, all right, let's say Oregon, right, or their best player, like Dylan Gabriel, whatever, goes down in a cupcake game against Indiana. And all of a sudden, their title chances are gone because they in a cupcake game in which they blast a Boise State or Indiana. Like, to me, that's just a waste of time. Like, if the goal is just to find out, all right, who's the best team, who's the real national champion, every single year is only but like 4 teams realistically that has it. That's like realistic. We don't need 12 teams to prove that. And everything, like you said, like we put in a Cincinnati and then they get smacked by Bama. Or you put in on. Like, it happens all the time. The programs are different. They're recruiting at a different. That's why Alabama and Georgia and Texas. That's why they're in Ohio State. They're routinely, there at the end of the year because their programs are just different programs. Like, you can't shortcut it. Like, Texas is Texas. You can't fault Texas for being Texas. Like,
right,
and Boise State is Boise State. Like,
but at the same time, You're right, but at the same time, you can't penalize bumfuck Egypt State because
You
they don't
can.
get recruits. If
You
they
can.
win their games, then they should be in.
No, because you can't. You're not penalizing them. It's just the fact they're not Texas. Like it is what it is. It's like, I mean, I'm not a millionaire. It is what it is. I mean, I shouldn't be all of a sudden get 50-yard line tickets just because I'm, just to even the odds. No, I gotta pay for it just like everybody else. Like, it is what it. Texas is Texas. Alabama
Right.
is Alabama. That's just the cost of, that's just life. Like,
So
maybe you can
prime
build a
example.
program to become Alabama, but I
Right.
mean,
Right.
Alabama is still Alabama. You can't. Alabama is Alabama. You can't fault them for being the biggest. It is what it is. They Alabama. They recruited like they Alabama.
True, but prime example.
They had,
ain't going in the
go ahead.
tournament over, one of the power
Did I hear Alabama? Did I hear Alabama? Did I hear?
But prime example is like, and I trust me, I get it. It's a different sport. I understand, but the way they do it right. Is like men's basketball, like college men's basketball. The ACC,
What?
the the ACC is basically the SEC of football, and when it comes to men's basketball, but it doesn't matter if you win your conference, you get a chance, you get a ticket to the dance.
It's a
That's
less
how it should
violent
be.
sport. It's a less
I
violent
mean,
sport.
but still, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't
It is.
matter.
Well, now,
If
When
you
you're
win,
running full
now,
speed
coach.
into
Now I'm gonna
each
say
other,
this.
it's a different situation,
Now I'm gonna
dog.
say this, coach.
but if
Now,
you win, you win, bro.
can football programs stand to play playoffs until April? Because
No, again,
that's
again,
exactly what you will have. That's exactly what you will have if you try to do it like men's basketball.
again, that's why I'm saying I understand it's two totally different sports. You can't do them exactly the same. What I'm saying though is you have teams who sit on the outside who have won their conference, who haven't lost a single game, and they're sitting on the outside, and you have a team like mine or any other
Yeah,
team who have
yeah.
multiple losses and they still get to play only because they're a big name school. I just think
No,
that's wrong.
it's not just because they're big name
Oh,
schools, because
that
they're a
is
big name school
football
that get
life,
the
man.
best talent in the world. Like
That's
Texas,
football life. It ain't fair. It ain't
if you
gonna
put
even
Texas,
out all the time.
if you put Texas in the Cupcake Conference, then they'll probably be undefeated, just like the team you're talking about. Like, it's just that because they're a big
Ron,
time
you keep
school, they get to
popping
play
out.
against other big time schools.
Hey,
Like,
Winston, you were trying to say something?
Just thank God that your team in the power conference, just like mine.
When you look at the teams that got into the conference, got into the playoff this year, a lot of them, a lot of those teams are legacy teams. You know what I'm saying? You got Georgia, you got Texas, you got Alabama, you got Indiana. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are institutions. These are like the blue blood. You know what I'm saying? They are going to travel. Like, there's no ifs and buts about it. Their fans, I don't care where you play the game at, their fans are going to show up. It's like Pittsburgh when they come to Atlanta. Their fans are going to show up. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, like, even though it's about trying to find out who's the best team in the nation, it's also a business too.
Yeah. Now that's a point. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
point.
you gotta go where the money's at. You see what I'm saying? Like Boise State. Boise State played a bunch of nobody, but because Genty was so good and had such a historical season, that fan base swell got them into the playoff. See what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
they
that's a good point.
but in terms of business, there's a line of diminishing returns. It's like at some point you can cut the dope too far where it's no longer potent. I think that's the issue that's the issue that college football run into, because they're talking about ticket sales, whereas some people are just like, well, instead of paying to go to this first round game, I'm gonna hold my money, and hopefully my team make it. Like, if I'm gonna spend this money, I'm gonna spend it later down the thing. So
Yeah.
like you had Oregon Ducks players, fans who would have went to the Rose Bowl. They didn't get those attendance. They were saving it for like, hey, we'll go to this game after they beat Ohio State. And I think that's what the issue they run into.
Ain't no guarantee. You better go when you got a chance. It's the playoffs.
Yeah, it's one and done.
But you only got money. If you only got money for one game, you want to go to the one that's going to matter the most. And I think that's what they're seeing right now.
Like,
hey, the 1%
like last year,
semifinal game.
like last year, Miami got robbed. They should have been in the playoffs, but they got kicked out. Why? Because as the SEC team had to get in. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not set up, in my opinion.
They got kicked out because they lost to Syracuse in the championship game.
Yeah.
Nobody got kicked.
They got kicked out because they said that they lost their starter quarterback and their backup quarterback, and they wasn't winning convincingly. That's why they got kicked out. It had nothing to do with the loss.
If Miami had a chance to play in the ACC championship, they probably would have made the playoff. But when you lose to Syracuse and then you don't even play in your conference championship game, it's kind of hard then to like slide them in.
Yeah.
And something else I was looking at, they do not want another Georgia versus TCU.
Yeah. Yeah.
They do not want that because of a portion of what you guys what Keely was saying and what Red was saying. And you too, Coach, because and especially what Winston was saying. See, this is money for the NCAA. This national championship game, this is MONEY ducats, simoleons, whatever type of denarii or whatever. This is money.
Denaro?
Yeah, they're gonna reach a
old Jewish money.
I just think they're gonna cut the dope too far where it's no longer potent. Like I think because the NFL is gonna run into this, like where you cutting it too far, like you can't appreciate it as much. And that's one of the reasons why the SEC was having those conversations as far as like adding more games and stuff. Cause they was like, if you add too much, like people don't value it as much.
Yeah, well, and see, thing is, can you physically, gentlemen, can you physically go all out during a playoff? That's what I was saying, Coach, about going to April. Because if you and I understand what you're saying. It should be fair for everybody to if you won your conference, if you won your conference, yes, you should get a bye. Whatever conference it was that you won, you should get a bye. Because you won your conference championship. Now, look at Notre Dame. See, Notre Dame is an outlier because they have been recruited and offered a chance to go into a conference, but the Pope said no. Pope said, we Notre Dame. We stand on our own because we've got all of this history, we got all this nostalgia, we got all of this pool or whatever. We can stand alone. All right. Go ahead, Winston.
No, I said they got rooted. They got history.
That's what. Yeah. See, they got all of this, and plus, this is a school backed by the Catholic Church, the original apostates. All right. So these people will remain independent and get into bowl games and get votes. And see, that's something else too. And well, you know what? I want to put this in the form of a question for the panel. Is this playoff, since you have it now, and this makes about what, the fourth? I'm trying to see. Well, I'll say this makes how many years have we had the playoff system total?
Since like 2014, I think. 2012 or 2014. It's either been 12 years or 10.
Okay, 10 to 12,
Wow.
10 to 12
It's been
years.
a while.
Okay,
Mariota
is
played.
this better than the AP UPI coaches poll
PCS.
and the BCS? Is this better than the BCS?
In my opinion, I would say no, because your teams were able to get high. Teams were able to get in the AP top 10, top 25. Also, based on most of the time, based on their win loss percentage. This time, now it seems like it's only on strength of schedule, and only, as y'all keep saying, and it is showing only, and it seems like only the ACC matters, and that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be that way. I understand the ACC is quote unquote the best division in football, but there are other divisions who still deserve the chance. That's what I'm saying. They deserve the opportunity. You can't just make it a monopoly and put 2, 3 SEC teams in there just because they're in the SEC, when you have teams who have no losses or one loss and they are bumfuck Egypt State. Like that shouldn't matter.
But it's not just
It's,
because they're in the SEC. Like, it's not just because it's because they're the best teams in the country. It's not like, even if you, so for example, if you take Georgia out of the SEC, right, and you put them in the ACC, or bring the Big East back or whatever, as long as Kirby is recruiting at the clip that he's recruiting, like, they're still going to be one of the best teams in the country. I don't think it's just because it's the SEC. I think kids want to come play for Kirby because it's in the SEC. Because the assumption is, in my preparation for the league, I'm playing against the best talent and the best players. Like,
well, I think I think, in my opinion, you're sort of right, but
your
people come to
team
that.
is proven that I'm right. Your team Texas is proven that I'm right, because they're one of the best teams in the country, and they just joined the SEC. Even if they didn't join the SEC, like, they're still one of the best teams in the country. So it's not just because of the SEC. Like, y'all are Texas. Y'all one of the best
Yeah,
teams in the
yeah,
country.
yeah, yeah. But that, I think that piggybacks to what Winston said. It's because most people most people come to the SEC. This is my opinion. The SEC gets a lot of recruitment because the NFL, as everyone has said, the SEC is quote unquote the best the division in football, in college football. So of course, if I want to go to the NFL, I'm going to go to Alabama, because Alabama gonna have more eyes on it than bumfuck Egypt State. But legacy teams like your Texas, your Michigans, your Oregons, your Miamis, your Florida States, they're always going to get recruits because they're legacy teams. You can say you went to the University of Texas and played football, and that's going to hold weight. But you know what I'm saying? Teams like I don't know, Cincinnati, bumfuck
Well,
Egypt State. You know
hey,
what I mean?
oh,
Like, they don't have that pedigree to say,
and see,
hey, I
and
went
pedigree,
to this school.
coach, pedigree is something that you, you can't get around it. And see, you said something too, coach. You said something too. And before we get too far, Miss B saying what's up to everybody and
Happy
wishing
New
folk
Year.
happy New Year's. And I saw 2 check marks, 2 money bags, and another check. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to tell us, but I like that money bag part. But
I just think you can't hate the player. Like, Texas is Texas. You can't hate on Texas. Texas, same thing with Alabama, same thing with Ohio State, same thing with Michigan, Georgia. Like how you talking about the pedigree. Can't hate the player. Like, they Nick Saban came to Alabama, and it sucks for everybody else. It is what it is. Like, he instantly changed the value of Alabama, even though they had what's the name before him too. But you can't hate on Alabama. You can't hate the player, hate the game. It is what it is. Like
no. I'm not saying about
just like
Alabama.
Texas, just like Texas, they have their pedigree, they have their hook 'em. They have like Texas is probably west of the Mississippi. Texas is probably the biggest school out there. Like
it is,
and you can't hate the player. It is what it is. So I just think Texas leans on that pedigree when it comes to recruiting. So every single year, you have the same 4 or 5 schools as top schools, get all the high school talent, and every single year, what a coinky think those 5 schools are all the best teams in the country. And it is what it is. You can't.
But I think if you open it up, you will find that players will be willing to go to these other schools if they have the same opportunity. That's what I'm saying. If you give everyone the same opportunity, I think you will.
That's not life. Everybody ain't Texas.
So let me interject. Let me interject this after Keely gets through. Go ahead, Keely.
I was gonna say if Texas shows up, that if Ashton Genty, let's say if he was a 5-star kid coming out of high school, if Texas show up and Boise State show up to his front door, right? He's probably going to Texas. Like the reason these kids end up at Boise State and all that is because they're probably like 2-star, 3-star under recruited, and Texas just look past them, and then they all of a sudden they turn into something else later on. But if Texas shows up to Ashton Genty's door as a senior in high school, he's probably not going to Boise State. It just sucks that Boise State isn't Texas. It is what it is. And
I mean, true. I mean, you have a point, but I just it's like
if you show up to his door, he's not going to Boise State.
Cause now let me interject this right here, and this is something that I was witness to in my how old am I, Coach? Now
975.
Okay, in my 930th year, I witnessed the fact that there were 3 networks: NBC, ABC, and CBS.
And CBS, yeah.
On Saturday afternoon,
NBC.
If it's Saturday afternoons, it was whoever those 3 networks wanted to show. Now, ABC, it was Wide World of Sports, and sometimes they would show a college game early in the day, college football game early in the day. Those were the only outlets you had for college football.
Yeah.
I remember when Jefferson Pilot Sports came on, and some of your lesser teams, Jefferson Pilot Sports, there were a couple of other little independent sports networks.
I thought they had a contract with the ACC because that's how I saw the Georgia Tech games on Jefferson Pilot or NC State.
Yeah,
like
and it was a couple of other ones that was on channel 36 here, and that was the UHF channel. You had to have 2 knobs on your TV to be able to get that. If you don't know nothing about it, you missed it. Okay, and those
UHF and VHF.
Yeah. Cause see, CBS, ABC, and NBC, they were on, the what was it? VHF. Okay, very high frequency. Okay.
Yeah.
So thing was that you didn't get exposure as a school unless one of those 3 networks exposed you. Okay. Bear Bryant down in Alabama would go sit in your living room, recruit you when you didn't even have a ghost of a chance of playing. Mm-hmm. Okay, he would recruit you to keep other folk from getting. Mm-hmm. Okay, and man, when Alabama came out there on the field, and James, you just be quiet over there, because I know you want to say something. But when Alabama came out there on the field, it was just like a city coming to the sideline, because they used to. How many they used to dress, James? About 600 folk. Alabama would pour on the field like maple syrup.
It was a
Okay.
lot. It was a lot back in the day with Bear Bryant because Bear Bryant was
Yeah,
one of the
buddy.
major recruiters back in the day.
And,
Uh,
and it was the
with,
same thing with Notre Dame. It was the same thing with USC. It was the same
mhm.
thing with Texas, with all those folks. But you
it
didn't get
was
the exposure. Go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
it was Alabama, USC, Notre Dame, Texas, even Georgia back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
With Herschel Walker and them. You had Tennessee, you had sheesh, even UCLA at one point
Yeah, that's
was
right.
like a city. It was like a city back in the day at one point when it came to recruiting because they knew at that time frame if you went there, you more than likely you were gonna play in the league with those
Right.
schools, and they had legendary
Mm-hmm.
coaches there at the same time. But I just wanted to say this before John hit back to what he's saying. With today and everything like that of that nature, that's why the transfer portal is opening up. And let me explain. Because the transfer portal gives other teams the equal opportunity to get the players that they didn't get at first. Speaking of Jonte Cook from Texas, he just went to Washington. He was a
Yep.
5-star recruit coming out of high school that went to Texas and then went on. You see, he wasn't getting no playing time. He went to a school like Washington. You have major D1 boys that going to smaller schools to get that opportunity to play and try to get in the league. The transfer portal is supposed to be an equal opportunity. But when you have oil field money, like with Texas and Texas A&M, you have Yale, Alabama, with Alabama schools, and you have Ohio State, people like that spending money, it's going to make it hard. I know
Mm-hmm.
for a fact last year, from my understanding, Ohio State, that roster that they got right now, they spent millions. When I say millions, millions of dollars to get that roster put together because Ryan Day's job was on the line because he couldn't win the big game. So, and another example, Winston School, Oregon, they spend big bread every year to get the roster that they have.
Every year
Phil
they're not.
Knight, the owner, the former owner of Nike, he breaking bread out there because he want to see them with a national championship. So with that
Yeah,
being said, and hearing that opportunity, the opportunity wise and everything like that of that nature, when it comes down to it, that's why they open up the transfer portal. To open up the opportunity for the big recruits to go to smaller and let smaller schools recruit them so they can have the necessary roster and talent. It just come down to coaching at this point. Who that
Yeah, and
legendary
and
coach is.
and exposure. And Tidy
That's
Jones, we pulling you in. May as well come on in. Ain't no sense you staying out there.
That I have
Yeah, well, come on in.
the transfer point is this. Like, all right, when I was coming up, like you had to earn playing time. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a badge of honor to go get it out of the mud, build up on the trenches. And now, all right, well, I'm sitting behind a 5-star. He's getting all the playing time. Well, hell, you knew you were sitting behind a 5-star before you went to the school.
Right.
See what I'm saying? You're supposed to battle him out to force them to give you playing time. You're supposed to sharpen your skills and hone your skills to the point where you force them. We have no way to keep this kid off the field. Like, look at Tyler Algier. Tyler Algier is a monster in his own right, but he ain't getting nowhere near the touches that he should be getting. But what did he do? You see Tyler Algier out there on special teams. He's going to get on the field. He's forcing his way on the field. You see what I'm saying?
Now, Wilson, let me ask you a question. Now, do politics weigh heavily in college football now? I'm talking about in college football. Do politics weigh heavy into whether a person starts or not? Can you earn your way over, around, or under politics to get onto the field all the time?
It depends on the program. Let me say, I'll let Winston go first, but I'm gonna say depending on the program.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Winston.
All right, it depends. Now, if it depends what the situation of the player ahead of you is. So, like, all right, look at Texas. I'm gonna use coach's team as an example.
I was going to use that myself.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Arch Manning should be on defense.
Oh,
He should be the starter.
Absolutely.
He should have been the starter way back when he played Georgia the first time. The first time he
Yep.
should have been. See what I'm saying? But because Quinn Ewers is in the position where they're trying to get him to the league, they couldn't bench him because if he got benched this season, there's no way he would get drafted. If he got drafted, he would be drafted in like the 5th round or something. So they're trying to build up his pedigree. So that's what it is. They're riding the wave. All right. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Arch is the far superior quarterback on that team. See what I'm saying? But it's not like a situation like Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix. See what I'm saying? Like they kept Penix off the field till they just got to a point. I can't keep going down this route because this ship is sinking. I can't keep going down this route. I have this young arm behind him, and something got to shake. Something got to change, and that's how Penix got on the field. Now, Kirk is a vet that have made over $300 million. So for him to take a back seat, that's not hurting him because you're on the back end of your career. And Quinn Ewers is trying to get to the league, and that's why they're talking about he made transfer in 5th year somewhere else because they already know come next season it's Arch's team. It's Arch's team for the next 2 to 3 years.
Look,
there's no getting around it.
But
let me interject.
Okay,
Let me interject
hold on.
real quick.
Hey, Coach, hold on. Coach, James had got in front of you there. And then I think Ron had his hand up. But go ahead, James.
Ron been holding his hand finger up like he had on church. You gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay. Go ahead, James.
So the reason why I say depending on the program, because I'm gonna take it back when Nick Saban was at Bama. And the reason being I'm gonna take it back because for the simple fact it was with Nick, he had rosters where third teams were 5 stars and 4 stars. And the thing was with him, if you can play, you can play. It don't matter what eligibility status that you was from freshman to sophomore to junior or senior. If a freshman come in more ready than a senior, he was going to play them.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being,
Jalen Hurts.
Huh?
I said, look at Tua and Jalen Hurts.
Right. And that's a true scenario because for a simple fact, it was with Jalen at the time at Bama. His passing was horrendous. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was horrendous. He was a good running quarterback. I want to say it wasn't. It's not as bad as it was at Bama.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be real with you. It was bad at Bama.
I think the unique situation is when you have a guy with 7 rings, he can do what he wants. Like boosters don't play as much of a role when Nick Saban is your head coach. So, for example, if you got a legacy kid over here that they like, that can't what James is talking about can't fly everywhere else because
that's one. Yeah, that's Saban. Right.
Other coaches don't have a cachet. Now, Kirby could do something like that. Dabo Sweeney, he could do something like that.
Right. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Dan, your coach Winston, he can do that because for the simple fact, even though he doesn't have the rings, he has an established program running right now. That's one thing I could give Oregon because for the simple fact it is, they may not win at all, but they're gonna be consistent on a consistent basis on a year-to-year range. So he may have some leeway with that because if that wasn't the case, he wouldn't go in the transfer portal and get 2 quarterbacks last year. You see what I mean?
That might be the nicest thing you'd have said all 2025.
Go ahead, Ron. Go ahead, Ron. Since since James
kinda-
just
we kinda
lost his
hate on
mind
you,
and
man.
started complimenting folks.
I'm gonna get back to it. Let me finish up. But at hand with Nick Saban, he can do that because for the simple fact it was that, like Keely said, he has 7 rings. He can go about saying who can play, who can't play at hand. You know what I'm saying? Because he's gonna with the boosters, they knew with Nick Saban that he was gonna put the best product out there on a year-to-year basis. But with other programs like Ohio State, they have to make promises to keep their roster the way it is. For the simple fact it is, Ryan Day doesn't have that pull like what a Nick Saban have. He wins on a consistent basis. But overall, with that being said, when I'm getting a kid out the transfer portal, I have to make promises to make sure I get that top tier talent. Kirby Smart at Georgia he's getting at a stature of Nick Saban that he can play who he want to play. If you look at his rosters and way he put his rosters out, it's similar. It's kind of similar to Nick. You see a bunch of juniors and seniors on there. You rarely see a freshman play besides Kevin Bolden the safety.
But there's a financial dynamic there too. So like if I'm a
James,
booster and I put in if I'm a booster and I put in annually to the school $10-20 million or whatever the case may be to get kids there, some of these boosters have more pull than the head coach. It's only but a handful of coaches where the school itself is going to stand behind that coach over those boosters. There's a lot of coaches that they bump head to head with the boosters, but it's only but a handful of them where the school is going to stand behind the head coach over that booster.
And I'm gonna speak on that when I get the chance to go. Go ahead.
Ron.
To me, Kobe Smart did it because we had the backup quarterback from in the NFL right there for Pittsburgh. He went to the Buckeyes. And I thought he was better than Spencer Bennett, to be honest with you.
From.
I mean,
Jake?
Yeah.
Jake from State Farm?
Now, there's a story behind it because there's a story behind it, and I'm not going to get into it, but there's a story behind it where a booster did assure that From keep his job. And it was a controversial post that what's the name made? Justin made. And I remember they pulled that post down. He was supposed to start against Florida. And he didn't get that start. And he didn't even play that game. He was allegedly suspended because he played in every single game, but he did not touch the field that Florida game. He was serving suspension. And Phil's dad came out and said something about it. And then he was gone pretty much after that. But a booster got involved with that situation. So, allegedly, I was told based upon a kid.
I was told too.
Yeah, a kid that played for the team who's currently in the NFL. But I will leave it there.
But I mean, when you contribute that type of money, like when you contribute type of money where like your name is somewhere on the university on the campus or something, you have a lot of pull. You have a lot of pull. Like you're talking to the dean type stuff. Normally. And he's green, sir. Like that, the buck stops with me. If I really want Sam, but unless you have a coach, like all right, Bill Belichick had to go into UNC. Nobody is going to go against Bill Belichick at UNC. That's a dub. Belichick can go in and play whoever he want to play, snatch whoever he want to snatch because he has that cachet. He has that resume. When he walked into the college football realm, coaching wise, he's the best coach that's in college football. Now, what he able to do in UNC, that's remained to be seen. But coaching wise, he is the best head coach in college football, hands down. So if he say, I want this orangutan from the middle of the jungle to be the starting quarterback week 3, that's what it is. It ain't gonna be no controversy about it. I mean, like ESPN may say something about it, Pundits would say something about it, but there's nothing a booster, a dean. There's no outside influence over what's going to go on with that football team itself.
Right.
That's a dope.
But I look at it. I don't care how much power or pull you got at these colleges. If your kid not that good and somebody else better than your kid, then that person should take your kid's spot, in my opinion. Now, I could be wrong.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Right. To me, Justin Fields was better than Bennett, to me. I would not even have let Justin Fields went to the Buckeyes. To me, he was better than Bennett.
He was set up the
I'm
field,
a Georgia fan that's saying this.
He was set up the field. Like the packages, they'll send him in for packages, and all the packages would just run plays.
Right. All right, let the man throw.
He was stereotyped.
Right. But if the man got this gift, let the man show his gift on the field the whole time.
The only thing that gets Kirby off the hook is the fact that he still got a ring. So you can't really challenge him because he still won.
Right.
But I think he would have won a lot faster if they would have prioritized getting Fields, because it doesn't make sense that he couldn't get on the field at Georgia. Well, technically, he was going to get on the field, but even like literally, you had players literally saying, "Hey, in practice, he was clearly the better quarterback." But then he goes to Ohio State and gets a Heisman invite in the first year. So, what the hell, man?
I was like, what the hell? Kobe's smart. You supposed to know football, but that move right there, I cannot agree with you on that.
I'm with you, John. That's why.
But I can't knock Kirby. If the allegations are true, I can't knock Kirby because it sounds like Kirby was willing to make the move. He started with Fromm because he favored experience. But if the allegations are true that a booster got involved, then that kind of that absolves Kirby, because at that point, Kirby
okay. But before I say anything else, let me let Coach go, because I've been holding him back. Go ahead, Coach.
Well, I was just going to ask y'all a quick question. Go ahead, Coach.
Go ahead.
Oh, all right. When this happened with Fields and Fromm, what year was Kirby as the head coach into his tenure?
Second. It's probably 2 or 3. Part 2 or 3. The first year with Eason.
It was 3 to 5 years at that point when it happened. It was 3 to 5 years.
Had he got his ring yet?
I think it couldn't have been 5 because
it might have been
Chuck was there.
Oh yeah,
because Chuck was still there that year.
Right.
So, all right. So had he got a ring yet?
No, he had not got a ring yet.
And there you go. That booster took it, stepped up, flashed some money, and that was it. And he got overrode. Now at this point, if this situation was going on, ain't nobody gonna say nothing to Kirby. However Kirby want to play it, that's what it is.
Yeah,
that's just it. You donate money, hush up, and stand over in the corner. Right. But at that point, because he didn't have the cachet yet, when that booster stepped up and started threatening to take some money up out there, well, you got what you got.
Yeah.
To me, they just were messed up. To me,
go ahead, Coach. My bad.
No, all of y'all are good, man. I was just gonna say it's a little bit of both, and I'll speak from this part of the earth. It's definitely political, because that is why Quinn is starting, because Clark has already said you know. Well, I'm not going to quote him because I don't remember exactly what he said, but I'm a basically I'm a paraphrase. He was saying he's going to start. He's going to play the players that he wants to play and not be influenced. But it has become so political now, and the boosters and the cries are so loud now that Quinn absolutely will not be like it will be for real a miracle if Quinn comes back next year, because the noise has gotten so loud that he it's just impossible for him to ignore it anymore. I think it would be really putting his job on the line, not playing Arch, and that is the political side, because Arch is better, yes, but he comes with that name, he comes with that notoriety, and the boosters and the people that are truly in charge, the people who got wings named after them, and their families got sections of the school named after them. They're screaming to the heavens, put that boy in now. So it's gotten so bad that he literally. I seen what he said he was going to the league, but then I seen in another like interview or whatever that he said he wasn't sure, but he was going to hit the transfer portal if he doesn't. But I think he's going to go to the league because his days in Texas are done.
Y'all
Um,
situation is unique though. The Texas situation is different because it's not like it's splitting hairs, because it's not like you comparing like a 3-star kid starting over a 5-star. Quinn Ewers was literally one of the highest rated kids ever out of Texas. Like, he was the number
but
one kid in his class, and he left a year early. Like,
but
Ewers coming out of high school was regarded like a phenom. Like, I'm sitting here looking at his 24/7 rating coming out of high school. He had a perfect 100. Like, you got kids that'll be like 0.83, 0.84. Ewers coming out of high school was a perfect 100, received a perfect score, as in this kid is a future number 1 draft pick. So,
bro,
like,
with
it's
that
not
damn mud on his head.
exactly. And then he left to go to he left early because Texas wouldn't let him play because of his age, because he left school early. So he went to Ohio
right.
State because they were gonna let him play, and then came back to Texas. But I think that's the unique situation with, because it's not like we're comparing like a 3-star or a 4-star kid and a 5-star sitting behind him. No, like, Ewers came in like one of the only kids ever to have a perfect a rating coming out of high school.
But
So
wasn't Archer just as high? I don't remember
I
his
don't think
rating,
so.
but
He
but
was
but I
both.
remember him being highly touted though.
Yeah, both of
I
them were
don't.
number one. I think both of them were number one in their class, but I don't think he got the same rating. I'm gonna look him up
Yeah,
at
but
24/7.
but I mean,
It
even
wasn't the same
even
rating, Keely. It wasn't the same rating. He was a 5-star quarterback. He was the number 1 quarterback in his class coming out of Louisiana. He went to the same school that Eli and them went to.
yeah, he
You know
went to the
what?
same school all of them went to.
Both of them were
But
number
but
one in their class. Both of them were number ones overall. One
oh
overall.
yeah, I knew that. But this is what I'm saying though. But even with all that in Quinn, and it's the he was not able to quiet down the noise. So that's why I'm saying it's a little bit of both. Or when it comes to Texas, it's definitely political because you have the power, the people with the power who are basically trying to force Sark to do their bidding, and if they don't win this year, he's gonna have a lot to atone for when it comes to them, because they have been screaming. I told y'all this before. They have been screaming to once he got hurt and Arch started. And yes, Keely, I know he played whoever the hell that was and showed out. I understand it was a no-name school, but once he did that though, he was unable to quiet the noise down, and it's so deafening now that if they don't win, it's quite possible he'd be in the hot seat.
My point I'm making is that
Look,
y'all have rich people problems.
John, tell coach. when it comes to Texas football, they gonna play whoever JR want them to play. Whoever them oil men say play, that's who they gonna play.
The point I'm making is that they have rich people problem. A problem like this where 2 number 1 overall quarterbacks are competing, that doesn't happen at Boise State. That it's only but like 3 schools that can happen to. Like what he's saying in terms of the politics and all that, it's only but like 3 or 4 schools where that can happen. Like even with James talking about a transfer portal, neither one of them enter the transfer portal. That doesn't happen anywhere else but like Texas or Alabama, or like these only programs like that get these problems where you got an issue between 2 quarterbacks who are literally the number 1 overall in their class. Like that does not happen everywhere. That's rare, and that only happens at like Ohio State, Texas, or very few schools. So my whole point is those are rich people problems. Those are not even those aren't normal problems when you're talking about two quarterbacks who are the number 1 overall in their class.
Right. Hey, John, can I
go ahead, Cole.
No, I was going to ask your question, but go ahead. Red didn't go.
Go ahead, Red. You got anything to weigh in on this? Because you've been sniping from the comments. I'm gonna put you out here in front of the camera. Yeah, he got a gun.
Well, on this particular topic, I mean, I agree that it is politics are involved with some schools, and not it. Like I say, the coach definitely has some cachet when you're talking about one of those big top coaches like a Saban or a Kirby or a Pete Carroll back in the day. I'm trying to think of another coach now. I think somebody said Dabo, maybe him. I'm not sure how much cachet the guy has at Ole Miss. What's his name?
Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much he has.
Kiffin's situation is that what his big problem is a couple of years ago, he went in the portal and snatched up like 3-4 quarterbacks. Because that's when he got Jackson Dart and 2 other quarterbacks now. So he got like 6 quarterbacks he got to choose from next year.
Well, I think Dart leaving to go to NFL, so he might be one short.
But yeah, Red, I don't know, because I don't think I think like Keely said,
I think the coaches that win like this. I mean, you got to prove yourself and you got to earn your cachet. Like if you come into a powerhouse school, a newcomer, like say the guy in Notre Dame, Freeman. Yeah, I see Freeman. His first year, he didn't have any cachet, none.
He still doesn't.
Honestly, 2-3 years later, right now, I'm not sure how much more cachet he had. Some, but how much more? That's to be determined. I think with each successful season, he has a little bit and a little bit and a little bit. But with those big power schools, like I say, you got to earn your cachet. And being a black coach, you got to earn it even more than the Euro guy. So now the guy at Syracuse, the young black coach who's winning at Syracuse, all of a sudden. Now, how much cachet do you think he's earned so far? I mean, he beat Miami, and I think he had another big win in a bowl game last week. So you think he's earned any more cachet than he did when he first stepped on campus?
No, but see, this is what I'm saying. To sort of piggyback off what Keely said, I think Texas. I think out of all schools, maybe USC will probably be the only other school that may have this issue because of the amount of money poured into that school. I think no matter who the coach is that was to come to Texas, I think they will have to deal, regardless on their cachet. Like if you take Alabama's coach, or well, he's gone now, but if you'd have took Saban or Georgia's coach or Bill Belichick and put them in Texas, you got to understand the boosters run Texas. Like it's crazy. They got the people with their names on the buildings at the UT. They ain't going for that. If they want to play it in, you better put that player in.
You agree with my comment below, then, right?
The oil men.
Yeah, well, I won't necessarily say they oil me. I don't know what they do because I don't know all
You
the
know what they
family.
do
So
in
I mean,
Texas, man. Stop acting.
We are old people. Yeah, you're probably right, but
You know who got the most?
yeah,
You know who got the
that's
most?
why Sarkis catches so much hell. Because he's not. That's why I said if they don't win the national championship, the man may be in the hot seat because he's not listening, and they are calling. They are really calling for. They said it in the thing today during the game that people been calling for Arch to play the game, but Quinn keeps doing it. Although I think he trash. Well, he ain't
Yeah,
trash, but
at,
he
at,
need
at
to go.
this point of the season, coach, you just can't yank Quinn out, like you say, especially like you say, he won today. So you can't just yank Quinn out and put in Arts because he get
Right.
pressure from the boosters. It got to be a legit reason that you yank Quinn out. Now let's say y'all
Right.
struggle down.
What I'm saying is they have been calling for it since Quinn got hurt, and then when he put him back in, that is what basically sealed his fate. He is tied to. I don't think he'll get fired, but they on his head. His tenure, I think, in Texas is tied to this season. He may get 1, 2, 3 years, but unless he win, he ain't gonna be long term.
Now, isn't this the same situation?
That would be ridiculous, though. Y'all, this man at least earned another season.
Now, is Ohio State's coach on the hot seat?
Yes.
Right there, yes.
Yes.
But he's on the hot seat. He's on the hot seat for a different reason. He's on the hot seat because he's at a legacy school. He's at a legacy school and continues to lose to Michigan. And the Ohio State alum is not having that.
But
all right, but also the amount of money that they put in to get the players that they have, and for him to underperform,
John. Man, 0-4,
0-4
against Michigan.
I put it to you like that: if Ryan Day doesn't get to the national championship game, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna clip him. Right. He's gonna get fired because it's not gonna be a high situation. He'll be fired.
They've been talking about that for the last 5 months.
Are you telling me coach team can have an effect? So, coach, if your team beat him, you can be the reason he get cleared.
Yeah, I think. Because he continuously loses to Michigan and he can't win the big game. I think if he had beat Michigan this year and then lost the national championship, I think he'd have been safe. But you cannot be at OSU and lose to Michigan year after year after year. They are not having that shit. Not at OSU.
I think he's safe because there's no hot candidate just sitting out there. Like if there was a coach sitting out there like that, if there was a Lane Kiffin sitting out there or somebody like that, like they know that they could go get, I think then he'll get clipped. I think because there's nobody.
What about the coach that got fired from LSU a couple of years ago?
Hey, Orgeron, what about him?
Yeah, I think he would make a good head coach over there in Buckeye. To be honest,
no, he won't fit. But let me explain why, Ron. Because he's a defensive coach. He really the only coordinator that he had that was worth his while is with the Carolina Panthers. I think they was with the Carolina Panthers. His name was I think Joe Brady, something like that. Yeah, and that was the only one with Joe Burrow now, and that was the only coordinator. He won't fit the Buckeyes because Buckeyes is a finesse school, and he ain't no finesse coach. They want a finesse coach.
But what I'm saying, this man won how many championships at LSU?
Just one.
Just one.
I thought he won two.
He won one. I think Les Miles got more than him.
I thought he won one with Joe Burrow and the other one with Jacksonville quarterback.
No, Trevor Lawrence.
No, Trevor went to Clemson.
Oh,
he went to Clemson.
Oh, man.
He played them. He played Trevor in the national championship, man.
My bad.
couldn't even fit in this conversation.
Yeah, so the thing is with Ed Orgeron is a great ass recruiter, but he wouldn't fit the mold Ohio State would be looking for at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Orgeron is more a Michigan style coach than
Yeah,
Ohio.
yeah,
They want a blue
yeah.
blood.
He's more grit and grind. What they would look for is something like what's the coordinator with the Lions right now? The offensive coordinator. Like
Ben
if he
Johnson.
wanted to go coach, coaching in college, like he would be a perfect fit.
I don't know. Maybe not at OSU, bro. I think you're the wrong tone for OSU.
He's not going to college. He's going to be somebody head coach in the NFL.
No, I'm saying I think he's the wrong tone for OSU.
If I'm OSU, if I can't get Lane Kiffin out of Ole Miss, I don't know who else you.
Ben Johnson is white. What you talking about?
I thought Ben Johnson was black. Oh, I'm thinking about the
You talking about Aaron? You talking about Aaron, the cornerback who used to play for the Saints, bro?
I'm thinking about
the big coordinator.
I'm saying
no. I'm thinking about the dude that was at Washington. I don't know where he at now. What's his name? That everybody keep trying to hire. Yeah,
he talking about Aaron.
I think
that's what I was thinking about. My bad.
He
just got fired from UCLA.
No, he just left. He just left UCLA, Winston. He actually coming back into the league next year.
No, he just became an offensive advisor to
UCLA.
To Washington.
He didn't leave.
He got
for real? I thought they said he was coming back to the NFL. His agent said.
Let me ask about that, because see, I saw that it was an agreed upon situation where he was going. Okay, it was agreed upon situation.
That's what I seen in the press conference too. They both mutually decided to part ways because he only came to help out his.
Okay. Let me say what it was he said. What was said. Okay, it was an agreement with Bieniemy and DC that he would go to college and coach somebody up or be with somebody to help them out. After a year, he was going to leave and come back to the Commanders. That's what I had heard. That's what everybody was saying.
He with Washington now.
When he got fired, he left. He went to University of Washington. He's an offensive advisor. He's not the OC of that. He's an offensive advisor for the Washington Huskies. I want to say it's the Washington Huskies. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm looking that up too.
Because I thought, Red, you had to slow down typing because you just mangling people's names up.
Yeah, I'm
trying to type fast with your thumbs.
The article I read said that he's still under contract with the Commanders, but he went to help his friend at whatever school that was, and the friend is leaving. So, I mean, they decided to mutually part ways. So that's what I read too.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, and that's what I saw. Because see, when he got quote unquote fired, everybody was saying, "Well, Bieniemy ain't worth this, he ain't worth that." They fired him from their college job, or whatever. Then another article came out saying exactly what you said, Coach. That it was an agreed upon situation where he left DC to go help a friend out there where he went, and that after the friend left, or it was a mutual agreement, that they would part ways and he would go back to the Commanders. So
yeah, he's still on the contract with the Commanders right now.
Oh, okay, all right. So,
okay, he get money coming in. So
yeah, he can afford some Pringles, so he'll be all right.
So Go ahead, John.
Go ahead, Coach. You wanted to ask me? Wanted to ask something, Coach? What's up?
As the offensive advisor.
He what?
He back with the Commanders.
No, he's at the University of Washington.
University of Washington. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what he going out there for.
Well, yeah. Now, hey, Coach. Well,
the thing is, everybody say he's hard to work with. You see, Monster was sure to say he's an asshole. Everybody said it, and he's leaving a trail along the way.
Oh,
see what I'm saying?
Yeah. A trail of assholiness.
Yeah.
You couldn't get along with Mahomes.
They said that he was an asshole. Then he went to USC, and then they mutually agreed to part ways. And now you're going up to the University of Washington to be an offensive advisor. Like he's building a bad rep, and if you look at it, he took a step down everywhere he went. When you went to
left
Washington,
Mahomes. That's the whole point. You left Mahomes
because it was a lateral move. That was a bad move for him.
Yeah.
And then when you go to Washington to go stand on your own 2 feet, you don't produce. Now you got to step into the college rank. Now you was an OC for USC, and ain't nobody even hear about them. Oh yeah. Then you mutually part ways, and then you're an offensive advisor. You're not even on the OC. Like you got to do
the Commanders hurt him. Right here. And then this is the guy that some Falcons fans wanted for the head coach. Are y'all kidding me?
That year with the Commanders hurt him because when you leave Mahomes to take that job, and then there's literally no offensive success, and that's your job, that hurt him.
Yeah, but he also, I mean, he had, what did he have there? He had nothing there.
He had scary.
That was a bad look on him because he should have went somewhere with a quarterback. You don't go over there. You don't go anywhere. If you leave from Mahomes, you go somewhere with a established quarterback. You have to.
The air.
If you making a lateral move, if he was going to Washington to be the head coach, that'd be something different.
Yeah, that's what maybe they told him that he was going to be the head coach or something.
That's what I was gonna say. How we know they ain't promised him, hey, you gonna be the next man in line to be the head coach here.
No, sir.
But
for one, Dan Snyder was still there.
Right.
For one.
But
he got
all that BS that Dan Snyder got into and had to sell the team and all that. And Magic Johnson came in there and was like, nah, player, you got to go too.
Exactly, Tad. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like he's leaving a bad trail everywhere that he's going. See what I'm saying? When you make a lateral move, you go away from a generational quarterback in Mahomes, then y'all just came off of winning a Super Bowl. And you want to make your name for yourself because everybody's saying, well, you're an OC just by title. Andy Reid is really running the show and calling the offense. When you make a lateral move to just go be an OC somewhere else, you go somewhere, either they're drafting a top quarterback this year or they already have an established vet that's somewhere in the top 10. You don't go to a Washington Commanders team that has empty cupboard. And the only person they had at the time was Terry McLaurin. And he was still making his name. Like, that does not make sense at all. And then you get bumped out of there when they clean house. And now you went to college and you get bumped out of there. And then you're an advisor. Like, the next step for you is going home and sitting on the couch and watching football like everybody else. Like, it's getting to that point for beginning. That's the issue. That's what's going on.
Man, that's a shame because he was on everybody's list for head coach for a while. Like every year, it was he's gonna be the coach of this team.
Yeah, and see, Andy Reid's shadow. And I'm gonna tell you how I feel about it. as long as Andy Reid had that Waffle House menu in front of his face on the sideline, I would never believe that Eric Bieniemy was calling play one.
No.
Never would. He was just offensive coordinator by title only. It would have been the same thing if Arthur Smith had hired, because Arthur Smith, he had an offensive coordinator, but he didn't do nothing. Arthur Smith called all the plays. All right, Arthur Smith ran that offense, and that's the same. And like I said, this is my impression about it. Bieniemy was just talking on the doggone walkie-talkie, or just talking in the headphone. That's because Andy Reid's offense has not missed a beat since he left. Okay, exactly. It hasn't missed a beat since he left. Because now, if he was such a cog, if he was such a critical, integral part of it, I would have expected some fall off. The fall off came with Tyreek Hill not being there and those receivers dropping passes for the first part of last year, wasn't it? Yeah, last year. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It was pitiful. That was the only problem.
It's sort of pitiful this year, but they getting back. But at the beginning of the year, yeah, it was sort of pitiful.
If you look at all the jobs, all the head coaching jobs finna be open in the NFL, he might get a chance. Hey,
man, ain't nobody hire him, bro. Stop with this.
Okay. What jobs are open? What jobs y'all think are gonna be open Black Monday? This coming Monday.
The Jets, Chicago, the Jets, Chicago,
Saints.
The Saints.
And the Saints. So it's going to be jobs opening up.
And ain't none of them high his black ass.
Would have been a great move for him when he left from Kansas City? He should have went to New England and been their OC instead of them having two defensive coordinators being the OC. And Mac Jones had just got drafted.
Right.
He could, if he had went there and been the OC and got Mac Jones on track and kept him on track, the way he looked his rookie year, and he kept him on track. He did that for like 2-3 years. He would have been a head coach. By now, he'd be a head coach somewhere. But because he didn't do that,
I didn't think about that. But that, I can see that.
Well, because he went to Washington, who had absolutely nothing, like that was just backwards as hell. They had nothing. They had nothing. They didn't have a quarterback. Like who was their quarterback then?
They had no Sam Howell. They had no quarterback, no receivers, no good running back. They didn't have shit.
They were trying to make Sam Howell the guy.
The Jets thinking about talking to Rex Ryan again. So
what?
Yeah.
They interviewed Tommy Dimitroff too, like last week.
Right. I
saw the Dimitroff. Yeah, I saw that. But I didn't know they were talking to Rex Ryan.
They talked about Rex Ryan might go for an interview over there. I like
people clown him, people talk shit about him, but I believe Rex Ryan is one hell of a coach.
Right. He was the only coach they had that took them to 2 AFC championship games.
I put it to you like this: if Rex Ryan had stayed up and they had got a legitimate quarterback, it's very likely Rex would have got a ring with the Jets. It's very likely he would have got a ring.
You know that he's gonna have a defense with him. You know that much.
Right. He got to the championship game with Mark Sanchez.
The buck fumble.
If you got an average to above average quarterback,
right?
Why
he got to the championship game with matter of fact, Winston, Rex could have got to the championship game with Kirk Cousins.
Oh, better.
And I'm saying
So,
Pop could have won the ring with Kirk Cousins.
so that's what I'm saying. It's gonna be a lot of jobs
I'm
open
saying
up there.
he didn't have to have Rex didn't have to have a elite quarterback. He just needed a middle of the road solid quarterback, and Cousins is exactly the quarterback that Rex Ryan would need.
All Rex Ryan really needed was a game managing quarterback. He didn't need a multiplier. He
Right.
just needed a game manager. As long as you don't put a ball in harm's way, I can count on for like 1 to 2 touchdowns per game. That's all I need from you. If you give me somewhere between 28 to like 32 touchdowns passing, I can get the rest of it done. Just don't turn the ball.
But why is it though that he gets the smoke that he gets though? That's what I don't ever understand. Because if I'm not mistaken, Todd, if you're still in the comments, please correct me if I'm wrong. Toddy just said the other day he don't want Rex a clown. I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
It's the off the field stuff.
Off the field.
He is kind. He talk a lot. And he
Oh
he
yeah.
And he had
when he had his wife's feet, when he was sniffing his wife's feet and all that type of stuff. Now,
But
you know,
that was where he come from. Let's
hell no.
Old school.
Hey, Tidy, come on in here. Come on in here, Tidy. I knew. Come on in, Tidy, so you can defend yourself.
Let's Ryan from the old school coaching.
Just the other day, that's a clown. You said there was a coach. People be saying his name. You were like, hell no, he a clown. It was just the other day.
The old school. So he don't care what he put out.
Is his brother still alive?
I think so.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Is Ryan still
I ain't heard him alive.
Don't be surprised if Rex Ryan get a job. Don't be surprised if Rex Ryan get a head coaching job. He's going to take his brother with him.
Well, see, that's why I asked. That's why I asked.
That's why I asked. That's what he's supposed to do.
His brother's still alive.
Okay.
So,
that's why I asked.
Don't be surprised if
see,
that
look. His brother dropped off the face of the earth. I ain't heard nothing from him.
Well,
I barely saw Rex Ryan.
John,
his brother,
Rex not
the bounty
no
gate
more.
from the Saints.
His brother not good enough to be on TV, so he can't be on TV with Rex. He just sitting back.
His brother was a bad coach.
His money.
With
his brother was a bad coach.
When he get broke, he gonna call Rex for a coaching job, and Rex will give him a coaching job, and he'll get back to spending his money and eating cookies again.
That nepotism get a lot of people in trouble, man. That's the same thing that got Belichick in trouble. Nepotism, like you putting people who are unqualified in certain positions. When what's the name went to the Saints as a DC, and it looked ugly in New Orleans. Like it did.
Yeah, Keely, I'm with you. Yeah, I wouldn't hire his brother as a DC. I just hire him as a position coach because he's not a good DC.
Well, wait a minute now. Didn't they have a good defense under his brother?
His brother was
right? If Rex is the head coach, he's a good. He's gonna have him. He's gonna have him coordinate the defense anyway. He's gonna have him coordinate the defense anyway, so it wouldn't really matter. See what I'm saying?
Right. You put like this, John. Look like this. If Rex in charge of the team, it really don't matter what position his brother do because the defense is gonna be good anyway. But if you put Rex brother, let's say on a team by himself with Sean Payton in his ear every 5 minutes, he gonna fail right there.
Right.
Yeah.
He was horrible in New Orleans because he had Sean Payton yapping in his damn ear every 2 damn seconds. Like, damn, man, when you get out my ear, I'm trying to coach the defense. And defense eventually just failed. Now I'm talking about his brother. I'm talking about Rex's brother. Now, Rex would told Sean Payton to shut
Rob Ryan. Yeah, that was his name.
Yeah. Rob Ryan. Yeah, he can't coach. He can't be a defensive coordinator without Rex by his side. I'm saying on
Man,
those
see,
teams.
y'all shouldn't have even brought that man name up. I can't get
But-
this. I can't get this picture of his wife's foot out of my damn mind.
But John, that was going around. That they finna talk to Rex Ryan again.
Well, hold up, Chief. Whose son? Rob or Rex?
Rex's son.
So
Rex
his
is
last
son.
year in New
Rex
Orleans,
son
they were
Winston?
dead last in the league.
Yeah, that was.
Rob Ryan, the Saints defense was dead last. They were giving up 30 a game.
But
I
the
know.
Jets,
He could go, cause Sean was yapping in his ear in 2 seconds. Couldn't do his job.
John, can I ask you a question? There's a slight pivot.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Go ahead.
I posted this in the in the eye test like a week a week and a half ago, maybe by now. And another time I had a spirited debate with somebody that I was just like, yeah, I can't have this conversation with idiots. So I had posted, and I wanted you guys' opinion. Who is, since we're on college, and we've been on college for a while, who is the greatest college team ever constructed, in your opinion?
Football.
2001 Hurricane.
do you go by
Like Keely, I don't even think that is a question. Like that team.
Coach, do you go by errors or do you go by
doesn't matter.
Yes,
Period.
2001 Hurricanes are the greatest college team I've ever
right
seen.
all time?
All time.
All time.
All
Yeah.
time.
The
Bruh.
Miami Hurricanes. All time.
Exactly. That year they put 17 people in the first round. Think about that, fellas. Out of 32 teams, 17 from one team went in the first round.
Yeah. Willis
You said the
McGahee,
01 Hurricane?
The 01 Hurricane.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson. He would have won the
Frank
league.
Gore. You had Frank Gore. You had Willis McGahee. You had
Andre Johnson,
Andre Johnson,
Clem
Ed
Portis,
Reed,
Frank
John
Gore.
Taylor. Yep, Frank Gore. Like, then someone's like, oh, Frank Gore and Frank Gore and who was the other one?
Yeah, Jeremy
they rolled the
Shockey,
bench.
Ed
I'm like,
Reed.
bro, how he ride the bench and he still had over 600 yards rushing that year. One had Willis McGahee, he had over 1,000. Frank Gore had over 600, and I forgot who the third one was.
What's going on, Ray, man? We appreciate the Ray early too. Hey, John, can you drive the link again for him?
Yes, I'm doing that.
So I got the roster in front of me.
What was the third? What was the third? It was two freshman running backs: Frank Gore, Willis McGahee. Willis McGahee was a senior, I believe.
You had
Who was the
Jared
third?
Payton. Yeah, Jared Payton,
Clint
Frank
Portis.
Gore, Clem Portis, and
Clint Portis.
Willis McGahee.
And Clint Portis had 500. Frank Gore had over 600 yards. Clint Portis had over 500 yards, and Willis McGahee had over 1,000 yards. Like, what are you talking about?
It was squad,
No.
man.
But
That's
to go back to some people don't know football, coach.
Bro, your two safeties were Sean Taylor and Ed Reed.
Ed Reed. You see what I'm saying? Like, bro, that was the greatest team ever put together.
not moving the ball on them,
They were beating. I think Keely. If you looking at it, if I'm not mistaken, I believe they were averaging. They were beating teams by average. I believe it was 30 points.
What was the
They beat
linebacker?
Washington.
Yeah, I hate
Hold on, they
If I'm
beat Washington.
correct.
They put
Yeah,
eight.
Antrell Roll, and who was the other? Sam, was it Sam Madison? The other corner?
Hold on. Philip Buchanan.
Philip Buchanan. What was the linebacker?
They had Kelly. DJ Williams was your sophomore linebacker. Bro, this squad is crazy, bro. Jonathan Vilma.
Yeah, he was on that squad.
You got Vince Wilfork in the middle, bro.
Well, I forgot about Vince. Yeah.
Big Phil.
And this dude had a nerve that we were arguing about because he said that the Joe Burrow team would have beat them. Who was it? It was Joe Burrow.
I'd
Who was
He
say
on his
talking about
team?
Joe Burrow, Jamar
Russell
Chase,
Wilson.
Justin Jefferson,
Yeah,
Thomas
I'm
Hyde,
like,
was it Hyde Collier? That's what they used to be with
Yeah,
Kansas
Clyde,
City.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Pierre Calera or whatever
Grant
the hell
Dale
that
Pitt,
is.
Derek Stingley.
Bro, that Miami team had the secondary to deal with LSU, bro.
I was about to say
Yeah.
you got to get the ball off. Who gonna stop Vilma from
Don't get
back
me
there?
wrong. Now, Joe Burrow had the greatest college season personally ever. He didn't have that, but team wide, overall, my roster against your roster, that Miami squad is the best constructed, recruited college team ever.
You're saying Burrow had the best passing season?
Yeah, as a quarterback, overall season for a college player, Burrow had the best season.
You sure?
Who
Because
was
I forgot
At the
what
time
season
it
it
was.
was.
At the
I
time it
don't
was.
know. This one of them seasons where Tebow scored like damn near 80 touchdowns. I'm trying to think what year it was.
Nah, Tebow scored 20. He scored like 25 rushing and 25 passing. Joe Burrow threw what?
like 50 something?
48 touchdowns, I think, or something like that. But
And
yeah.
had like
When he did that, he said in the bowl that he
They
had.
not beating that. They not beating that 2001 Hurricanes though.
no, because if all that fell to Miami, they're gonna run the ball on. They just take Burrow out of the field and just run the ball on.
And those tones that you heard there a few minutes ago in the lower end of the bass clef register were from Mr. Larry Dixon from the Dixon Way, who raided us earlier and is now in the city surveying the ruins that he left from the raid. We appreciated that, Larry.
I thought
Really
that was
did.
Barry White.
Yeah, the Hawks got
Happy
their
New Year,
backs
bro.
blown out. So I figured
Yeah,
I'd come over here and voice my
We need a
frustration
symbol.
about
Happy New Year, Coach
Raheem.
Larry.
What y'all talking about? Y'all talking about greatest college team
all time.
Yeah, I was just asking the fellas because I was going back and
I
forth
know
with
it
this
wasn't
guy.
the Texas Longhorn State. I know it that much. Who almost
Oh,
say
so,
it
you're
was
right.
Arizona State.
So you want to start off 2025 like that?
Yeah, I mean we ate two. What's those big tomahawks? Yeah, the Falcons
Winston,
ate
you're
two.
right.
I mean the Bulldogs ate two tomahawks. You know what I'm saying? They cut that bull up and ate two tomahawks. You ever ate a
No, you
tomahawk?
didn't. No, you didn't because you were so scared of him. You banned him out the arena.
Yeah, because we had to cook him up. Had to get our tomahawks. What are you talking about?
Anyway, I was arguing with somebody. Because he was trying to tell me that the 2001 Hurricanes wasn't the greatest team ever construct. I think it's the greatest team in football history, pro, college, whatever. Greatest team ever put together.
All right.
And he tried.
No.
And he tried to say it was that Joe Burrow team. So that's what I was asking.
Now, all right. I got a comment. I got a comment up, but I want to put this one up. You see what Tide is saying?
Toddy wrong though.
Bruh. Toddy been drinking tonight. That's
Come
what that
on
is.
up and defend yourself, man. Come on, I told you, Tide.
The reason Miami was dominant on both sides of the ball. Like
that Miami team was pretty solid.
Yeah, that like
on both sides of the ball. Yeah,
offensively,
the weakness was the quarterback.
Because
what you doing?
Ken Dorsey, who's the weakest link?
How you keep Burrow out the field? You run the ball. You have McGahee, Gore, and Porter. Just run the ball and keep Burrow out the field.
You got Jeremy Shockey. You got Andre Johnson.
Let me say this. When it comes down to it, That 2001 team was the greatest. And if they
Oh
would
yeah.
have faced if they would face LSU today, they can run and throw on the LSU secondary from 2019. If you look at that Bama LSU game in 2019, we put a 40 on them, and they supposed to have the greatest team overall in 2019, and we put a 40 something on them. That Miami team was skull drug that 2019 LSU team.
Guys,
I
I
don't
don't
I don't
think
know
Man,
I
in
don't
son.
know
the
what you
first
mean by that,
championship the
Scotty.
Bulldogs have beat that Miami team personally.
See, the
I
thing
don't
about
know
the
I don't know
LSU
That's
what
the
you
team
best
mean
is
by that,
defense
Scotty.
in college
But
football history.
what you
What
say?
you say? What you say, Larry?
I think Stetson Bennett first championship, they would have beat that Miami team.
nah.
That's bias talking, bro. Ain't no way.
Of
That,
course, it's biased talking.
you
But
got
the thing about the
Nah,
LSU
you know
team,
my defense, man.
the
That
thing
defense
about the
off the
LSU
chain.
team, it was really driven by three players. You had a number one draft pick at quarterback, and you had arguably the two best wide receivers, two first round pick wide receivers.
and the best team
Tonio,
wide receiver in the league right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it was three players that drove that LSU team. Three players. Now you're comparing this, like, I think the one thing LSU is good at, you're running into two generational safeties in Ed Reed and Sean Taylor and their secretary. Like, bro, like the one thing you're good at, and then you got Vince Wilfork in the middle.
Coming at you, right?
Like the one thing LSU is good at, you're throwing into two of the greatest safeties ever. The one thing you're good at, you're throwing to two of the greatest safeties ever.
And if I'm not mistaken, if you know someone can look it up. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, they were beating teams by an average of 30 points that year.
Bro, they
Like,
beat
what are we?
number 11 ranked Washington team. They put 60 on them, bro. Like they beat Washington that year 65-7. They beat Syracuse 59-0. Like they beat Rutgers 61-0. Penn State 33-7. I'm sitting here looking at it like
It's disgusting.
it's disgusting, bro.
Now
Like
who was the coach? Coker?
Man, yeah, I think I'm sick.
Yeah. Who's the coach? Larry Coker?
Larry Coker.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Tonio,
Miami team. Larry Coker.
hey, Tonio, we're gonna get back to your question.
Bro, you got Kellen Winslow and Jeremy Shockey at
We're gonna get back to your question a little bit later.
You got
go ahead.
I forgot about Winslow.
You got Kellen Winslow and Jeremy Shockey at tight end. You have Andre Johnson. Bro, come on, bro. Like, and then you
still had Ken Dorsey as the quarterback.
And all he had to do was hand the ball off.
You got Frank Gore. But you were just talking about all the offensive weapons on the outside. But yeah, I agree. Hand the ball off to Gore.
Yeah, Frank Gore.
No, he wasn't even the lead.
You got Frank Gore. You got Clint Portis.
Oh my God, man!
You got Frank Gore. You have Clint Portis, and you have.
It's not happening, bro. It's not.
Frank Gore, Clint Portis.
That's a good hypothetical, though.
And Willis McGahee. Willis
McGahee had over 1,000 yards. Clinton Portis had 500 yards, if I'm not mistaken, and Frank Gore had 600 yards. Like, what are we talking about? Like, and then you still had him throwing dimes to Andre and Jeremy Shockey.
Andre was a monster, man.
Andre might be right. Our defense, that first championship, you got a sorry quarterback like Dorsey, man.
Stop.
Hey, what in the world, bro?
But that's the thing about it. Dorsey was insulated.
What was y'all gonna do on offense?
What are y'all gonna do on offense?
Run the ball on you. That's exactly what they're gonna do on offense.
Run the ball on you.
No, you weren't running on that Georgia team, bro.
You weren't running on Miami. Yeah.
You're not running or throwing on Miami. That's the whole thing. You're not running or throwing on Miami.
Hold up, did y'all face? I don't even know if they faced a mobile quarterback that year.
Somebody gonna have to give up something. We not gonna blink though.
That's
Bro,
a good
I refuse to.
hypothetical. Why don't y'all
Stetson
go on?
Bennett ain't doing
Why don't
nothing to
y'all
that
go on
Miami
college?
defense.
What's that?
That's a
College
good point.
225? Yeah, go on college 25. Y'all play it
Ken
out. And
Dorsey,
let me know what happens.
Ken Dorsey ain't doing nothing against that Georgia defense though.
I know one of y'all got that game. Go ahead and simulate
And
that.
y'all tripping, bro. Y'all are tripping.
Keely now. Be honest, Keely. Quarterbacks like Ken Dorsey, we will feast on his ass. We will feast on quarterbacks.
Ken Dorsey is insulated the same reason Jake Fromm was insulated when Kirby took him to the championship the first time, because you're running the ball so much that everything is open. Like, that's the thing with Miami. Like, Ken Dorsey has, after you finish handing the ball off to Frank Gore and Clinton Portis and everybody else, Andre Johnson is 1-on-1. Like, Jeremy Shockey is 1-on-1 in the middle of the field. Like, it's insulated. It's the same thing with Jake Fromm, when all we did was run for 300 yards every game, just hand it off to Nick Chubb and Sonny Michel and
it's the same thing we try to do with Desmond Ritter. It's the exact same thing. We try to run the air out of the ball and throw as minimal as possible.
Yeah, Desmond Kirk. What'd you say, Desmond Kirk? What'd you say?
Ritter.
Kurt Ritter?
And
Kurt Ritter.
It'll be a 10-10 tie.
And look, and even what y'all saying about Ken Dorsey, he still had 2,600 yards that year with 23 touchdowns. Like, on every aspect of that team was damn near perfect.
Okay, that's cool. As long as it wasn't the Longhorns. I mean, you got
Ooh. I mean, hey, bro, you keep throwing them shots. You better hope you win tomorrow.
I'm just saying, man, every time you come on my stream and trolling the dogs, we won. So, I mean, keep it up.
You right.
You pop your head in there and say something about hook 'em horns. We hooked them on the fork and ate them.
As great as that UGA defense was, there is pale in comparison to that 2001 Miami Hurricanes defense. Like, it's not even close to that Hurricanes defense.
Yeah, I don't think that
Wisty, you butt
young
out. We ain't talking about no
Texas team
DuckTales
couldn't
now.
beat that Miami team.
Hey, look, we'll be talking about Georgia a couple months.
Just off the secondary alone, that secondary alone with Sean Taylor and Ed Reed, Georgia has nothing comparable to that. Vince Wilfork at defensive tackle, there's nothing on that UGA defense comparable to that.
I'm talking about Vince Young team. I'm off that.
No, I answered it for you. Absolutely not. We would have got skull F by the Miami Hurricanes.
I agree.
Yeah,
I just wanted you to say it.
Yeah, but see, I
don't even think that Texas defense is
biased, bro.
I don't think that Texas team is probably even top 10. Like,
I don't either. Actually, I don't either.
It's like two Alabama Nick Saban teams I put over there.
It ain't no Texas team that's in the top 10.
Why my team catching all the smoke today and we won? My team didn't lose today.
Miami, you had to go. Miami is like 2 Saban. Yeah, 2 Saban squad.
Don't worry, James been giving.
You got Linus USC with Reggie Bush.
But that's the thing. That's the team that probably one of the best USC teams is the team that lost to Texas.
Texas, yeah.
The best USC team lost on Texas.
Yeah,
so I don't put them up there.
But it's like 2 of those Saban
2009 Alabama and the 2012-2013 Alabama team.
Or the one they won the back-to-back.
The year before USC played us was their best year.
Yeah, so I can't put USC up there if I'm not gonna put the Longhorns with Young up there.
The year before is when they really showed out. Is when they won the whole thing. If I'm not mistaken. The next year is when they played us and then lost.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach,
I'm not
you see that
team. I'm not putting that team in there because they was a vet team after that. They won it and lost to Vince Young. No, I'm not putting that team in there.
You see that, don't you, Coach? See that down
Yeah,
there?
but what I'm saying, y'all see that retardedness. What I'm saying, Larry, is that was the next year.
I
The
knew
year
you gonna say
before,
that.
the year before that, the same team won the whole thing, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they did. They was trying to go for a 2-peat.
Right,
That
right.
is either top 10 or it's French top 10. Like I wouldn't put it lower than like 12. Soon as
The
that,
team was all offense, man. I don't know.
But to
if you go along that route, like that what is it? The 19 LSU squad. Like, would you have them in the top 10? Well, Burrow,
Joe
Jetta,
Burrow team? No, I wouldn't have Joe Burrow's team in the top 10 all-time college teams. Hell no.
I mean, you have to.
You have to
Joe
just
Burrow
off of how
team should not
prolific the
even be
offense was.
compared with any team. That was just one hot streak. You know what I'm saying? All offense. The defense was decent, but no, I'm not putting that LSU team up there as an all-time great team. Hell no.
to bring John into the conversation, what do you think about the 83 Auburn? You know who was on that team, right? Bo Jackson, yes sir. Yeah, 83 Auburn.
Who else was on the team?
I'll tell y'all who's a really underrated team.
I don't remember Red. I was a year old.
Cam championship team was underrated as F.
Who?
That team, defensive and offensive. No one could stop Cam that year. Cam just won what the he won.
Cam
he won the championship in the lower leagues and came up won the championship there. They had a top it was top 5, top 3 defense that year. They didn't have no names. I'm just saying how tough they were.
That was Auburn too, right?
Think like that's why I think Miami is the best team because their defense was just as good as their offense. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think that I think 2001 Miami team is probably the best team.
Yeah.
I think that Gators team where Tebow had when Tebow had went stupid that year, and you had with Percy Harvin, you had all that talent. You had Aaron Hernandez. It was a stacked team. I think he had 30 touchdowns, both rushing and passing that year.
John, man, you shooting shots, man.
That team was tough. But I would take a Spurrier team. I would take a Spurrier team over that team.
John, you shooting shots. Man, I thought we were better than this, bro. We were better than this.
You shooting shots at your own host mate.
I would take one of Spurrier teams over that. I think the Spurrier teams was better offensively.
What y'all laughing
Tebow
at
was probably the best college quarterback.
Full of truck. Shut up and come up.
You know.
I'm sorry, I hit something.
The duck didn't pull the truck today.
I'm sorry, I hit something.
He couldn't get out of park today.
John.
But those Tebow teams were tough.
Full of big wheel today.
But those Steve Spurrier they were great defensively and offensively. I said the Steve Spurrier teams were great defensively and offensively. Like those teams right there, they were better than the Tebow teams. But the Tebow teams weren't really great on defense. Because Tebow was, carrying on their back.
I'm trying to think. They had some talent. I'm trying to think.
No, they had some talent, but I'm just saying, overall,
they lost. They didn't win
the championship losing 2 games. I had to go back and look it up. I thought they lost.
They lost. They lost the first year. The first year they lost, and then I think it was his senior year. They won
his sophomore year and his senior year. Yeah, they won his sophomore year and senior year.
Tebow got 2 rings, so I'm trying to think. I think the year he went crazy is the year he lost.
All time. Period.
That was I want to say
that was sleep, so I never said that.
So he won his freshman year, Tebow, but that was Chris Leak year. And then he won in 2008. That was the year he had 30 touchdowns passing, and
he had 20 rushing.
So in 2007, that was the year he had 23 rushing and 32 passing.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, that's a monster season, guys. 50 touchdowns accounted for. Yeah, I don't think Joe Burrow team is beating that team. Like, who said Joe Burrow team
and got in the pros and couldn't throw up if he had a stomach?
I would take Cam Reddish team. I mean, Cam Newton team over that.
Oh no,
Larry, how did you almost say Cam Reddish, Larry?
I don't know. I apologize.
Grief.
Sitting there thinking Hawk
because of Hawk back on.
What y'all do?
I know we got skull drugged, but good grief, man!
Hold on, who y'all played? Who y'all played tonight?
Denver.
Oh, we got whooped by Denver. No Jalen Johnson, no Hope. Same thing that happened last time. No Bogey, no Jalen Johnson. We got whooped the exact same way.
Hey, Larry. Now somebody was saying, excuse me. Go ahead, Winston. I'm sorry.
No, I was just asking what was the score.
Too much. 139 to 120. They gave up 240 points.
Damn, that's over 100 points. Good God.
Well, I mean,
50. My bad.
Hold up, Larry. Was Jalen Johnson really hurt? Because see, I'm seeing.
Yeah, he's hurt. Yeah, he got a sore shoulder. He's hurt.
Okay, because I was seeing comments from one. Did you go in the We Talk Hawks tonight?
No, I didn't. I just I still had y'all stream up while I was
okay. Yeah, well, I know Juan was crying about the fact that he wasn't impressed that Jalen Johnson was really hurt. And I remember seeing something about a shoulder and he was going to be questionable, but I didn't know that shoulder was the thing that kept him out. I thought it was something a little worse.
This the first time y'all played Denver this year?
No, we played Denver last time without Jalen Johnson and Bogdan Bogdanovic and had the same result. Here's what it is. If your second best player is missing,
they swept.
We're gonna get mollywopped by the Joker.
But hey, we ain't gotta play them to get to the playoffs. I mean, in the East playoffs, so it don't matter.
Yeah, it don't matter, man. That's a Western Conference.
I was just saying, like, do y'all play them again in the regular season?
No, that's it.
That's it.
2 times. Already got a butt.
They swept us. They swept us, Winston.
Yeah.
On to the next game. Only reason it sucked because Orlando lost. If we would have won, we would have been in 4th position. We would have been in the 4th spot if we would have won. So that's
okay. Now I want to go back.
This is what they play. That's what they play the next game. You see who I'm pointing to?
You ought to know.
The Lakers won't get back because we beat them here in Atlanta. So
yeah,
Atlanta usually beat one of those teams. Either they beat the Lakers or they beat the Clippers. They usually split coming here. So
Lakers about to skin that up. Don't worry about that.
Oh, there.
Winston. I want to ask you about
what happened. Depends on what happened tomorrow in the Portland game because we play Portland tomorrow. If they lose to Portland, then they'll probably beat the Hawks.
Yeah.
Now I want to go back.
Hold on, Larry. It depends on who all playing too. I hope Jalen gonna be playing Friday, so we need him for the Lakers.
Probably he's gonna play against LeBron. That's why he rested this night. Winston, I need to ask you about since you went to the Falcon game. I want to ask your perspective on how things went down. Were you screaming about the timeout in time, or did you think about it after the game?
As soon as the play happened. So, like,
all right. No, I'm talking about in the first half. Damn at the end of the game. Because I think the first half, I think that we played scared and played for the field goal on both occasions.
Yeah, so all right. When at the end of the first half and we got the shot play, the very first thing I did, I was sitting beside Miss Whitehead of the Rise Up tour. Me and her were sitting beside each other. Jabri was around the corner. Archangel, he was around the corner from me. Like he was right behind the uprights.
Okay.
All right. So we get the shot play. I'm yelling, timeout, 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 timeout. Mind you, now there's a Washington fan. Was two Washington fans beside me, like a whole row on the other side of Miss Whitehead. But like, dude, that was sitting beside Miss Whitehead, like he was cool. You know what I'm saying? Washington fan, but like he's cool.
Yeah.
So he was in the shooting shit the entire game. And I'm like, time out, time out, time out. And he started yelling, like, time out. Like, why y'all not calling time out? And I'm sitting there looking, and I'm like, all right. All this time to run out the clock. All right, I see what's going on. Like, right now, Raheem is settling. Raheem is settling for just being up.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to run up the score.
Instead of trying to kill him.
Yep.
The thing about a football game or any sporting event, it's a game of runs. It's a game of runs. It's a game of momentum. When you have momentum, you try to take full advantage of it and run and distance yourself as far as possible. Why? Because that momentum is going to switch. I mean, it's inevitable. It's going to switch. It may happen for a short period of time. It may happen for a long period of time. But it's going to switch.
Yeah.
So what you do is when you have control of it, you push the pace so far that they're playing catch up the entire time. And now they're playing catch up against the clock instead of playing catch up against you. And when he sat there and settled, for, all right, well, we going in with a 10-point lead. This is Michael Penix's second start. We're on the road, 10-point lead. That's comfortable. No,
I feel you, man. I felt like he coached scared in both halves.
You can see it.
It was definitely incompetence to the highest degree. I'm glad he jumped on the sword after we got back in Atlanta and Mark Zeno grilled him. But to be honest, we've seen Raheem be arrogant towards the media several times this year. It started off in preseason. They said, well, why did you take out Michael Penix on that early? Or are we going to see Kirk Cousins? No, we're not going to see my starters. My start, as long as I'm a coach at Atlanta Falcons, my starters will never play in the preseason because it's more about rest and being healthy for the regular season than getting reps in the regular season. Even though Kirk Cousins was begging for reps in the preseason. So again, we saw the arrogance of Coach Raheem prior to, but everybody liked the soundbite. Everything was kumbaya. We started beating on this bum ass division. His stats got inflated because we beating on this bum ass division.
October happened.
And then once we started playing the rest of the league, he came back down to earth. And then you got insiders saying now that Kurt been washed. They basically saying what I'm seeing. He been washed and everything was inflated because we played against the worst division in the NFL in the middle half of the season.
What happened when November came, Winston?
No nut November, a no touchdown November. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah,
so
I thought all that damn October shit.
But here's my thing to that, Larry.
Yeah,
you know, I came on. I've been on. I think on your after game report once before. Yeah. It said this to you, and everybody in here know I've been screaming this since like week 3, week 4. To me, the timeouts, like everyone is so upset with him because of the timeouts, which is understandable. But here's my pushback to that. Where you're seeing or finally being upset with him when everyone should have been upset with him months ago. When I'm screaming that every game that there's no adjustments. You trot out this defense week after week after week. You don't change a single thing and they're getting drugged up and down the field week after week after week after week. You go and play in Seattle, your team looks completely unprepared and
Well, we
just
were at
gets.
home actually. We was at home. Seattle came to us, which makes
Oh,
it
okay.
worse. Yeah.
Okay.
Which makes it worse.
Yeah, but you play Seattle, you get completely washed. Like the team looks unprepared. You said you've been out coached more than once. Like to me, I'm not really. Yeah, the timeout is egregious. It is what it is. But to me, those games earlier in the year that we should have won had we had a competent coach, to me, those speak way more volumes, as well as the fact that the Washington Commanders is one of the worst run defenses in the league, and you come out and this is what we was arguing about too last night, which is utterly stupid. You come out and have the ball. The first time you get the ball, you're up 3 points and you do 3 straight passes instead of run. Like it is, to me, it is so much more than just the timeouts. He's not going nowhere. He's going to be here for 3 years. We might as well get used to it. We're going to be middle of the pack all 3 years. But to me, that his incompetence previously in the year, it was enough to fire him a long time ago, in my opinion.
Okay,
Look,
Coach. Let me answer.
just
Let
for
me
context,
answer that.
let
I
me drop a
know what you're saying, but until I get the view from the top of the Peachtree on Weston, I couldn't see it. But now I just found out that, was it last week or the week before, is the first time that he went in a defensive meeting the entire freaking year. That's the incompetence. Because he's not even being a coach on the side that he coached. That's the utter incompetence. There's no defense for Raheem Morris. The only reason he's going to keep his job is because he's that first year coach and Arthur Smith got 3 years. That is the only reason.
The
Because
only
when
reason
you are
why he's
up
really gonna keep
3
his job is
games,
because he got
hold
Mike.
on. When you're up 3 games and all you did was beat your division, you have not been present in meetings. But yet, we're getting out coached, and you're saying we're going to do this and that and the other. You don't have nothing to do with it. You're literally there. They can put Arthur Blank right there on the sideline, put their headphones on him. But that's what you were doing. You was not a coach. You weren't. If you
Blank would've
sat
called
there for the
timeout.
majority of the season and preseason, okay, he wants to be a CEO. I know he said that in his presser. But when Ish was hitting the fan and the defense wasn't doing something, now you want to be in the defensive meetings. It seemed like I don't want to say that Jerry Gray doing this, that, and the other. All I can say is players going around him when they getting sacks or whatever. When they started turning things around, they huddle around him, and they patting Jerry Gray on the back. So only thing I can assume is that he's more part of the defense now. How much, I don't know. But what I do know is my coach just went into the damn meetings, which is freaking ridiculous. Which is absolutely ridiculous as a defensive coach, that you ain't been in no defensive meetings, especially when we only had 10 sacks in the season and you still wasn't going in there trying to figure out what we doing. Defend that. Somebody defend that.
That is totally indefensible. That's totally indefensible. Because,
but again, like I said, it breeds incompetence. And like I don't understand how and I get you, Larry. I understand what you're saying, but my thing is, I don't see what took y'all so long to see this. Like it was staring us in the face back in week 4, week 5. Like
Staring us in the face in the preseason, actually.
Well, yeah, that too.
I admit, I didn't want to see it.
When
I
we
see it
getting
now.
penalty
He's
after
incompetent,
penalty
bro.
after penalty after penalty, our defense looking trash. They stand to him on the sideline. He's standing there with a smile on his face, chewing gum. Like,
The
bro,
timeouts was just the last straw for me.
I think everyone's expectation is that he's gonna learn on the job and he's gonna become a better coach. But
everybody's sitting there looking at him like he's a first-year head coach.
but
He's
he's
not.
He's in the league for 13
Not. This
years,
is
bro.
third.
he was a
Ain't
head
no
coach for
excuse, man.
Tampa.
He's just
He was a
incompetent.
head coach for Tampa.
This is the third time being a head coach, though. Like
He's incompetent, bro. He is not a head coach. He's a nice
he's a
guy that
better
everybody likes
coordinator
around the
than a
league.
head coach.
He's a freaking assistant, bro.
He's
That's
a
all
better
he will be.
coordinator than a head coach.
Well,
Same thing with Arthur Smith.
He's an
He's a
assistant.
better coordinator
He's
than
not
a
a
head
defensive
coach.
coordinator. He's an assistant.
But
He's a
now
defensive coordinator when they got the best defender
this goes
of their
back to
generation,
Arthur
Aaron
Blank, though.
Gordon.
This
Aaron
goes back to Arthur
Donald.
Blank. Arthur Blank continually to put we've seen him time after time, started with Jim Mora, he continually to put people who have no experience in positions in which you probably need some experience. He's hoping to get the next hot shot guy who can become when you've been losing for 7-8 years, this is not the time to go get someone to learn on the job. This is when you've been losing for 7 years. That's when you say, you know what? I need someone who can correct the ship at this point, someone who's a proven entity at this point. And that's where it falls back on management, because we continually watch Arthur Blank hire guys who's never done the job before and expect success. At some point, you have to bring in someone who has some experience. And that's where this falls back.
That's why we should have went with Bill Belichick. Like when
see,
you have the opportunity to get the second most winningest coach in NFL history right there at your doorstep. You sat there and was on a job with this man for 2 days, and you had the stamp of approval, and then you decided to bring your brain trust in. They didn't want to leave power, and they override you. And now we're in
Heidi
a
can give them
situation
2
like
years.
that.
So, and this to me, that comment right, that's the Desmond Ridder comment, right? I saw 4 games of Desmond Ridder, and I said, okay, he's not an NFL starting quarterback.
That's what I'm saying. Well, how much
That's
do you
the
do?
comment.
That's why I find it funny that
people want to give.
Okay,
people need more evidence
after
to see if they
Keely
can
talks.
improve.
I need to say something.
It's the same argument, because, and I get
it
John
is.
believes in Ridder, but it's the same thing. I have seen. Look, I've seen enough for me to believe that Raheem is a better coordinator than a coach. I feel like I don't need 3 more years of my life wasted just to confirm what I've already seen in one season. It's the same thing.
I said the same thing.
I'm surprised that Heidi said that.
I think
because he was on board with Ridder, like Ridder wasn't it as soon as he saw him.
Well,
so I'm
Larry,
surprised that
I don't think what Heidi is saying is his wishes that he said, because I think we all right now think Raheem is a moron. What he's saying is realistically, Arthur Blank just not gonna fire him after.
No.
Y'all know that.
We're not disputing that. I am not disputing that. Realistically, I get it. That if you want candidates to continue to come to the Falcons organization, then you can't fire everybody mid-season or after this and that.
Right. However, he's gonna be here at least 3 years.
However, at some point there's a line where you have to say, all right, you owe something to your fan base as well, right? So you can play the business or you can do what's best. Like, are you trying to win at some point? Because are you trying to do business and make this a space that's attractive to coaches, or are you trying to win? Where is the impetus here? Like, what is the highest priority?
Right now,
and then even with Heidi coming right there, Vegas told us this and that. Vegas, he's correct. However, I don't need. I can still see that I have a bad head coach, regardless of what the result comes to. If we
Exactly.
fall into 11 games or we earned 11 games, I can still see my offensive coordinator subpar. I can still see my defensive coordinator subpar. So even if we ended up where we were projected to land, I can still physically see with my eyes that my defensive coordinator is not a good coordinator. That doesn't mean he can't improve in the future. And again, here's again more excuses.
I'm doing like Red.
No matter what, we could still.
Now, the Atlanta
We could have
Falcons
won.
are battling the Dallas Cowboys for being the greatest entertainment franchise in the
You don't get out of here. We ain't
We
no
landed.
entertainment.
Hold on.
No.
Last
Hold
year,
on.
we landed exactly where Vegas predicted us. However, I knew that Ritter was not a quarterback. It didn't matter
Yeah,
what Vegas
I
predicted us.
think most people figure that out.
Yeah,
See,
like I can still acknowledge that the quarterback play was still bad, even though Vegas predicted we landed exactly what Vegas predicted.
Like,
I mean, I said the same thing. You didn't even need this year. You've seen it. You've seen it when he became the interim head coach, and we lost 8 games. Like, what the fuck? He's trash.
Watch it. Now, look at Dallas. Dallas has a bunch of names on their roster, but they're not trying to actually go win. It's an entertainment thing. Now, Arthur Blank is running the Atlanta Falcons the exact same way. We have names on our roster. It's an entertainment thing. One of the hottest tickets in the NFL is watching Bijan run the ball, because you never know what's going to happen. It's highly exciting. It's box office. See what I'm saying? When we had Michael Vick, in all actuality, if Vick hadn't gotten into his trouble, we may have been able to win a Super Bowl with Vick. That's the only difference. But right now, it's an entertainment situation right now. That's what it is. It's about
ain't no Pro Bowlers on this. Ain't no Pro Bowlers on this team this year.
There's like 5 to 6 guys having Pro Bowl seasons.
Not this year. Did y'all see that list? Did y'all see that list?
Bijan is having a Pro Bowl worthy season.
No.
Bates
Did you see the list?
Oh,
did y'all see the list on position and where people rank?
I get it. People have to be voted. What I'm saying is, are they having a season worthy of a Pro Bowl? Bijan is having a season worthy of a Pro Bowl. London is having a season worthy of a Pro Bowl. Lindstrom is having a season worthy of a Pro Bowl. Bates is having a season worthy of a Pro Bowl.
Tell Tidy, drop the link for Tidy. Drop the link for Tidy.
Yeah, I don't know why he do that.
Tidy, I've been trying to get you in here, Tidy. Did he ask for the link?
No, I'm asking you to get him the link.
The point I'm making is,
I gave him the link when you had it, Larry.
Oh,
the point I'm making.
I've been trying to get Tidy to come on in here.
The point I'm making is that Bijan can't help that Saquon is having the greatest season ever. However, Bijan is still having a season worthy of a Pro Bowl. So
no,
exactly.
They're still having Pro Bowl season. It's just that Saquon went crazy. But
no. I understand. I understand that. I'm not saying. What I'm saying is that this year they're underrating all the Falcons players because of our no win in November.
Yeah,
I think if we would have
Lindstrom is still a Pro Bowl right guard. Like Lindstrom is still a Pro Bowl right guard.
Okay. What were you about to say, Larry? You go ahead, and I come after you, please.
I'll come after you, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know what Tidy is saying because we don't have any Pro Bowls, but check this out. Whose fault is that? That's Terry. But then people say, well, Terry and Raheem are a pair, so you got to give him at least 2 years with Ra. Where's the line of demarcation at? The line is what Keely was talking about. And our, our owner don't trust the process, always have to be the one to hire at least the coach or the GM. Now we know it's his money and stuff like that, but when you hire a team president and you do it the Rooney way, team president gonna do everything. You know what I'm saying? Rooney just gonna come in and sign checks. And Rooney might not even sign a check for that. You know what I'm saying? It might be the team president, but even still,
Red, stop that.
he's not interviewing the guy. He gonna come in and say, "Hey, these are my candidates. These are who I want. You want to meet them? Here, meet them." He's not sitting there and grilling them like Arthur Blank. Like this is Arthur Blank thing. He wants to be able to pick his own guy, and his picker is messed up. Just
no,
like
he don't.
named all those coaches. His picker is messed up. And
He don't
trust. If he don't trust any, like if he don't trust any team president
I'm done, man.
hire the GM, and the GM actually build the team, and Arthur just stay out of it. If we don't have a complete structure on how we're supposed to do, we're always going to fail, guys. We're always going to fail.
But he doesn't. He doesn't.
Okay. Now let me say this.
Oh man.
Circus Soleil.
Yeah, Red just couldn't. At any rate, like I've been saying for years, prior to this particular hire, the Atlanta Falcons have been run like a clown car. Anytime a team has 15 general managers, after Thomas Dimitrov, with no team president, a Rich McKay that's up in the owner's box, whispering in Arthur Blank's ear, and God knows what else he's doing. It's a mess.
Tyron Lannister, you mean? The hand.
Yeah.
The hand of Arthur Blank. That's what he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see,
good comparison there. That's a good comparison.
And my problem here is that, okay, your team president has been in his job for, Greg Beatles has been in his job for 2 years. Didn't even know he existed. Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith, they had the same power.
Yeah.
Okay. Arthur Smith didn't even have to talk to Terry Fontenot about what it was he wanted to do and the people he wanted to get. The only thing that Terry Fontenot, if he was involved, had to do was make the numbers work.
And there's bad organizational structure.
Yeah, and see that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Because see, no one was in charge. No one was in charge. Okay.
No, order
now, yeah, cause see, right now, the discussion that we had a long time ago, I remember the Waffle House well. And I'm just going to be repeating something that I said back then. It's the elevator theory. It's the elevator theory. Because see, the thing is, you can't hold no one person responsible because you don't know who did it. Now, I think Tidy had a show where some people were talking about, especially with Fields, about drafting Fields, where Arthur Smith couldn't stand it. He didn't like it. Okay, so he goes and gets a tight end, paid him the same amount of money that a starting quarterback in the NFL was going to get. Okay, because he was the number 4 overall pick. Stupidest thing I ever seen in my life. And there were people saying, no, they're not going to get no quarterback. There were people saying, we're not going to get no quarterback. Tidy, me, and anybody with any sense was saying, we were doubting it. I said, man, that's what you got to do. If you're starting over in a franchise, you got an aging quarterback, you got to get his replacement. This is a once in a blue moon opportunity for you to forge your own new path. But they didn't do it. So right now, we're in a situation where we're between a rock and a hard place. I myself personally I always give new head coaches and teams a year. I give them a year. I always do before I start putting the pressure on. From what I have seen from the offensive coordinator, what I've seen from the defensive coordinator, I'm really close to changing my mantra because I've seen total and complete incompetence. Whenever I can figure out what to do with a team versus people getting paid millions of dollars, and I've been in this position many times as an Atlanta Falcon fan. All right. When I see something that I can damn do to make the team better and you haven't thought of it and you getting paid all this money, oh, we got a serious problem as far as I'm concerned. Serious freaking problem. Because I will, and I have, drove up the Flowery Branch and just cussed at the building while they were in there.
Come on.
I've done that. I've cussed them on the field.
Like because you're waiting to be proven. You're like, and what you just said, you're saying you're waiting to be proven wrong. Like you see with your eyes, you have seen something that says this isn't good. I get you can give people as much rope as possible, whatever the case may be. But if you're seeing that the coordinator is a bad coordinator, you don't need a year to come to that conclusion. Like you can see it.
Hold up. What
let me answer what Tyler just said.
Oh my goodness.
He said get some legit talent in the roster, then let's reevaluate.
But that's not how you reevaluate coaches, though.
Watch this.
That's not how you evaluated Ritter.
Hold on. Watch this. Because, well, for one, with the Ritter situation, it did not take long to sit there and see he's not a functional starting quarterback in the NFL. Now,
it didn't take long coaches.
In this instance, with the Atlanta Falcons, you have a GM that missed on majority of all his draft picks. So how are you going to get the talent and the roster for the team when your GM sat there and messed up and saddled us with his Cousins contract, but is increasing a dead cap hit? We don't have the money or flexibility or the talent to draft talent. So what are we draft picks? We don't order picks. We don't have draft picks.
Only got 4 picks.
But that's not how you evaluate coaches anyway. Like you determine whether or not you got a good coach by what they do with the talent they got. Are they coaching the talent up? Like that's how you determine if you got a coach.
Right now, we don't have a good coach. Hold on, watch it. Right now was our best shot. Was our best shot to do something. Right now was our best shot to do something. Why? Because you brought in Kirk Cousins, right? All right. You just spent all that money in free agency last year to build defense. Year beforehand, you put more to it. Your draft picks are just starting to get on the field. JD Bertrand was out there for an alarming amount of snaps Sunday night, which I didn't understand, but that's neither here nor there. But what I'm saying is this: you have 4 draft picks and $38 million in dead cap if we cut Kirk Cousins. Where are you going with it? Like in all actuality, where are you going with it? What are you going to do with it? We're in the situation that we're praying for a maximum raise in the salary cap this year. We're praying for it because if not, we're against a rock and a hard place. That's where the Atlanta Falcons at. And it's amazing that we always stay between a rock and a hard place. Every time we have something decent going on, somebody do something dumb to put us back between a rock and a hard place. And then they sit there and wonder, as fans, we sit there and wonder, well, hell, I thought this team was going to be better. Why we just can't get over the hump? Well, this is exactly why. Because you have people that are incompetent in place making major decisions. You got a Terry Fontenot that said that everybody praised him for clearing the books and clearing up salary cap space. But in all that shit, it didn't matter which GM we got. It was going to naturally happen anyway. That was just going to happen.
Yep.
He just stepped in. It was the right place, right time situation for him. and he got praised for it. It's like Obama and Trump when COVID came along. Obama had already had a COVID plan, a pandemic plan in place. It happened. Trump just enacted it, and we got checked. So we praised Trump. No, like our cap was going to give relief regardless. There was nothing like there was no way for the cap not to be relieved. Fondo just stepped in. Then when Fondo
a history note on that, Winston. And this is as far in politics as I'm going to get. The COVID plan and the agency, Trump threw them away.
I know.
Didn't even follow it. He didn't even follow it. And by the way, Toddy Jones is in here now. So
let me say this before Toddy goes.
Let me finish my statement. So
yeah, go ahead, Wilson. I'm sorry.
When you have a situation where you have a GM that is basically a glorified accountant for the team, he does not know how to scout talent. For the most part, he don't. Don't get me wrong. Like his first round picks, for the most part, has been hidden. Kyle Pitts is serviceable. He's not who he should be, but he's serviceable. Drake, Bijan.
I kind of disagree with that, Winston, but keep cooking.
Anything beyond second round, he done cracked the bed. He has been able to get free agents, decent free agency players in here. Jesse Bates, Mike Hughes, he's serviceable. That's not a bad pickup. But overall, Richie Grant, Adi Ogundeji, like these are people that he drafted, and they are trash. That's waste. Like a lot of people don't really understand how far you to set the franchise back by missing out on so many draft picks. And now you're in a situation when you only have 4 draft picks. So somebody got to go for us to recoup a couple of more picks. This is what's fitting to happen this offseason. So don't be alarmed when you see a fan favorite get shipped out the door.
Yeah, Grady got to go.
It has to. Somebody got to go. For us to actually progress and get beyond this point, somebody that's a fan favorite has to go out the door. And it may be
Grady Jarrett's gone.
I think so too. I honestly think so too. I don't think it's going to be
last year, so that's good. But let me say this. I agree with some of your points, Winston. But I mean, the draft is luck of the draw. Like no one hits in the draft like that. If you get one or two,
the Lions just did it. The Lions just did it 2 seasons back to back.
You took for like 20 minutes, bro. Let me finish. If you get 1 or 2 good, if you get 2 to 3 good pieces out of the draft, that is a successful draft. As far as the money goes,
I don't agree with that.
Huh?
I don't agree with that, but keep on cooking, brother.
I mean, but statistically, he's right. Like you only land on average. Most teams only land on like 2 draft picks out of every draft.
If you pitch about 40 to 45% in the draft, that's a great draft. He's only hitting on like 10 to 15% of the draft.
Exactly.
That's a difference.
I'm not disagreeing, but I'm saying two coaches.
Thomas
point.
Dimitrov got more starters as draft picks.
I get it. To coach's point, most GMs only hit on like 2 picks out of every draft on average in the NFL. That's to coach's point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he hits 2 to 3 out of the draft, that's a good draft. And then now, as far as the money, I mean, me personally, I'm not so much worried about that because they're going to be able to finagle that. They're going to be able to split that up, and they'll be able to work around that. But
they can't split his money.
If he's still on the team, all right. If he's still on the team after May 16th, his $10 million cap hit for 2026 is guaranteed. So we will have to cut him by May 15th.
No.
What you would want to do is to get him gone and trade him out. If you trade him out, you can recoup some picks, and you still get a compensatory pick. So now you may be able to come up 2-3 picks. Now, if he still on the team after May 6th, 16th, which is actually the cutoff for a June 1st designation cut, then his $10 million that is supposed to be a guaranteed money for 2026 is guaranteed.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Do you mind if I finish? Is that okay with you, sir?
Yeah, I'm up out of here, guys.
He said no.
Peace.
Happy New Year's, brother. Thank you.
Happy New Year, guys.
Hey, Larry, before you get out here, shout out your socials, brother.
Oh, you going, Larry?
Before you go, shout out your socials so everybody can subscribe to you.
The Dixon Way on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Rumble, and Twitter. Doing live streams, trying to bring a different perspective to our community. So you don't want to listen to whack ass announcers on TV, especially for the Georgia Bulldog and Notre Dame game. I got a feeling they're gonna have some Notre Dame announcers. Just come on over to the Dixon Way at 4:00. Go Dogs!
All right, Larry. Appreciate you stopping by. Please tune into the Dixon Way and smash that like button whenever you see him pop up, because he needs algorithm.
That's
like
why
everybody.
I get sleepy. I talk like Barry White.
Yeah,
Larry.
You slow down. Hey, Larry, you slowed down like one of them reel-to-reel tape recorders.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you are getting sleepy.
Larry sound like Quiet Storm.
All right.
All right, fellas. Peace.
Okay. Now, Coach, you were gonna go, and then I want to let Tidy come on in, because I guess he got a lot of stuff to defend on this thing, and so it's equal time.
I just want to make sure it's okay with Sir Winston over there. Can I go, bruh?
Hey, John, man, mute his mic. Hey, Tyler,
I already muted it. He overriding the mute.
Can I go now, bruh? Is that okay with you, sir?
No, go ahead. Go.
Oh, no, but like I understand what y'all saying about the GM, but realistically, you 1 to 2, 2 to 3 hits in the draft is should be pretty good for a GM. You're not gonna hit everything. And then as far as the money, of course, they're going to, whatever they're going to do, they're going to do it before the money comes on the books, and then they'll be able to split it up just like they did Russell Wilson's.
I got a question real quick for you. You said 1 to 2, but what happens if you miss an entire draft?
But that's a bad draft. Well, yeah, that's a bad draft.
But that would be an indictment on the GM, right?
Yeah.
He'll ultimately share responsibility in it, definitely.
All right, so in 2021, here's the names: Pitts, Grant, Mayfield, Darren Hall, Dahlman, Taquan Graham, Onga Deji, Avery Williams, and Frank Darby. Did he hit on any of those?
Dahlman.
I mean, Dahlman is starting. I mean, it's not. Is he an all-star? No, but I mean, you're not always going to get all-stars. You know what I'm saying? But the real thing I wanted to say is, like you said, Keely, I don't. When it comes to, especially for me, when it comes to coaching, there are things that I have said this over and over. I understand it's his first year, but the things that should be baseline, he don't have, and that was very noticeable in week like 4 and 5. Like if you can't baseline put your team in the best position to win, like there's no amount of roster, like unless you just have like the 2001 Miami Hurricanes on the Atlanta Falcons team, like there's nothing that you can do that is going to help you. Just unless your talent is so much better than your coaching. If you
The
don't
only
put your
thing
people in the best
like
position to win, it doesn't matter who's on the team. You're going to lose. So I just don't like you, Key. I'm with you, Keely. I don't subscribe to this. Give him another year. What more do you need to see? He can't do the basic minimums. So what is another 3 years or another year going to show you when he can't do the basics, just the simple basics? You don't even call timeouts. You have someone who handles the clock management. Like you don't go to team meetings. Like
that makes
it's just
sense to call a timeout. That what he just said in the press conference right after the game. He said that there's a committee that comes together.
He says the
call
process.
a timeout. That's a problem. That is a problem.
Yeah.
All right, now let me let Tidy get on in here, cause see now, I think he might need to answer, address some of these questions.
Yeah, I'll finish. You interrupted me like 700,000 times. I'm done. Damn it! I'm taking my ball and I'm going home.
Hey, it was better deal than what you got night before last with you and Slim. So,
oh yeah. Speaking of that, Toddy, I apologize to everybody on here. I want to apologize to you. You know what I'm saying? I let my anger get the best of me and said something I shouldn't have said on your stream. So I want to apologize to you, my brother, and say my bad.
Oh, it's all good, bro. Football is a passionate thing amongst fans. So no harm, no foul my way.
But go ahead.
Okay. So I guess I gotta, like Drake say, this is gonna be a 20v1. It's gonna be me versus the whole panel. So I'm here for it. I'm gonna be
I ain't getting you. I'm the moderator. They won't even let me talk, Tidy. They didn't even let me talk tonight. Damn. Coach fussing. I ain't even get a chance to say nothing. But go ahead, Tidy. Don't worry about it.
All right, so I'm gonna be the one person to come up here and defend Raheem Morris. I always try to say full transparency, just so everybody know who ain't aware. I did not advocate for Raheem. I didn't campaign for him. Through my tweets and on the channel, I was advocating for old Bill Belichick when we was going through the head coaching search. But with that said, the Falcons chose who they want to choose. They didn't give me no input, and they chose Raheem Morris. So just like any other coach that the franchise choose, I'm gonna give him a fair chance before I throw him away. Now, with that said, I know there's a narrative been talked about and been spun about him hiring first-time coordinators. Was that the most ideal thing to do in hindsight? Maybe not, but that's what he did. Now, I would like to ask you, gentlemen, the last coaching staff that was here, the offensive play caller, was he experienced or was he first time? He was experienced. I answer my own question. The defensive coordinator,
Arthur Smith, was a coordinator.
Right, he was experienced, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the defensive coordinator, was he first time or was he experienced? He was experienced. He had hell of experience. He had
Ryan Nielsen or Dean Pease.
He had
Dean Pease, the first offensive coordinator.
Yeah, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. He had correct.
I think they're rhetorical though, bro.
It was rhetorical. he had hell of experience. He had more experience than pretty much everybody living on the panel outside of John, and I say that respectfully. What did that do?
I mean, there's context that had that.
You,
Right,
wait a
missing
minute.
there.
You fit right into coach right then. You gave coach a bone. What?
I mean, because they're not linear
But-
comparisons. There is context that's missing.
Right. I'll give everybody a chance to respond. Let me just land my plane and I get out the way. But with that said, we hired them guys and had hell of experience. What did that do for us ultimately? 7-10, 7-10, 7-10. All right. And the argument for Arthur Smith was he didn't have a quarterback, which is valid. That was a very valid argument. I won't campaign against that. Now, enter Raheem Morris. When he had a stable and a legit quarterback, the Atlanta Falcons was sitting at 6-3, and we were in a whole different mood as a fan base. Now, when said quarterback fell off the cliff, the team fell off the cliff along with said quarterback. That's when we start spiraling down. You know, it's not a whole lot that a coach gonna be able to do to control that. And I know somebody gonna say, well, he should have pulled Kirk Cousins in 3 weeks before he did. Okay, cool. If that's your argument, cool. Ain't that you can't substantiate that would have did any different with you bringing a rookie quarterback in and Michael Penix. We saw Sunday night that he's still gonna go through his growing pains like any other rookie gonna do. But with all that said, I'm gonna give this man at least 2 years before I come with any kind of foundation as far as the hardcore synopsis and say, well, he just can't do the job. I remember this same fan base in 2015. Everybody wanted to fire Shanahan, and now since he done left here, we can't even get over Shanahan. You know, we compare everything back to the Shanahan era, and the same fan base wanting to get rid of him in 2015. And as far as this roster go, like if you go talk to like somebody who ain't a fan of Atlanta football, like if you go talk to a diehard, let's say a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, somebody who focuses on AFC football, and you say, hey man, give me some studs on the Atlanta Falcons team. They gonna scratch their head and say, the Falcons? Oh, shit. Bijan, they got Bijan. They may name Chris Lindstrom, and they probably gonna say Jesse Bates. And after that, it's gonna be Stonewall. And my point is saying that, y'all, I don't care what y'all say, but you gotta coach up the talent. Man, if you ain't got no talent, you ain't got no talent. I don't care who you are. You saw what happened with Bill Belichick when his quarterback left. He turned the dog, shit, respectfully. You know what I'm saying? So you gonna have to have some kind of talent in order to get some kind of results on the team. And once Kirk Cousins went down, like, bro, we was left, and y'all saw the results. So I'm gonna give Raheem 2 years before I just start dissing a man and say he ain't shit and we should have did this and we did that. This time next year, my tune may change, but until he get a valid chance and a valid opportunity, I'm gonna ride with him.
So let me ask you a quick question, Toddy. So you're saying you see tangibles in Raheem Morris that will make him a good coach?
I really can't say at this point in time.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
No, it's not a problem. It's me being sensible. I just said
it ain't sensible, but it's your prerogative. It's your prerogative.
No.
Like it's your prerogative to give a man 2 years. That's his prerogative. But I can't say
no. You two, y'all. I think y'all may have misunderstood me. My bad. I'm not saying that that's a problem for you, Toddy. I'm saying if you can't see tangibles in your coach that make him a good coach, that is a problem for that coach. There, you should be able to see. People talk. You said it the other day. The coach from Detroit, his first season, he was ass. But you've seen his team was ass. You've seen the tangibles in him that made him a good coach. Another example.
This is
you never seen no tangibles in him that made him a good coach. I mean, a good quarterback. So the fact that you argument all over in your coach, that is a problem.
Dan Campbell has a real legit quarterback. I'm gonna say this about Ryan.
Dan Campbell has a real legit GM.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing.
That too. That too. Let me say this about Raheem Morris real quick.
Yeah.
Until we get a real legit quarterback, we ain't gonna know what we got in Raheem. When Kirk Cousins,
we have a legit quarterback with Penix.
Come on, bro.
No, hold on. You can see the flashes in Penix. That's already been demonstrated.
Penix as of today is not a legit quarterback. He's a young rookie.
I'm not saying that he's a legit quarterback as of today.
That's what I meant. But that's what I meant. I'm talking present tense. I'm not talking where he's gonna be 3 years from now.
Right. So
what
I'm saying is this: when you go evaluate a player, whether they have a good game, bad game, whatever, if they're a young player, what you look for is flashes to show me that, hey, all right, this is not too big of a moment for you. You're able to do such things. It's the same thing you look for in a coach, same thing you look for in a GM. It's the same thing. It's a merit system. All right. So now, when you look at your GM, because we're still saying that, well, all right, your defense is Raheem does not have the talent. Hold on.
You changing the narrative, though, bro. You going to? Yeah, you are. Let me
making something so simple.
I let you cook.
You let me talk for a little bit, bro. Let me just say this, and then I'll shut up. I'm not saying what Penix gonna be in 3 years. I'm saying right now, do we today have somebody at quarterback where you can say, man, that's a damn good quarterback? No, we don't.
We don't.
That's my
always the evaluation for whether or not you have a good coach or not.
I'm not negating that at all. That's not the scenario. What I'm saying is Penix has shown more flashes of his potential as a quarterback than Raheem has shown flashes of his potential as a head coach, and more flashes of his potential than Terry Fontenot as a GM. That's the issue. That's the whole issue. Because what you
had questionable coaching when we thought we had a quarterback.
Hold on, Keelan. What he said was this: give Raheem 2 years so he can have the players and thing for his roster to enact his vision, basically. Okay, now how can you get said players for your roster if your GM is trash? If your GM is not performing up to par, then how can that happen?
Then all you're gonna do is shift the blame to Terry at that point. But that's all it is a shift the blame. Like this, y'all making it more complicated than what it really is. It's the same excuse people use for Pitts. They say, well, we can't evaluate if Pitts is talented until he get a quarterback. It's the same excuse we use for everything else. It's like, well, until the other pieces are around.
Blame because
that I'm just saying that's all it's gonna be. Is it's gonna just shift it to Terry.
I didn't want Raheem perfectly. I wanted Belichick.
I don't think none of us did.
Out the door along with Raheem. After the season, they both can go on down the road. They both can go down the road because I would rather start with scratch than keep going along this route. It's not working. It is not working.
Like the thing is,
it ain't gonna work till we get a good quarterback at the end of the day.
People look, it's if Tidy's prerogative say that he thinks 2 years is sensible, that's his personal prerogative. So I didn't need more than 4 games to know that Ritter wasn't a starting quarterback. Some people were arguing, I need a full season. I didn't. I saw it in 4 games he wasn't a quarterback. Some people needed a full season. Tidy needs 2 years to evaluate whether or not we have a head coach. He said when we had a quarterback, when we thought we had a quarterback, we were 6-3. When we were 6-3 during that time period, Raheem still made questionable decisions as a head coach. He still wasn't. It's not like he was a great head coach when we were 6-3. So people need different evaluations. Some of these examples, like Dean Pease has experience. However, we were in cap hell at that point, so it's not even a linear example. But people are gonna make these examples, whatever it is, to give how much bandwidth they need.
But Keely, at the end of the day, what you using that example about opinions, don't it all boil down to being able to get good players in here to play good football?
But so defensively,
have a
hold on, with
GM
the
that's
talent that
able
he
to do
had,
that?
did Dean Pease do a good job with the talent that he had?
Not in my opinion.
Well, that's your opinion. I think he did a good job with the talent that he had.
I think
So,
Raheem Morris is doing a pretty good job with what he got.
Well, that's your opinion. Others would disagree.
Exactly.
I think he underachieved with the talent he had.
When he had a quarterback playing good football, hey, we're winning games.
I think it really just if he did not have a first year offensive and defensive coordinator, I don't think our record is what it is. I mean,
but the last regime had the same, and to even back that point down even more in the post, Ryan Nielsen, who this fan base done fell in love with, he was a first-time coordinator, and he came in here and he had the best defense that we done seen since 2017.
But we're also excluding context. We see, and the thing about it, I've heard you discuss this point about the competition we faced.
That's true.
So
that's true.
That should be included in your statement that you just made. We played a NASA scientist. We played a bunch of Bryce Young as a rookie twice. We played a bunch of nobodies. You have made this point.
That's true, but I also never said the defense was not. I never said the defense was bad. I've always said, hey, y'all kind of overrating this defense based on who we didn't play. But the point
is what you just said is that we overrated it, so we can't then use it to benefit Ryan Nielsen's argument. It was overrated.
That is true. But the point I'm trying to make is when we try to pigeonhole our opinions based on first time coordinator, you got so many examples like, hey, it worked this time, it didn't work this time. Just like when I use Dean Pease and Arthur Smith, well, you say, well, they didn't have any cap money. Then I come back and say, well, shit, Raheem ain't got a quarterback. But so it all matter, like you say.
I'm using your words. You said he had a quarterback when we were 6-3, and my statement was, and he was a bad coach. He wasn't a great coach when we were 6-3.
Just like you tell me, that's your opinion.
Hey, and you have an opinion. You think 2 years is an evaluation for a coach.
If we
some people don't need 2 years.
If we 6-3, we're at the top of the division. I'm not gonna say my coach is doing a bad job. I'm sorry.
That's also context in what division you playing in. I mean, you're not at the top of the division if you're in another division.
We can't control that. We can't control what we play.
But that's not an indictment on how good a coach is, depending on the division you're playing in. That doesn't mean just because you're leading a terrible division, that doesn't mean you got a great coach.
But at the end of the day, when you say when we were 6-3, he was doing a bad job, that's your opinion. I respect it. I respectfully disagree also at the same time. I think if Kirk Cousins would have continued playing good football, we looking at an 11-win team, and me and you ain't even having this back and forth right now.
Hey, Ty, it goes back to the point that me and Coach was making. Just because we were winning, that doesn't mean that there weren't bad things happening. We were calling out the bad things that were happening while we were winning. We were winning despite bad coaching.
Keely, I get that, but I guess what I'm trying to really break through to everybody is like, look, y'all, Rome went built in the day. Arthur Blake didn't become a billionaire in the day. If Kirk Cousins don't get hurt and we win 11 games, get into the playoffs, make a little noise, that's something to build on for a team who ain't.
You're right, but it goes back to what Winston was saying. Flashes. So if Rome wasn't built in a day, you have a reason to expect something can be built if you see flashes, right? I didn't see flashes from Ritter, so I had no expectation that Rome was going to be built with Ritter. So to Winston's point, did you see flashes of great coaching? Did you see anything over this building that suggests that, okay, he's going to be a great coach in the future?
When we were 6-3, I keep saying, yeah, you've asked me that twice already, and I'm going to keep the same.
But you didn't say, oh, I saw him do this masterful coaching job. Can you point to a game where he did a masterful coaching job,
bro? If we 6-3, we win in games. That's all that mattered to me at the end of the day, bro.
But that doesn't. That's not an indictment.
Keely, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you this. I ain't one of these guys that go sit and say, oh, that's a single high safety. Right? He did such a. That ain't me. That ain't that. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
Is success always directly linked to being a great coach?
for the Atlanta Falcons.
Okay, so we're gonna walk around the question.
If Kurt don't get hurt and we win somewhere 11 to 12 games, bro, I'm overjoyed with that. Now we got something to build off. You're
talking about your feelings, though. You're talking about you're overjoyed. My question was,
everything is my feelings. Anything you ask me gonna be a opinionated feeling answer from me.
No, there's opinions and there's feelings. Those are two different things.
No, like opinions and feelings.
Opinion. Those are two different things.
Okay, you're right. Let me restate myself. Anything that you ask me is gonna be facts as I see it.
It's gonna be your perspective and opinion. That's different from your feelings.
Facts as I see it. As I see it. That's a key statement. As I see it.
I'm drawing the distinction that is different than your feelings. If you tell me 2 + 2 is 4, no feelings are involved in that.
You're right. Let's keep going. You're right. Let's keep going. You're right.
So let me ask you a quick question, Toddy. If you agree with me. I have been saying certain things about this coach for a very long time, right?
Right.
Okay. The things that I was saying back in week 4, week 5, do they still, week 6, week 7, when we were winning, do they still do you think though, because you know what I've been saying, do you think that those same things I've been saying still apply here in week 18?
No.
So you don't think so you don't think that he has put so you think he has been putting our team in the best position to win, and he doesn't look lost and lackadaisical and basically what's the word I always use, want to sing kumbaya and circle, you just want to stand in a circle, sing kumbaya and circle jerk all the time.
Coach, you know I've always said like that don't move me. I like personalities and stuff like that. Like
yeah. I know.
People that like Bill Belichick's demeanor, that didn't really move me. Arthur Smith, people didn't like Arthur Smith, and now they saying they want that same kind of coach that Arthur Smith was. Like all that personality stuff, it don't move me. Like right. you ain't gotta have a mean mug or screw face on the sideline for me to give you your props as a coach. That don't move me.
No. I'm not asking. I'm really not asking about your thoughts of your thoughts, feelings in that aspect. What I'm getting at is the things that I were pointing out. That you could see with your eyes, even if you don't agree. The things that I was pointing out in week 5, 6, 7. You don't think that, using your eyes, those things are still happening in week 18, whether you agree with me or not? Do you see those things that I was pointing out still happening?
Since then, I've seen a lot of progression from this team since that time. I've seen the defense take tremendous strides, and early in the year, that was the most criticized part of the team, was the defense, and I've seen them take
coordinator.
All right. Let me ask the whole panel this. All right. Because it's a 2-part question. Now, your positive traits that you see from Raheem Morris, what are they? Start with John, we'll go around on panel. And then I'm going to ask the second part of it. John, what are your positives that you see from Raheem Morris?
Positives. Does that answer your question?
I mean, I understand what you're saying. So,
does that answer your question?
If you would like to expunge a partner, go for it. I know exactly.
See, I'm kind of like, because see, before you ask that question, I was thinking about it, and I heard something that somebody said that he wanted to run his team like a CEO. Which one of y'all said that?
I think Larry said that.
Oh, okay. Now the thing about running a team like a CEO, I don't, in this particular instance here, with what's going on here, I don't agree with it because
John, I said positive. I said positive. What are the positives?
Yeah, and I'm going to say
there's one very noticeable positive. Like this one off the top, you saw before he even walked in, that was positive.
Well, he can talk real good, talk real pretty. like
well,
the other folks
I was gonna say I'll get mine out of the way. He's a player's coach. Like all the players love him. I think they'll run through a brick wall for him. You saw all the recommendations and the congratulations when he got the job, but all these people who just like, look, he's the guy. Like I think he's in terms of losing a locker room, I don't think he'll ever be in danger of losing a locker room. That's the positive I see, is that he's definitely a player's coach and players love him.
Well, and you know, going back to me, see, if you ask Winston, if you ask your next question, what are the negatives? Because I think that's what your next question is going to be. It's going to be the same answer. Well, okay. If it's not, I'm sorry. I might have presumed too much.
Just hold it. Because
so I'm going to say I'm in the middle of the road. I'm in the middle of the road. I can't answer that. I really can't answer that.
So for me, one of his positives is he's very good at PR. He says all the things you want to hear. You know, he's all hugs and kisses and rainbows. Like, I mean, he just seems like a genuine good dude. Personality wise, I don't think there's nothing about him I don't like. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear.
Red, what you got?
Honestly, between what Coach and Keely said, there's nothing else left positive about him. That was it. It was personality and him being a player's coach. That's it. That's the only positive we got. That is it. It's not that much positive you can say. It's like 6 or 7 of us on this panel, and we all probably gonna bump heads with the positives. Negatives, we all might have something different to say. But with the positives, I promise you, we'll be bumping heads like we bumping cars at Six Flags because there ain't that many positives. He's a player's coach. He's good with words in the press conference, and that's it.
Nando gave you another one. He know how to generate pressure. That's in terms of defense, you can't argue. He knows the defense. Nando just gave you another one though. Like he can manufacture some pressure.
All right, so Tyler was a positive.
I'll go with what Keely said. I'll add on experience, and then I'll go with the obvious of what Nando just put on the screen.
Okay. What you got?
I agree with all three narratives with Nando, Keely. With the players coach, he's a players coach. And he know how to generate pressure on 3rd or 4th down. I'm in the same agreement.
All right. So from this point, let's shift gears to the elephant in the room. What is the negatives that you see from it?
And Did not say you were gonna ask that, Winston.
I told you that. But why did? I missed it. I'm gonna start with Jane first, and we're gonna go back up.
Well, his negatives is to me. His negatives is his thinking process in critical situations. That's the main thing for me. I'm thinking he's still. I know he's been a head coach before and everything like that, but you know the game changes from when he was a head coach till now. So I think he's still adapting to the new way the coaches are going. Yeah, I hear echo.
Yeah, there is an echo.
Hey, say something, James.
Hey,
It's just a feedback. Somebody feedbacking and echoing.
Okay.
I've been on mute.
Yeah, I've been on mute too. Everybody's sound check. Stop,
Well, it
John.
went away. It went away.
but
No,
it's
it
just
didn't.
it just is critical thinking moments and how he shied away when they asked him the very important questions in regards to the game and everything like that. How he tends to shy away from it when he could just be upfront and honest about it instead of saying, I messed up on this. It's a don't say it's a process. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. The little small things.
All right, Keelan.
I think we're running into the same territory with Arthur Smith, where my issue was where they're sometimes great coordinators, but when you're tasked with making the overarching head honcho decisions, they can make some poor decisions. I have a long list of issues that I thought were bad head coaching decisions. You see his value on the defense after the bye week when he took a bigger role in the defense. So is there. I just think he's making the job a lot harder than it has to be with some of his decisions. I think that's my biggest takeaway. Um, Being that he's been a head coach before, a lot of times when you get your second chance, all the things most of them they learn from whatever thing they messed up that first go around. It's like, all right, I've learned from this experience. If I ever get a second shot, I do it this way. And it just seems like he's just kind of that part has just kind of it hasn't hit with him. I just think he just reminds me so much of Arthur Smith in the sense that he knows his football, great mind in terms of the game. I'm not going to argue his X and O's, but he's definitely gotten out coached a couple times this year. And it just seems like the overarching decision making, just stupid stuff like whether or not playing time in the preseason or just some of these decisions. It's just like sometimes people want to take the unconventional path when you could have just did it a different way that made more sense.
All right, Tyler.
I would probably say he's probably not hands on enough at this point as a head coach. Using his thing he said in the press conference about the timeout being a process, that was very, very cringeworthy, and it resonates with him really not probably being hands on enough. If you just can't call a time on your own, it got to be a process. And I also think with our fan base specifically, him being quote unquote a good guy probably comes off corny to the Atlanta Falcons fan culture. And that's all I got.
He's evasive. That's the part that's going to get him in trouble. Just like Arthur Smith had that arrogance in his press conference. The fact that he directly avoids questioning and just give like the little car salesman type of answers and doesn't answer questions directly, that's what's going to do him in.
Right. Right.
My bad, my mic was muted. Yeah, I'll piggyback off the last thing Kitty said, because that's kind of where I was going. I don't like his lack of accountability. I don't like him not just being real with us and just talking to us like men in a press conference instead of all this fast talking. Yeah, like he said, car salesman, jargon, bullshit. I'm not with all that, dude. When you make a mistake, own up to it and tell us, give us the reasons behind it, and just tell us you messed up. Don't talk fast like you the deacon in the church talking all fast, but in the end, you know what I'm saying, ain't inspiring nobody. I don't need all that. Like you say, you're making too many rookie mistakes for somebody who's supposed to be experienced your second time around. you shouldn't be making some of these mistakes, man. That timeout, dude, that was just ridiculous. It's really unacceptable for a guy who's been coaching as long as you've been coaching to make that mistake. And you see, it was no point of me even going off on him Sunday because it was nothing to say. It was no reason for you not call a timeout in that spot and all of this. Well, I thought my quarterback was gonna get up to the line a little faster. Dude, stop with the bullshit. Call the fucking timeout because you know you need to call a timeout in that situation, man. Anything else is unacceptable. Just come out and say I made a mistake. I should have called a timeout. I had a brain fart. Whatever. I'll accept all of that. But all this, I was thinking this. I was thinking about my rookie quarterback. Dude, you got to help this guy out. You got to do whatever you got to do to make that kick for that kicker you just signed from the YMCA as easy as freaking possible. And you help nobody out. You didn't help your kicker out. You didn't help your rookie quarterback out. You did nothing. And it's that type of stuff right there is the reason the fan base on your ass. And that type of stuff right there is the reason I'm questioning you being my coach, man, because you should not be making these type of mistakes in your tenure on the job. I mean, I don't care how, dude, you've been coaching too long in the NFL to be making these mistakes. So it's that type of stuff right there. You don't come out and own up to it. That type of shit right there, that bothers me. I mean, I don't care if you just come out and say, I fucked up. I had a brain fart. I wasn't thinking. Maybe I had too many voices in my head at the time. I maybe didn't make the right decision, something. But don't come out and look like you're throwing your quarterback on the bus now, because that's the BS right there. So it's the inexperienced mistakes from an experienced coach that's really making me question everything about him at this point.
Coach?
Well, that was greatly stated, Red. For me, it's the same things I've been pointing out for weeks, man. It's just the baseline things a coach should be able to do, and that he doesn't do. It shouldn't take you to week 14 by to get involved with your defense and get your defense together if you're a defensive minded coach. It's his lack of it's just and people think I want a rah coach. That's not it. To me, it's just a lack of urgency. He just screams to me, I don't give a damn. You know, you just stand on and it was a great shot that they showed when he didn't call the timeout. He just stands on the sideline with his arms crossed, chewing gum, looking stupid in the face. Like I mean, it is what it is. Great guy, but he has no sense of urgency. No, like, I mean, not even animated. Just give me something. Let me know that you alive, dude. Don't just stand on the sideline chewing gum with your hands crossed, and your team is getting drugged up and down the field. You make no adjustments. You know it's for me it's a lot. It really is everything as a whole. I didn't see it when he was the interim head coach, and I don't see it now.
Well said. John, go ahead and wrap this one up.
The negatives, I definitely will say this. You cannot be a CEO of a team or a company with inexperienced people that you're just going to let run a team. Can't do it. So that particular methodology of coaching is not going to work. If you came from the defensive side of the ball, you definitely have to have input on the defensive side of the ball and hire a hellified offensive coordinator. That's what Dan Quinn did. Okay. Kyle Shanahan had
That what Pete Carroll
experience.
did too.
Hold up. What was that?
That's what Pete Carroll did too.
I said that what Pete Carroll did too.
Okay, yeah, because see, if
that's what most smart defensive coaches do.
Let the record show this fan base hated Kyle Shanahan after year one. Continue, John. I'm sorry, but I gotta say that.
Yeah, they did. They definitely did. The fan base did. I did.
But the fan base was, some of the fan base was stupid. But go ahead.
Now I didn't, and
Me neither.
And Tidy knows why I didn't.
I'm just saying, John. The vast majority of I know the fan base like the back of my hand. I deal with them every single day. The vast majority of Falcons fans hated Kyle Shanahan after year one.
They saw their precious Matt Ryan.
If anybody deny that, you are a effing liar. Go ahead.
They
John.
saw their precious Matt Ryan struggling, and everybody got in a tizzy. But
yeah, and see, I had some problems with Kyle Shanahan myself in that first year because of how Roddy White was being treated.
Roddy White situation.
Okay, and I had a problem with Matt Ryan because Matt Ryan allowed it. Okay, but I came to well, the thing was I did have problems with Kyle Shanahan. All right, but the point still remains. And who's this coming back? James. Okay. The point still remains, as far as I was concerned, was the fact that you, as a defensive-minded coach, because coaches come from one side of the ball or the other side of the ball, offensive, defense. If you are a defensive coach, your whole tree and your whole raising upbringing is on the defensive side of the ball. You got to hire a hellified offensive coordinator because that offensive coordinator is going to have to take charge of that offense, and you hold him totally responsible for doing so. And preferably, you get someone who is experienced on offense. I'm looking at Cliff Kingsbury, who we just played this Sunday, coming from Arizona. This man was a head coach, and he was an offensive head coach. Dan Quinn did it again. Dan Quinn did it again up there in Washington. All right. I see how that offense has progressed. They're using the best of the tools that they have with the quarterback, the play calling, the offensive schemes, things of that sort. Yes, you trust Cliff Kingsbury with that. So you concentrate on the defense. That's the main negative I have as far as Raheem Morris. You put the kids in the car and the kids driving, and you sitting over there in the passenger seat, you sleep. You sleep with children driving a doggone car. These folk, and on the defensive side of the ball, it's not that bad because you have an experienced person in late, and you have Raheem Morris who can get over there and find out what the heck's going on. Now, if what Larry is saying is true, it took too doggone long. However, see, this whole year has just been a constant seesaw, because the first couple of weeks, I would say the first 3 or 4 weeks, even though the defense wasn't doing what they were supposed to do, you saw halftime adjustments by that defense, and that defense, whether it be on special teams or whether it be the defense itself during the regular downs, they saved the offense's ass until Kirk Cousins got untracked. Okay, that's why when Winston asked me this question in the beginning about the positives and the negatives, I was so torn because it's just been one thing or the other all year long, whether it's the offense or the defense or the special teams or the quarterback or the running back or the lineman or
penalties,
the coach,
discipline,
the penalties, the discipline. It's just been something bites us in the behind in a game, something simple, and we lose the game. That's why I'm so torn up.
Called inconsistency, John.
Yeah. That's why I'm so torn up and just can't put my finger on something. Now I can hold folk responsible for it, and that would be the head coach, because he's going to get the responsibility just by being the head coach. The general manager is going to get the responsibility just because he's the general manager. But when players, coaches, front office folk are messing up, and if it's not this, is that. If it's not that, is this. I'm used to having things just cut and dry, so I can point directly at this and say, "Hey, you were the problem. All right, you were the problem. You are the solution." It was just a roller coaster ride for me. But to encapsulate the answer I want to give Winston on his question, the negative I have with this situation is the fact that the offensive coordinator that was hired should have been an apprentice to a more experienced offensive coordinator and taken his job after about 2 or 3 years. Because your offense is what makes your team go. Quarterback coach is what makes your quarterback go. And I just can't. And TJ Yates has not impressed me as a quarterback coach. Zach Robinson has not impressed me as an offensive coach, because and me and coach, one of the few things we agree upon are some of the play calls, some of the things that you want to do.
Hey, John, let me ask you this question real quick. All right. Now, TJ Yates is our quarterback coach.
Uh-huh.
All right. And his career versus Kirk Cousins' career, who was the better quarterback?
Kirk Cousins.
So what the hell can TJ Yates teach Kirk Cousins?
Winston, there you go. There you go. See, that's what you remember. You remember I kept asking this question. If Kirk Cousins is messing up, does TJ Yates have and I was talking about the offensive coordinator too. Do you have the panache? Do you have the sweat equity? Do you have the experience? Can you go and tell Kirk Cousins you messing up?
But isn't that going to be the case pretty much around the league, y'all?
Yeah, because what great quarterback has turned into a quarterback coach? Like if you take the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history, how many of them has went to the NFL and become a quarterback coach?
In a situation like this, because you're bringing in a 12-year veteran, TJ Yates will not be the better option as a quarterback coach. Now he can target Mike. He can speak to Mike. Hold on, watch it. He can speak to Michael Penix. He can speak to Penix because Penix is new. He's young. He's still wet behind there. What is there that TJ Yates from the Texans?
Additional eyes on the field. That's all it is. Because if Aaron Rodgers go anywhere, there's nobody that can coach Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback coach. All you need is an additional set of eyes on the field at that point. If Peyton Manning goes anywhere, there's no quarterback coach that can tell Peyton Manning anything. Only thing, they're just going to be another set of eyes on the field. That's all TJ Yates probably is for.
That's not what I'm sitting there saying, though. What I'm saying is this: like when you have a Kirk Cousins at the stature of Kirk Cousins, there's nothing that a TJ Yates can sit there and tell him. If TJ sit there and say, "Well, you should have thrown the ball there," and Kirk Cousins be like, "Well, you should have had a longer career. You should have been a starter in the league."
That's everywhere, though.
No.
Well, now, okay. Now I'm gonna say this.
Let me ask y'all this: who was our quarterback coach in 2016 when Matt Ryan had his MVP year?
It was what's his name? LaFleur. It was LaFleur.
Okay, so what could he tell Matt Ryan at that point that hit that juncture of his career?
No, see, and this is the point that I'm going to make about that. It wasn't LaFleur that was training Matt Ryan. It was Shanahan. Shanahan.
What could Shanahan do at that point?
Good point.
He improved Matt Ryan's quarterback rating by 30 points.
He said before that though, John.
Wait a minute, before what?
My bad. Go ahead, Q.
Before what?
It's the same thing. Shanahan Shanahan didn't have any rings. He didn't have anything at that point. We knew him to be a good offensive coordinator, but
he had experience.
Hold on. The biggest success he had at that point was with RG3. Like we
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, who was he to tell Matt Ryan anything? That's what I'm saying. Like all they are at this point are just another eye on the field. Kirk Cousins,
and has been
here's what I'm saying. The reason it would work for Kirk Cousins is because it's an additional for TJ Yates. It's another quarterback who has eyes on the field. He can say, "You missed this. You see." Like it's not like Kirk Cousins is gonna sit there and like, "Well, you are trash as a pro." He respects that man. He was a starter in this league. Like I know you can see the field. That's all it is.
But no, this is the difference. Now LaFleur was learning under Shanahan. Now Shanahan in his offense. Now Shanahan, no, he did not have any rings. All right, he didn't have any rings.
Raheem was there too. Don't forget that part. Raheem was there too in Washington.
Okay, and see, my thing about Shanahan was just like Bill Walsh out there in San Francisco. Walsh didn't have any rings either, but he taught Joe Montana how to play quarterback in his system. That's what Shanahan did in his system when he came here. All right. That 2015 season that Matt Ryan was struggling and scuffling with revealed to Matt Ryan beyond a shadow of a doubt when Shanahan was pressing him to get better that he needed to go to quarterback camp, get his arm stronger, and learn how to run his offense. Okay, because and Matt Ryan's quarterback rating improved 30 points between 2015 and 2016 under Kyle Shanahan's and Matt LaFleur's tutelage. Okay, now I'm not necessarily saying that these offensive coordinators or quarterback coaches have to have rings. They have to have experience. This man, you know, he was an offensive assistant, under what's his name out there, but who was the offensive coordinator? The head coach. The head coach was calling offense. This joker was just carrying a clipboard. He was an offensive assistant. All right. So because of that, I'm talking. What I'm looking at is the experience that you have in calling an offense, and if this is your offense, you know your offense better than the quarterback. Okay. Same thing with Peyton Manning up there in Indianapolis. Todd Marchibroda and who else was it? I know it was Marchibroda taught Peyton Manning that offense. Taught him this is where you throw the ball until Peyton Manning knew that offense like the back of his hand. All right. When he left
his rookie year, you're talking about when he came into the league.
Yeah, when he came into the league, Todd Marchibroda taught
it. But that's a totally different scenario. Talking to a rookie Peyton Manning is a lot different than talking to a 12-year vet. That's a different scenario.
Okay, well, Todd Marchibroda could have talked to a 12-year vet the same way because that was his offense. This is what I want you to do in my offense. Throw the ball here. Do this. Do that. Now, me, I'm thinking that, all right, well, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to stick with this. It was the same thing when Peyton Manning went to Denver. Kubiak taught him that offense out there, if I'm not mistaken. That was Kubiak out there, wasn't it?
Adam Gates was his OC, I believe.
Oh, was it Adam Gates? Whoever it was, they taught him that offense out there in Denver for as long as his arm lasted. Okay,
I think Kubiak was the head coach. So.
You might be right, Red, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about the offensive coordinator. You need someone with.
I think experience. At that point in Peyton's career, Peyton was the offense, but.
Well, and Keely, he may have been.
I don't think Adam Gates talked.
He may have been. You have a quarterback of that caliber, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. But when you have a above average quarterback that floats somewhere between top 10 and top 15, like They just need something different. My peer can't sit there and give me instructions because it's not going to work. Because in my mind, I'm better than you. So then how the hell are you going to tell me something?
Only thing you can do is give tips. That's all you can do.
I don't know about all that.
I mean, that's all you can do. Hey, man, I see this. You dropping your elbow.
I think that's making the assumption that the player has an ego like that. Like
It's
everybody
not
doesn't have
about
that.
ego. All right. We all men on
well,
this
quarterbacks
stage.
do now.
Hold on. We all men on this stage. We all men on this stage. All right. We all have different professions. In your job, when you got to a point that you knew what you was doing, at certain point, it's like, all right, I'm hearing what you're saying, but I'm not really listening to what you're saying because I know that I'm better than you. And it's not about an ego; it's about a confidence thing. I know that I'm better than what you do.
Question.
And that's just it. Like that's just it. So
Yeah, I don't see it. I just think they just.
So y'all ain't never do that job.
No, I think sometimes they look at it like their team. Like it's like, all right, so like all right, if Tidy is my coach, right? I've been in the league 12 years. Tidy has been doing the coaching thing for 8, right? It's just more so it's like we're just teammates. More so it's like he's there as another set of eyes. I don't think he's there necessarily trying to like coach me. He's trying to assist me, I guess, so to speak. I think that's a lot of times that's kind of how they look at it.
Yeah, because you can look at the situation in Buffalo, man. The quarterback coach is Ronald Curry, and he ain't never been nowhere near as good as Josh Allen, man. But that's his quarterback coach, and he having an MVP type year.
Yeah, and there is a saying, those who can't play, coach.
I mean, like that's fact. That's why they sit and say a lot of players.
Actually, John, it's those who can't do teach, bruh.
No. In the NFL, and in college, those who can't play, coach.
Like literally, look at Ty Lue. Look at Ty Lue. Like Iverson would probably be a terrible head coach, but you take somebody like Ty Lue, he ends up being a really good head coach.
That's how it is. Yeah, Phil Jackson. Let me ask y'all this: do y'all think that like right now we're ranked 10th in offense? You know, and I know a lot of you got an issue with the coordinator, but do y'all think that's bad being the 10th overall offense considering what we went through during the season?
I got a problem with it because we're not 10th in scoring. Like games aren't awarded by yardage, and that's where the offensive rankings come from, by yardage.
Okay, I'm glad you said.
No. Well, you got 2 scores in Pro Football Reference.
Let me say this real quick. I'm glad you said that, Keely, because that can actually wake me into where I really want to go. You mentioned scoring. Right now, we're 16th in scoring, and drawing this back to the similarities or perceived similarities between this offense and the 2015 offense. Kyle Shanahan's first year, we were 7th overall in offense, and we were like 21st in scoring. And we all know what happened that second year in that system. So it's just ironic, how you look at 1 year with this coaching staff and that the coaching staff in 2015 and knowing what happened in 2016. I just found some kind of crazy irony in that.
Yeah, and see, that's one of the reasons, like I said, that I give coaching staffs and teams the first year. I give them that. Whether it be like the Hawks, I give them that first year because everybody's trying to gel together. Everybody's trying to learn what's going on. Same thing with the Falcons. I give them that first year. But like I said earlier, there are some troubling things that I just can't overlook. And that offensive coordinator, even though we're 16th in scoring, 10th in yards, we gain a whole bunch of doggone yards. But we had a quarterback that was best between the 20s quarterback in NFL history. We get a whole bunch of doggone yards. But
I think with the 2015 thing, and I think the similarities of that both quarterbacks played bad. Kirk played bad, and then Matt played bad. But I think when Kirk, quote unquote, was 6-3 playing good, we still weren't scoring at a high clip outside of 2 games. So I think that's to me the distinction. I think we can more so point the finger at Matt having a bad year in 2015, Kyle Shanahan first year. He had an alarming number of turnovers. And we can say the same about Kirk. It's just that it's more so isolated to a couple games towards the second half of the season. But even in the first half, when it perceived for Kirk to be playing well, we still weren't scoring. I think that would be my distinction.
When you agree, Keely, that on paper, just on paper, that the 2015 offense on paper were way more superior than what we looked at this year? Just on paper.
What you mean it was superior in what way? You talking about like talent or what?
Yeah, just talent.
I don't know. I see, I'm one of the people, I think there is talent on this team. I think there's like when you're picking in the top 10 every year, like you're gonna have talent. The one thing about 2015 that stands out is Devontae having an all-pro season that year. I just remember him really having a good year.
Don't forget about that monster that split out wide here play.
Yeah, but the other thing about it, I'll agree. But then on the backside, that's probably one of the more forgettable years from Roddy. Whereas this year, like I just think the receiving core, I would take the 2024 receiving core over 2015, even though Julio was on that receiving core.
No
like
way.
I would. Like one Julio don't equal Mooney, London, Ray, and Bijan coming out the backfield, and
but you got to keep in mind in 15, I think Devontae had about 70 catches that year.
I remember he had 1,000 yards rushing and 500 catching. I remember that specifically.
He had about 70 yards. So
and Bijan is right at 1,000. He's at 1,000 yard rushing and 500 catching.
Yeah, they kind of cancel each other out.
Like he's having that Devontae year, that what Devontae was all pro that year. He's having that 1,000 yards rushing and 500 catching. He just short of 500. So, and then the fact that there's literally someone like if there was anyone, if Sanu was there a year earlier, then yeah, I could say we'll take the 2015. But there was nobody opposite of Julio because Roddy was done at that point. But there's literally 2 to 3 options on this offense.
In 2015, we were 6-3 at the bye week, and then lost 4 straight.
I told you there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, but the distinction
and ended up 8-8. Now, man, yeah,
a lot of similarities.
To me, what I said, the distinction was out the gate. If I remember correctly, Matt didn't fall off. Matt was bad throughout the whole year.
Well, we can just forfeit.
Cause see, and see something else too. We won 5 straight games. We won 5 straight games that first year in 2015. Won 5 straight games, and lost to the Saints. We beat the Titans, beat the Buccaneers, beat the 49ers, and then went on the bye week in week 10. Well,
so, like for example, I'm looking at the stats for the 2015. Your leading receiver, of course, is Julio. The second leading receiver is Jacob Tamme, and then Devontae Freeman. The receiving core, in my opinion, just wasn't as good as this one. Like Jacob Tamme is your second receiver in 2015.
In totality, I will agree, but I gotta say, like Julio was damn near 2 players at one. That man had almost 2,000 yards that year, 140 catches. Like, bro,
like Julio got in the end zone 8 times, and that's where London at right now, isn't it? And he had 8.
He had 7, but that's close enough.
Yeah, he had 1,800 yards, 136 receptions, 1,871 yards, and was averaging 116 yards, almost 117 yards a game. Julio
I would say this. I'm not saying London would get 1,800, but the fact that there's so much wealth to be shared in the receiving core because Mooney is getting his touches, Ray is getting his touches, and even Pitts is getting a little bit of the remnants. But it was the Julio show that year. It was just Julio and Devontae.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nobody else. Devontae is right at 578.
That was the year, if y'all remember, that Kyle Shanahan caught a lot of flack because they say he was targeting Julio Jones too much. I don't know if y'all remember he coming out of the media saying
he came out one game and the first 3 passes and we went 3 and out, went straight to Roddy. Yeah, and then we went 3 and out. I think that was against Indianapolis.
Yeah, the narrative was that they weren't. Well, I remember everybody calling in on the radio talking about it, and plus the fact the personalities joined in, and once they joined in, it was just a full-fledged pull on the fact that Roddy White wasn't getting the ball. And I remember the receiver coach Terry Robisky said, "Hey, Roddy, hey, this man got a point to prove, and he just gonna feed you until they stop." And Roddy was saying, "What?" And like I said, my problem was with Matt Ryan because Matt Ryan went along with it and didn't say anything and didn't stick up for Roddy White. Because
like
as bad as
that point, like a statement.
Matt Ryan going along with something.
Stop.
Up.
What has to happen is one or two things. Because everybody's sitting there saying that we're not featuring you, you're not getting your opportunity, this and the third. What needs to happen is this: I'm going to give you your shots. What you do with it. Therefore, it's on the national scale where everybody can sit there and see this. Are you gonna barbecue or you gonna mildew? It's one of the two that's finna happen, and that would just had to happen. Everybody was sitting there saying Ryder should have got more target. Ryder was sitting there saying I should have got more target. All right, well here you go. Here's the ball. What you gonna do with it? And you did nothing.
Now, Winston, at that particular time, he was throwing at Roddy whether he was covered or not.
It don't matter.
It did because some of those incompletions were people batting the ball down.
Get open.
No. I remember that. No.
As bad as Pitts has been this year, he would have been the second best receiver on that 2015 team. I'm looking at the numbers now. Bro, you about to have 2,000-yard receivers on this team with Ray coming up with 620 at this point. That would make him with the second best receiver on that 2015 team. Ray would be the second best receiver.
I will say this though: that the moment the moment Roddy started complaining, we started losing. And he's my favorite Falcon player of all time. But the moment he started complaining, that's when that losing streak started.
And the wildest thing is that you asked for it.
I think Matt Ryan 21 turnovers had a few things to do with it.
And it wasn't Roddy White complaining that he wasn't getting the ball. It was the fans complaining about it.
Oh no, John, he was complaining, bro. He came out
and the reason why I'm getting ready to say this, he was saying
it's the exact same thing that happened with Deebo Samuel. Deebo was sitting there complaining about the ball. Then when they was like, we're gonna make you a focal point. We're gonna make you a focal point. And when they did that, what Deebo do? Deebo had 2 catches for 15 yards and 3 drops. And he shut the hell up. Why? Because when I'm sitting there trying to shelter you from yourself and your ego is just getting in the way of it, I'm gonna show you why this is what's going on. And that's exactly what happened. When your ego get outside of what it is for the team to be successful, then I'm going to show you that you're not what you think you are at this point. And that will happen. And now, when that game happened, you ain't hear shit else from Roddy. Why? Because there's nothing for him to say. There's nothing for him to say now. I took that option out.
Now, this, Tidy, I got to ask you this. Was it the fact that he was complaining about not getting the ball, or was it the fact that he was complaining that Kyle Shanahan told him the only thing he was going to do was block?
How did we end up in 2015?
Yeah, that's 2015.
I remember him saying something about blocking and not want to be a decoy. I remember him saying something about that.
No idea.
Yeah.
No idea.
Yeah,
we're in 2015 because Toddy is trying to draw a correlation between the success that Shanahan had in that second year. So
that's what Coach was asking.
Yeah, he said, "Why are we in 2015?" So basically, he's drawing a correlation as if, like, all right, next year can be a turnaround year.
Yeah. Well, I now that
I think
this
team way more talented than 2015. Like there's no Jesse Bates on that 2015 defense. There's no Caden Ellis is really having a good season. There's no linebacker that was having that kind of season in 2015. This team is just way more talented.
Coach, you don't remember what happened in 2015?
We don't even have a defense.
Yeah, I do. But as I continuously tell you, you continuously push this false narrative that it was because Matt Ryan went to quarterback school or whatever, when that is simply not the case. Every year,
what is not the case? What is not the case?
But I just hate this. I hate this convo. Every year, every first year of Matt Ryan with a new coordinator was trash. You can look it up. The second year of whatever coordinator he had, it doesn't matter who it was. The second year of the coordinator that he had was a banging year for him. It had nothing to do with Shanahan. It had nothing to do with none of that else. Every second year of whatever coordinator he had a breakout season.
Except for
Coach, in John's defense, we technically was not talking about Matt Ryan in this particular instance.
Oh, okay. I mean,
but since you brought it up,
let's not do that. Let's not do it.
Hey, I knew that was coming.
Since you brought it up, this was his second coordinator.
Yeah,
correct.
That changed.
But
hold on.
It was his first year.
Coach,
get on Matt Ryan.
Coach,
already.
His first. And see, this is the thing. Matt Ryan had to teach Dirk Cutter, what's his name, offense, because they ran the same offense. That's what's been happening. That's what was happening. Because see, I rebutted you on this before.
I think that was
still wrong.
No, how am I wrong? How am I wrong when Matt Ryan himself? Matt Ryan himself said that Kyle Shanahan helped him to get where he was. A 30-point quarterback rating increase.
Okay. Look at the year he left. Look at the year after that, same thing.
Yes, because he remembered what he was being taught. But after that 2018 year, he went into the toilet.
Okay. I'm still waiting to hear John's. Well, we went all through the weeds. I never did hear John's negatives on Raheem Morris. That's what I'm trying to.
Winston, didn't you hear me say? Didn't I answer the question?
Yes.
No.
Yes, he did.
I didn't hear it. I heard something about being a CEO and some more other stuff.
Basically, he was saying the lack of adjustment.
I thought I answered the question by saying that
you did
not having an offensive coordinator, a hellified offensive coordinator to run the offense.
You gave a lot. You gave a lot.
You know what? I'm gonna have to stop doing that. I'm gonna have to make it real compact. But then you're gonna ask me questions, and I'm gonna have to go and say what it was I was gonna say when you didn't ask.
Don't you turn your movies down? Because John answered that question 20 minutes ago.
I did answer the question. Coach, Now, if you didn't hear me answer the question, why didn't you tell me I was in the weeds early?
Because I just let you go in the weeds, bro. You that old uncle
No. See, no. You know what?
Go on.
No. You should have told me. If I was in the weeds, then is that Winston? Okay. If I was in the weeds,
Coach
then you should have told me I was in the weeds.
Watching Harlem Nights for like the 35th time.
Yeah, you done let Tidy done get us all distracted talking about 2015 and this and that. Then you gonna come back on circle back on John.
No, yeah, well, I don't mind.
Because I've been sitting here patiently waiting. I'm thinking maybe y'all gonna circle back around, but no, it just kept on going down the toilet.
This is
we were actually talking about 15 and 2024, so we was kind of in the past and also a little bit in the present.
Coach, you must have.
And it was a comparison. It was a comparison.
Yeah, he was trying to make a case for Raheem.
It was a comparison. And
no, I was making my case for like I didn't think the offense was as bad as we're making it seem. If that's Raheem, then so be it. But I think the offense kind of getting like a raw deal based on narratives. But you know,
I don't think the offense is as bad as as fans think that it is. I think that they had higher expectations for the offense. So when it falls short of said expectation, they think it's a bad offense.
It's not.
It's not a bad offense at all. You gotta look at it like Bijan went over 100 plus scrimmage yards every game this year.
Almost every game. Outside of three.
Let me make the case for why. Let me make the case for it, right? Let me make the case for it.
Hurt fell apart in November, and that's why it looked bad.
That is not why. No, that is not why it looked red.
I promise you, this offense wouldn't look that bad.
No, that is not why. Look,
Kirk
have they have no because they just all right. This has been the case pretty much all year. Like, cause I remember before Kirk got benched, he was top 3 in passing, and both Mooney and Drake were top 10, and so those are highlights. Bijan was having a good year. They were all having a good year. However, at that point, though, they were all this yardage and scoring, we were still middle of the pack. That had been my complaint the whole time. Games are not won by yard. That was the biggest thing I used to say about Matt Ryan all these years. People would celebrate the 300-yard games, and he threw 1 touchdown. They're like, "Oh, it ain't Matt Ryan's fault today." I'm like, we finished the game with 10 points. And that's the thing about it. Like, people would say, "Oh, the 300 yards, Julio had another 150," but we scored 10 points that game, and that's been happening. Like that's been my whole point. So yes, Bijan went for 100 yards. London had 100 yards. Kirk had 300, but we didn't score a lot of points. That has been my argument the whole time. So even when Tidy brought up the offense, I'm like, yeah, but in scoring, we're with 16th now.
16.
Yeah, out of 32 teams, we're 16th.
But
the yardage will be top 10, but the points will be all the way at the back of the line. That has been my argument the whole time. Like the offense to me has been very. I saw some in that Commanders game where Drake came down in motion, crashed down the block, and your boy Bijan ran the opposite direction. Like, he wasn't even the lead blocker on that play. I was like, what was the point of Drake coming down? Like, it some of the stuff, the motion, some of the stuff, it just doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah,
I'll say this in rebuttal to you though, Keely. I do agree with you, but I also think you're selling it a little bit short because we started off slow, but once Kirk started playing a lot better, we started putting a lot of points on the board, and then we fell off once he fell off. If you go back and look at, I guess, Kirktober, we were putting 30-plus points on the board, 27 points, 30 points, and then when Kirk fell off that cliff, the inevitable happened, man. The offense just fell apart, and that dropped us back down in the points per game because you got to think we're still at 16, and that's enduring how bad Kirk Cousins played without scoring for 5 games. So we had got to a point.
So the first game we scored 10 points against Pittsburgh. That's not a high scoring game. Against
No,
Philly, we scored 22.
You didn't hear
Against
me,
Kansas
bro.
City, we scored 17.
I said that. I started my statement off by saying we started off slow. That's the first thing I said.
No, see, I get you were cutting me off because you thought you caught my point. You're saying started off slow. I was gonna keep going.
My
So
apologies.
we're gonna go well past starting off.
Okay,
I was gonna just keep going. Yeah. So
go ahead.
The New Orleans game, we scored 26. However, offense scored how many of those points? Like I'm gonna keep going. The point the point I'm making is,
hold on, we gonna do that.
The point I'm making is that outside of the 2 Tampa games and 1 Carolina game, we can't hinge. Oh, this offense is successful off of 3 games out of an entire year. That's my point. The two Tampa Bay games and the 1 Carolina game. That's 3 games, not just at the beginning of the year. I'm talking about out of the entire year before the so-called cliff happened. Those are the only 3 games we can say where the offense showed up that day.
Okay, every NFL team get credited for defense's points. So let's be fair to the team as a whole. Now,
okay, that's cool. But we're talking about the offense. We saw with our eyes what happened that game.
Okay, all right. We had a stretch where we put up 26 points, 36 points, 38 points, 31 points, 27 points, and that was all around each other. And then when Kirk fell off, the scoring just totally fell off at that time. I'm not trying to say that we were 2016 level, but I think the narrative that the offense isn't good is just simply a narrative of a frustrated fan base, trying to pile on at this point. Because if you rank
3 games I see,
let me finish, bro.
Let me finish. Tampa Bay,
I'll let you finish. Can I finish?
Let me jump in there after this.
That's cool. You can finish. I just corrected. You named like 4 games, and I'm saying the only 3 in which were above 30 were the 3 games I mentioned, the two Tampa Bay and the Carolina. But continue.
If you got, as y'all continue to say, a first-time offensive coordinator, Kirk Cousins coming in, and then you got to bring the Ricky in, and you still, whether you like it or not, middle of the pack in scoring, 10th overall in total offense. I mean, I'm like, hey. I don't think the offensive coordinator. I think the offensive coordinator really doing a pretty good job. And as you just said, Keely, you would take this receiving core over Julio Jones in his prime. You got 2 guys over 1,000 yards. Kyle Pitts is pitching in a little bit too. And these guys are not getting these yardage due to the fact that they're doing everything on their own. Coaching is getting these guys open also. You got Bijan having one of the best running back seasons that we've seen since Devontae Michael Turner. So I think we kind of selling off coordinator short. What do you mean?
But that was the point that I was making. I said they get yards. The point I was making, I didn't say that they didn't get yards. I started off the whole thing saying they were getting yards. My biggest point of contention was that though they're getting yards, they're not getting the end zone. And that had been the case the whole season.
Let me jump in there.
I said he's pitching in. I'm not gonna sit here and play like y'all play, act like he just told a total shithead. He ain't what we thought he was, but he giving us something, bro. The man got 4 touchdowns and damn near 600 yards, dog. I'm not gonna just piss down y'all leg, act like that ain't shit.
He's a great 4th option.
So
if that's what you want to call it, he pitching in.
Yeah. So that's what 4th options do. They pitch in.
He got like 600 yards, 4 touchdowns. You could call him the 8th option. He's still pitching in.
Well, I'm calling him the 4th option because he's the 4th leading receiver.
He can be the 33rd option for all I care. He is pitching in at the end of the day.
Well, you can call him what you want, but I'm calling what he is.
I know y'all don't like him. I know y'all don't like when nobody give him no credit, but he is pitching in. I don't give a damn what y'all say about that. Go ahead, coach.
All right, so this is what I will say to this part right here. I'm glad we jumped back to the future. Present, yeah. So I think it's some of what Keely said, and I say this because before the bye, and I said this before to some idiot who don't know what the hell they talking about. Before the bye, We
You may
ran.
well call the man name, Coach.
We
You're gonna
we
keep
ran.
hitting
We
all
ran.
around it like that.
We ran 24% play action. After the bye, when the so quote unquote Kirk Cousins fell off the cliff, we were running 14%
What we talking about?
play action. So I think this offense with a great offensive coordinator will be lights out. But because we don't have a great offensive coordinator, we do have what Keely is saying, a bunch of meaningless yardage in the game and no scoring. And switch it, as we've seen, switching up quarterbacks hasn't changed it. Michael Penix has scored one touchdown. Most of our touchdowns come from the defense and from Bijan Robinson. You know, so I don't think it's so much fans being upset because well, I ain't gonna say fans. I'm gonna just speak for myself. Before the season started, I jumped out the window. I said, "Man, looking at us on paper, man, we're gonna be four." I said 14-3 was my prediction. once the season progressed and I seen what we had in the coaching staff and what was going on, I said, "Oh well, that's out the window." I'm not mad that my prediction ain't true. I just see what it is. We truly don't, and I know, bro, you giving him all the grace in the world, and that's cool. That's as a fan, that's your prerogative. And I'm not gonna hate you or fault you for that. But for me, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Our coaching core is trash. And every time we do a film session, I point out spacing. Look how close our receivers are. We have two receivers within 5 yards of each other running the same route. That ain't always on the player. That is strictly coaching. And I'm kind of not so straight to you, Toddy, but because a lot of people say it, I'm tired of being told, get a man time, get a man time, get a man time. You are getting a job that is paying you millions of dollars. You should be walking in the door knowing what the hell you doing. If you don't, you should be fired. I don't care if it's week 1, hour 1, or week 999. If you don't know what you're doing, you don't deserve to be getting paid for what you're doing because you're not doing, like,
Coach,
all of us work 9 to 5, whatever hours we work. If
Coach,
we go to
Let me
our
let me
job
start
and
let me
don't
start
do
this
what
one
our
thing.
job pay us to do, we're gonna get fired. Period.
Let me
Whether it's
start
a
this on
year,
to what you're
whether it's
saying.
a year into the job, or whether it's 5 minutes into the job, if we don't do what we're paid to do, we get fired.
Coach, when the
So,
last time we had a good offensive coordinator in Atlanta, in your opinion?
in my opinion, a good one. I think we had one. I think we had a good offensive coordinator. Well, damn, there's so many coaches in here. I think we had a good offensive coordinator when the last regime was here. We just didn't have the players, and our head coach sucked.
We didn't have a player. So you saying we didn't have a quarterback to complement the offensive coordinator?
Correct.
We ain't got that now. I rest my case.
We do. We did have it. How you gonna say we didn't have it when you say we were 6-3, we were winning, so clearly we had the quarterback to do it.
Why he ain't still the starter if we got a good quarterback?
Again, I think it's a combination. I don't think it's solely on Kirk Cousins because we were, as I said, doing 24% play action per game per game before the bye. After the bye, when he supposedly falls off this cliff, we go to 14% play action. Yeah, it was him playing bad, but I think it was a combination of him playing bad and coaching, because we go from 24 when we're winning to 14 and we're losing.
Well, you just said he was playing bad.
Yeah, he was playing bad, but I mean, people play bad though. But did your coach put you in a position to what? Did
Go
your
ahead.
coach put you in a position to win? And the answer to that is no.
Yeah, because we sat there and we watched all that film, as you said, coach, of him continually throwing the ball into double coverage, triple coverage. We sat there and we watched all that. I mean, yeah, if you want to give some blame to Zach Robinson for that, okay, I'll take that. But 85% of that was just Kirk Cousins fell off the cliff, man. That's really
Yeah, I
really
mean,
what it boiled down to.
that's possible. I mean, you know, we honestly we'll never know because, like I said, that there was a distinct
I gotta agree
change.
with Tidy.
It was a distinct change in the playbook. So
Okay, so
that could also accelerated his quote unquote fall off the cliff, or that could have been the reason for his fall off the cliff. I'm not disagreeing with you. He played bad and he played horrible in those games. He did. Well, all I'm saying was he also wasn't put in the best position because we went away from what was working.
okay, so let's. I think it could be settled this way, Coach. If he leaves Atlanta next year and he goes somewhere and balls out, it was mostly Zach Robinson. If he leaves Atlanta, goes somewhere else, and he just falls off the map like Matt Ryan did in Indianapolis, it was Kirk Cousins. Can we both agree on that?
Somewhat, just sorta. But what I would say to that is, look at the exact same, and I understand he is a rookie. I trust me, I get it. But what I'm saying is, look at look at the exact same way we're playing now. It's still, even though Michael Penix is making the throws that Kirk Cousins couldn't make, even though Michael Penix is rolling out the way that Kirk Cousins couldn't, we're still not putting points on the board. We're still losing, or we lost to the Redskins, and we blew out the worst team in the NFL. So it's still the same thing.
And we watched play after play of Penix overthrow guy.
Yeah,
I gotta
again.
Hey, hold up. I gotta head out because I had to go to work early in the
morning. I'm about to get off myself. It's 2 o'clock.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. I've loved this conversation. I've loved the entire show. Thank everybody that came on the panel. Everybody that was in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Y'all boys keep rocking. I gotta shut it down for the evening. But happy New Year's to everyone. Thank you, Larry, from the Dixon Way for coming through and raiding us earlier too. I appreciate everything. Happy New Year's to everyone. All love, blessings to everyone. Blessings to everyone. Y'all boys have a good one though.
All right, brother, stay up.
But yeah, before I go too, what was you saying, Tony?
Longest goodbyes.
Shut up, Red. Go ahead. What you gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh, I was just saying that we've changed. You were right. You said Penix was missing passes. You are absolutely correct. But that's what I'm saying. He's not. He didn't play no. He's not playing nowhere near as bad as Kirk Cousins was, and we're still having the same result. So the only thing that it has been the same is who or what.
Okay, coach. If we remove, let's remove the rookie curve, and I get it. It's hard to do. If we remove the rookie curve, Michael Penix had a very bad game Sunday night. If we take off the rookie curve, he had a very bad game.
I mean, even with the rookie curve, I say I told you in your film study, I gave him a D. He had a bad game. So even with the rookie curve, he had a bad game. The only thing is, he is a rookie, so he gets a B.
Right.
But he had a bad game.
But that's
B or D.
He said grade is a D. But because he's a rookie, I mean, in his second game, I mean, that was a B.
And coach, that's all I'm saying is like
you grading on a curve.
If you ain't got
people rookie.
If we continue to have bad quarterback play, I mean, you can bring Andy Reid in here, bro. Like, ain't that gonna shake? With a bad, it ain't gonna shake.
But one doesn't absolve the other, because both things can be true. You can have a bad coordinator and you can have bad quarterback play. I mean, that's why you try to gauge it on the merit of the coaching. I mean, because one doesn't absolve the other. Like it's possible that you can have a bad OC and you can have a subpar quarterback.
That's possible, but I will hold out and say until we get consistent good quarterback play here, it's really hard to gauge on Zach Robinson. Just like it was called, and to Coach's point, when he said he think Arthur Smith was good, but he didn't have a quarterback, it's kind of hard to grade Arthur Smith with a bad quarterback, because when he had Tannehill, hell, he had Tannehill balling. You know,
I don't know.
Yeah, but
I look at it like this.
Arthur Smith's downfall was he doubled down on the garbage. That was his downfall.
But
And
the
I,
other thing about Arthur Smith
I
in
don't know
terms of
about balling now.
The evidence that I saw that Arthur Smith in terms of calling plays was that I saw receivers that were open. Like if I see receivers that are open and Ritter just missed them, then that's evidence that he was calling plays successfully because receivers were open.
That's what I said.
Absolutely.
So
that's what I see in Atlanta every single week, bro. Straight up.
Nah.
Okay.
I can't say I see that.
Nah. Did Penix miss the passes? Yes, he did. But Toddy, no, they are not. And I pointed out every single week too. They are not open, bro. They are too close together. The routes are all wrong. I mean, just everything about it is wrong.
I guess in perspective, if you are a fan of Zach or a defender of Zach, then that's
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan or defender of Zach. Zach can kiss my black ass for all I'm concerned. I'm just telling you what I see, bro. Every week when we do film study, guys are open. Mooney running down the field open. Last night when we did film study, John, Coach, James, Slim, guys are wide open, and we send it with Penix gonna hit that. He need time. He need time. We can't be hard on him because he a rookie. Big low. He need time. God, dog. Mooney was open damn near the whole game. Drake London running down the field doing jumping jacks, doing backflips, wide ass open, butt naked ass open, bro.
I mean, you're right. You're right. You are right. You are absolutely correct. There were a lot of people open. So really, it's really hard. It's hard to gauge. It's really hard to gauge because Michael Penix is a rookie in his second game. But I will say this though. Even with those people open in the times that they were open, you still seeing the same garbage routes and plays that take too long to develop, that you have too many people bundled up in one side. Like those are things that at this point in week 18, bruh, you should have fixed already. Like my analogy that I used weeks ago. That's like a mechanic. When you hire a mechanic, you should the baseline should be, I know how to change the tire and I know how to change oil. I don't expect you to come straight in here and change and rebuild a transmission. That you need to be taught that. But baseline, you should be able to change oil and change tires. And it's like he can't even do that. He can't change tires and he can't change the oil.
Now, if you use Keely's definition of a good offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson did have people open. And the quarterback had time. Okay, if you use Keely's definition, okay, and if that's the demonstration of a good offensive coordinator, then Zach Robinson did good enough to to pass muster. All right.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
I said if you use Keely's definition, okay, if you got people open and it's up to your quarterback to hit them and he misses them, it's not on the offensive coordinator then. It's on the quarterback.
Right. What's the job of the offensive coordinator? That's his job.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Now, my problem with this is that you knew when you posted, Coach, last night, when you posted the scouting report from Bleacher Report as to what Penix could do well and what his shortcomings were. immediately, and this is the way I'm looking at it. Immediately, your quarterback coach, your offensive coordinator, all of your staff that's going to be dealing with that quarterback, even though he's not starting, even though he's playing with the number 2s, you're supposed to work on those shortcomings to try to correct it.
Absolutely.
That is your main focus. Okay, I know you got a laser. I know you got an arm. All right. But you need to develop touch. You need to develop an intermediate pass. You need to develop certain things in order to make your game better. All right. And this is what you need to work on. I don't have any evidence that any of this is taking place because, see, he's throwing. I mean, it's just like Charlie Sheen in Major League. He throwing the heater every time he don't come out there. Yeah. He almost flinging his arm out the socket after the football. All right. And that doesn't, football does not require you to do that all the time. It's good when you need to get it in there, just like he did with Kyle Pitts in the end zone. But as we were watching last night, Penix, I mean, he's overthrowing people, balls going, especially that pass to the left. He was trying to hit Bijan on that. All he had to do was just lob it up there, and Bijan would run under it. Touchdown.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But John, that goes back to what I have said numerous times, and what I've heard Keely say. So if you know that your player has a deficiency, as a coach, you scheme up things to sort of hide that. So if you know that Michael Penix has an issue with or putting touch and arc on the ball, and you going against the worst run defense, one of the worst run defenses in the league, you would think a smart, competent offensive coordinator will scheme up a bunch of run plays to put your team in the best position to win.
Let me change my answer in my description of Zach. I don't want to say he's a bad coordinator. I want to say he's an inexperienced coordinator. That is a better description for how I feel about Zach. It's not that he's not good enough to cover up the flaws on this team. So, like, for example, there's flaws. There's flaws in Kirk game. There's flaws in Penix game. There's flaws in a lot of players' game. However, a more experienced coordinator could put them in a better position to succeed. And that has been my gripe. It's not that Zach can't become better eventually. It's just that I do not like who he is right now because he doesn't have the experience to put these players in a better position to succeed.
And I could agree with that, but then that goes back to, for me and me only. I'm only talking about me. He shouldn't have the position. Yeah. I mean, if you can't do the basic of hiding your players' flaws, putting them in the best position, I ain't asking you to go out there and draw me up some John Madden plays. I don't need you to do that. What I do need you to do is put my players in the best position to win. If Kirk has an issue with rolling out or I don't know, throwing passes past 20 yards, all right, draw up a shit ton of 5 and 10 yard plays. If Michael Penix has an issue with touch, throwing bullets and touch, okay, draw a bunch of slants and comebacks to where he can bullet the ball. You know what I mean?
Here's why I think it matters, and I think some people think we might be a little too harsh. But here's why I think it matters. If you're only 3 years removed from your last winning season or the last time you reached the playoffs, I think you could get away with. Then you could get away with, an expectation. Then you could have an expectation of patience for coaches to get it together and for quarterbacks to get it together, this and that. However, 2017 season was the last time we reached the playoffs. Right, we just arrived in 2025. We're 2 years removed from a decade of not seeing a playoffs. We're coming up on a decade. When you have gone that many years, I think the expectation of patience or having rookie coordinators figure it out, I think is out of the window when you're approaching a decade of ineptitude. When we've been sorry this long, I don't think there should be an expectation we should wait on a quarterback or coordinators to figure it out, especially when you can go get experienced coordinators. And I think not like I get veteran quarterbacks that are good don't fall out of trees. I get that. So we might have to deal with a quarterback figuring it out. But there are coaches.
That's being sensible, Keely. That's being sensible. When you say they don't grow on trees, like, man, if we could just wave that magic wand and go get a good quarterback, we'd be here. He would be here. But it ain't that simple.
And that's what we thought. That's what we thought we did.
But however,
you're right.
However, we haven't exactly prioritized going to get one. I don't think we've made great valiant attempts because whether or not we understand what Fields became to be, however, at that point we still chose to take a tight end over a quarterback.
There you go. See,
we haven't, even though that they do not fall out of trees, which is very true. However, we have not exactly prioritized going to get one or made our best efforts to go get one.
Because the previous regime thought they could do it the cheap way. I go in the third round and I'm gonna make a star out of it. I'll go get Mariota.
I don't think passing up Justin Fields mean that they were not trying to have a
and they did try to get Deshaun Watson too.
Right. You know, you got to give them credit for that because at the end of the day,
they did try.
Fields is a backup quarterback who done won like 8 games in his career, and like 2 or 3 of them been against Atlanta. So he don't have a stellar resume either.
But you know, I preempted my statement by saying that we did not know what he was going to become. They did not know that that was the case. My point is that we, instead of getting any quarterback, we chose a tight. We thought that getting a tight end was a better option. My point is whether or not we didn't know what Fields or what any of those quarterbacks were going to become. It worked out that way, but we did not know. We, in our head, we thought taking a tight end was a better route to success than taking any or considering a quarterback.
Stupid.
And in the subsequent years, we didn't prioritize trying to go get one. Is my point.
We like John said, we try to get Deshaun. Now, when you go past the Fields thing, when you go past the Fields thing, I don't hold Fields against him because obviously what Fields end up being. But now, you know, I will question Kyle Pitts at 4. I never liked it. You know, you could have made a better decision at that. They tried to do the Deshaun Watson thing. After that, there really hadn't been no viable opportunity for them to get a quarterback until they got some money. And then this year they were in position to draft one and then have to sell the farm. So, and I say this in Arthur Smith's defense. You know, we probably cut him loose 1 year too early because he really didn't have a chance and opportunity to get a quarterback. And I know you're gonna say Desmond Ridder, John, but I always say they didn't get Desmond Ridder to be the franchise quarterback. That was not the plan.
Well, let me say something. Let me say something to Red right quick. Now, Red, remember, keep this in mind, Red. That money that Cleveland paid him was not the money that we were gonna pay him. Cleveland just made came up to bat and just sent it out of the park, but we weren't going to pay him that much money. Remember, keep that in mind, Red. Now we might have overpaid for him, but we weren't going to pay that kind of money to him.
It's just it goes back to I'm with you, Toddy. I have never Raheem Morris and this coaching staff is the only coaching staff that I've ever said out my mouth or even thought, yeah, we got to fire them. Even Arthur Smith, even with Arthur Smith, I was like, okay, if we fire, we fire him. You know, we don't. I thought our whole entire team was trash, but his issue with me is he would some of the plays and things that he would do just didn't make sense, especially when you don't have a quarterback that can do these things. And it just was a whole lot of head scratching going on. But I wholeheartedly believe if he was our head coach and on this team, if we had the last regime on this year, I think we'll be 10, 12, 13 wins easily, which goes to show what is indicative of how bad our actual coaching staff is. But let me respond to that last comment though. Most of us up here don't well, Red does a lot, but most of us up here don't come from a place of emotion. That just ain't none of us up here. All of us up here, especially me, I take my emotion hat off all the time. There's nothing wrong with calling a spade a spade. If the team is playing like trash, they play like trash, bro. Like I'm not going to call shit sugar. So
let me just to my quarterback point. We talking about 4 off seasons, right? And this is just my logic.
Hold
I
on.
do not.
I don't
I
call
do.
those
I
shit
do
no
not.
sugar, you coach.
That's
Don't even
great,
ask.
Red. I don't think out of a full off season that you can go through a full off season and don't think that you can find a better option than Marcus Mariota as your starting quarterback or Desmond Ridder. We went a full off season to find a better option than Desmond Ridder, and we rolled with Desmond Ridder. We went a full off season to find a better option than Marcus Mariota. I'm not saying that Trevor Lawrence was going to fall in our lap. I'm just saying that you went a full off season, both of those off seasons, and you didn't think you found a better option at quarterback than those two guys out of a full off season.
One thing I will say is we didn't have the money, so
You
you're
could have
right.
signed Joe Flacco.
But
we didn't have.
but even if you sign Flacco, that's just a band-aid, a very temporary band-aid. You're gonna be in the
you needed that. Well, hey, the wound was exposed. You needed
My
a Band-Aid.
question is, we are a professional NFL franchise.
Keely is saying get a franchise quarterback. That's
no.
We didn't
What
have
I'm
that
saying
kind
is,
of money.
we are a professional NFL franchise that toted Marcus Mariota as their starting quarterback.
That's so funny to say too.
Yeah. We.
That's my point.
But y'all gotta like Keely. You always tell me context. You gotta look at the context of the team. And I done turned to the defender when I'm normally the person that be going ham on the Falcons. But you gotta look at the big picture. We just came from setting the NFL record and dead cap money with Matthew Ryan's dead cap hit. So that go to salary cap for the next 2 years. Not to mention Mr. Quintorius Lopez pretty much shot us the finger. So now you're dealing with about $28 million of dead cap for him. So coming into the Arthur Smith era, you 2 years behind the 8 ball because you ain't got no money, and now you signing all these ex-Walmart employees and Kmart employees, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say that, but that's
what it was.
That's true, and that's the only thing we could afford. So it's not like we had it's not like we had a lot of financial flexibility to go get one, and
I'm not saying a franchise quarterback. What I'm saying is there are so many quarterbacks who are also cheap. Mitch Trubisky or Carson Wentz weren't expensive. What I'm saying is there were options that talent-wise. So Mr. Trubisky, you don't think is a more talented passer of the football than both starting quarterbacks that we toted out there in 2022 and 2023?
But I mean, is he still playing football? I mean,
yeah. Tidy. Let's not do this. Are you gonna say that he's not a better thrower of the football than Marcus Mariota and Desmond Ridder?
I would say he is a better thrower of the football, certainly than Marcus Mariota and Desmond Ritter. But as far as I just didn't.
That is the only point that I am making, was that we as a franchise could not have saw this man throwing the football in the offseason in practice and said that he was the best option out of a full offseason.
But my question is, hold on a second, Coach. But my question is, like, what did he do that we should be scratching our heads? Oh, we missed out on Trubisky. Look at him balling. What did he do?
That ain't his point.
It's not more so what did Trubisky do. It's more so how bad they were.
But if that's not what he did, why bring it up? I mean, so what we saying? Instead of, part of my language, instead of green shit, we should have got brown shit. That what we doing? Trash is trash.
No, all trash ain't created equal.
That's what I'm saying though, Keely. And I'm not saying this to be sarcastic or to be an asshole, but what am I missing about Trubisky in 21 and 22 that should tell me, well, tie it down? Y'all missed out on Trubisky, boy. What am I missing?
It's potentially the difference between 7 wins or 9. That's what I'm saying. Like,
and possibly Arthur Smith keeping his job.
Yeah, like
did y'all keep up with Trubisky during this time period?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't, but I understand what he's saying. We could have. This is why I said that was inevitably Arthur Smith's downfall, is because he doubled down on Desmond Ritter instead of trying to go out and get and even try to get better. Because there definitely had to be better quarterbacks than Desmond Ritter.
We would have won more games. Do you think we would have won more games with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback than Desmond Ritter?
Absolutely.
I don't.
Well,
I don't know.
We're not winning a Super Bowl with Brissett, but we're going to probably win more. We're probably going to get better quarterback play from the quarterback position with Jacoby Brissett than Desmond Ritter.
And see, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna bottom line this. I'm gonna bottom line this for me. They blew it when they didn't take a quarterback at number 4 and paid a tight end quarterback money, because we had enough money to get a starting quarterback. We don't know how that quarterback would have turned out, but at least you would have gotten the proper position for the money that you were spending. Okay. And then San Francisco goes and gets Mr. Irrelevant and turns him into a starter. That's the damning thing about it for me, because your head coach / offensive coordinator / beer of all things and the keeper of the eternal flame, he was the one say, I can coach Matt Ryan. I can develop a quarterback, and didn't even have a quarterback coach here. Now, and see, that's what really made it so egregious for me. You didn't even go and get the position that you needed to get from the jump, and you spent the rest of your tenure trying to make up for it.
But John, that would have just been ultimately drafting a backup quarterback at number 4.
See, Tidy, the reason why I disagree with that is because Chicago was a clown show.
But what has he done since Chicago? He's a backup now. He was a starter. But John, all right, look what he got traded for. They traded like a 5th or 6th rounder for him. Like, nobody really around the league thinks that highly of Justin Fields. Justin Fields is really a supreme athlete and a mid quarterback at the end of the day. That's right. Who he is.
Yes, right now. But after 3 years in Chicago with nobody, with Matt Nagy and the rest of the clowns that were in Chicago, I can't say what he would have turned out to be. I can't say what he would have turned out to be.
You saying Chicago, John, who do we root for, John?
We rooting for the Falcons.
They ain't no better.
No. Hold up.
They ain't no better.
Right now, Tidy. This is the thing.
Super Bowls.
That's my point, Coach. We're not. See, we looking at it from a Falcons fan perspective. We're like, well, he went to Chicago.
No, I'm looking from an actuality perspective because
I get it, John. But what I'm saying is, like, when you say he went to Chicago, but you got to understand, we still Atlanta, bro. I agree.
Atlanta. I agree. However, even though we are in Atlanta and Chicago was Chicago, my problem with this is that you still, Atlanta, picked the wrong person at number 4.
I agree
you
with you.
You do not build a team around a tight end.
I agree with you on that, John. But my only thing is, I don't think Justin Fields was the answer, and our fan base keeps. Our fan base keeps coming back to Fields, but he's only won like 8 or 9 games, and 3 of them been against us. Like, he's not an accomplished quarterback.
I think the thing about it is that there's no definitive. Depending on where, put it like this: if Fields lands in San Francisco instead of Chicago, we might be talking about a whole different scenario. Like
probably not because he can't throw the football. And you got to be able to throw the football in Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, if you look at your boy evaluation, the starting quarterback, that was in his evaluation that he couldn't throw the football.
Who was he
wasn't a starter? The current starter in San Francisco.
Who brought Purdy?
Yes, that was in his evaluation.
But
he did not have an arm of a starting NFL quarterback.
But once Brock Purdy got on the field, he showed he can at least throw the football good enough to do it.
He got on the field with Kyle Shanahan as the play caller. Like, all I'm saying is styles make a fight, situations can make a career. Like, we see what's going on in Minnesota right now. Like, Sam Darnold was thrown away. Same thing with Baker Mayfield before he came to Tampa. All I'm saying is sometimes arriving
Baker Mayfield was a good player before he got to Tampa.
All right. So he gave you one good year in Cleveland. The rest of it looked like he was going to be a backup quarterback. He was looking like a backup quarterback in Carolina. And going to the right situation turned his career around. Sam Darnold looked like he was going to be a career backup, and then he lands in Minnesota with the right coach. All I'm saying is sometimes being in the right place. I don't think Brock Purdy becomes Brock Purdy if he doesn't land in San Francisco. That's my opinion. You have your opinion. All I'm saying is that depending on where you land, like regardless, can people say Chicago is a better franchise than Atlanta? Yes. However, they have been a notorious abyss when it comes to the quarterback position. When it comes to the middle linebacker position, they're historic. When it comes to the quarterback position, they have been an abyss. Every talent that walks in there, they go out different. Like, it is what it is.
I just feel like we continue to beat this Justin Fields path down, and I
get your annoyance with Fields. I get that.
No, I'm not really annoyed with it, but it just like and now he's with Mike Tomlin and probably one of the better coaching staffs of our era. And he's still backing up somebody. It's like, why we still talking about Fields?
No one talked about Mike Tomlin as a quarterback coach or a quarterback whisperer.
Let me jump in real quick. Toddy, I think what John and Keely are saying, although I'm not speaking for them, is although yes, Justin Fields is trash. He maybe he would have worked here, maybe he didn't. The point is, taking him over Pitts would at least shown that you were trying to win and trying to put together a good team instead of riding with Mariota and Ritter. You know what I'm saying? Like at 4, you kind of got to take him. You know what I'm saying? Even though hindsight is 2020, we see he trash, but you kind of had to take him and not Mike instead of Pitt.
I get Toddy's argument.
You don't have to. What I'm trying to say, speaking for myself, what I'm trying to say is you did not have to take Justin Fields. I'm not saying Kyle Pitts was the right pick, because y'all know I've been pissed off about that pick for the longest. I didn't never want Pitts here. but you didn't have.
Well, any quarterback. My bad. Yeah, I don't remember the quarterbacks that year, but
No,
if Justin
we
Fields,
didn't have another opportunity. Only quarterback we really feasibly could have took at that point was Fields. They elected not to take him. Now, was Pitts the right pick? No, you should have went elsewhere. In hindsight, Penei Sewell would have been the correct pick for the Falcons at that time.
My argument is that at UGA, he's nothing but a running back. He goes to Ryan Day and he gets a Heisman invite. All I'm saying is the situation can determine your future. That's my only point. I'm not saying that he would have become a career backup if he came to Atlanta. I don't know. All I'm saying is sometimes where you land defines your career. I don't even see how that can be argued against. You may feel differently about his talent. I just think Styles make a fight.
Well, he with the same offensive coordinator that he would have had in Atlanta. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
And on these notes,
I was about to say, I'm about to head on 2:00.
They won with him. Yeah, they won.
Yeah, and on these notes, we've gone 5 hours and 20 minutes, gentlemen. Woo-wee! This was a New Year's Day. Welcome to 2025 show here, buddy.
It was actually a good one. I like to be able to talk to sensible people, man.
Coach, you've overmade that point, and you may as well call the man's name now. You may as well just call the man's name.
I'm just saying, bro. I like talking to sensible people, man. It makes my heart feel good to talk to people about football, and it makes sense.
Yeah, and
Coach don't want to talk to you.
Man,
not hearing about imaginary interviews where somebody said they rode a pink buffalo.
See there he go.
All right, Slim, stop telling Coach about the story about your pink buffalo.
And man, we've got 22 people eyes on us here at 3:15 in the morning. Somebody ain't got to go to work, or they done left the phone on.
Still on vacation.
Yeah, they still on vacation. Hey, all right. Well, and we really appreciate you guys hanging with us this long. Hopefully we entertained, did a little education, and gave our opinions on various things tonight. And hope we didn't offend nobody.
Keep singing Kumbaya and the sun will come out tomorrow, bro.
Yeah, my panel, they don't care. They equal opportunity offenders. They EOEs. Starting around in the Chief said he took off today because he thought UGA was playing last night. Man, man, I hope that doesn't affect us. I really do. But going around the horn, let me see. That you, Coach, up there? Coach, what you doing? Yeah, you got to get up. You got to go to school tomorrow? Are you out?
Yeah, no, I don't go back to the 6.
Oh man.
So,
okay.
But I do have to work tomorrow. But yeah, man, as always, man, you can find me anywhere that there's any type of Falcons talk here on the eye test. On Wednesdays. Thank you for having me as always. You can find me in ABG, Film Study, Waffle House, whatever he just decides to do his pop-ups. You can find me in Larry at the Dixon Way. And please, people, follow, subscribe, and like all of these places. I'm just in everywhere when it comes to Falcons and talking about football. So.
All right, Red.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
No, we can't.
Shut up, Ty. All right. Appreciate y'all. Damn, man, I got off track. Anyway, I guess I'm a little tired myself. Yeah, man, it's messed up that the UGA game got canceled because I was ready to look at it tonight myself, man. I got to go back to work tomorrow too. It's coming on at 4:00. So, man, ain't that some bad luck? Well, anyway, y'all catch me on the weekend, Saturday, 11 a.m. Red and Real Sports Show, 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. Other than that, appreciate you, John, having me tonight on the eye test.
tight if you crank up on Fridays or later on this week. I'll join you up. And like I say, I guess according to Coach, we all been some folks who know what we talking about tonight. So it was nice to be around those types.
All right, Keelan, man, I tell you. What you got going on, man?
I done took Keely's place, and I don't pretty much appreciate that, bro. You need to come back, get your spot back, get your homie back. Don't
No,
take your spot.
I'm pulling back because of like people. It goes back to the conversation where you were talking about how like people who talk about sports. I noticed in 2024 there was a lot of times where I felt like I wanted to go find people.
Oh, absolutely.
So because
Damn,
you
well,
could,
y'all were
if you
paying
talk
attention.
about no, there was times where I was looking for like, bro, if I catch this guy out in public, like I'm gonna because you talk about their favorite player or you say something and it just never stays on football. It just like I say something about Kyle Pitts and it's like, you're a clown, you this and that, you this and that, and it goes to disrespect. So I just said I'm just gonna support John and Winston, man. Just do my Wednesday and then just try to pull back from it because I really want to hurt people sometimes. And I literally there was a couple of nights where like, why can't you just keep it on football? So I don't have to go up and look up pictures of your wife and look up pictures of your kid and talk about them, because I don't want to be that person. Because that's the first thing I do. I find pictures of your family. If you got it, bro, I'll talk about living or dead. I will sit there and talk
Anyway,
about.
Keely.
All right. Anyway, yeah. So,
we get way off topic,
but
man.
to that point, that's why
Look at Ray talking
pulling
about I
back.
feel you, man. Y'all
Bro,
both,
like people,
boy,
because
y'all
people
both
don't,
people.
people do not want to just have football conversations. That's why.
Look, I ain't gonna lie. I understand. Now, y'all both know, y'all see the morons, they come on my page sometimes. So I definitely understand where y'all coming from. But boy, Keely, you too good a shot to be talking about you want to go looking for folks.
No, I just feel like I want to have these conversations in person. Why get behind a keyboard? I'm 6'3". I'm 6'3". Let me leverage my height in this argument.
Now a lot of them guys wouldn't even be talking to you, Keely, if they saw how big you were.
And that's why I don't like it. Let's just talk football. But for that reason, I gotta save my blood pressure, my anger. So I'm gonna come up here with John and Winston and y'all and talk. But in terms of like just going out there arguing with everybody, that's my goal, to pull back and not try to find people. But you will find me on Wednesday. I will do my best to come and support Winston and John here. And other than that, hopefully I'll be a ghost most of 2025.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll catch Ghosts in season 6 then.
All right. Hey, James, you still with her? Is that James?
Yeah, the duck.
That's James with the duck.
Yeah, I'm here.
You damn near sleep over there, weren't you?
I was at one point, but I checked it out. I'm actually doing something on the game right now.
What you playing?
Catch me, just Call of Duty. Catch me on the eye test and ABG film session. You can catch me at Atlanta Bird game. You can catch me in the eye test tomorrow. In the group, and I got a special surprise in that group tomorrow. And everything like that.
You ain't gonna have nothing to say because Georgia's gonna win. You ain't gonna have nothing to come back and say.
No, it ain't nothing with Georgia. I'm not done with Oregon.
Okay.
So
it just runs deep. Go ahead and get that sniper in that window, and we'll talk with you later on.
Yeah, I'm actually putting in a country code right now.
Oh Lord,
But it's a blessing, man. And Happy New Year again to everybody, man. I wish nothing but prosperity and blessings among the panel and everyone that's still rocking in the comments. We deeply appreciate you stayed up. Well, it's 2:23 for me. So we really appreciate that y'all still rocking and everything like that of that nature. And Keely, you can still come on the panels. Don't try to disappear. Just channel your energy somewhere else when it comes to stuff like that, okay?
I hear
Yeah,
you,
man. Don't
I also gotta
don't be
be.
disappearing now, man. We need somebody to check Slim silly ass, and we need somebody
Don't.
more than coach. We need
Well,
Slim checking
see,
his ass.
It don't have nothing to do with checking someone. You just don't let nobody put that energy on you. And it just the thing is that at the end of the day, I just don't want to see no more arguing. Even me and Keely had an argument before on this panel, but we know we just talking football at that point and never get personal and everything. That's still my boy at the end of the day.
Yeah.
If y'all lose tomorrow, Keely, I will tag you.
But that's my point. Like, I've never said anything. It's always been football. I don't say anything about your
Yeah.
mom. I don't say anything. I don't call you a clown. I don't call you out the name. It's when me to everyone I've argued with, like, I've never had to disrespect them. That's my point. So therefore we always argue because I've never had a disrespect. But I say something like about their favorite player, all of a sudden their panties get wet and then they gotta name. So then I have to feel like I have to find you because I know you wouldn't say this to my face. And that's
I understand, but still don't let them make you come on panels more because you want to speak your mind about Falcons football. Because different perspectives what makes the show interesting.
Yeah, I get it.
You mean don't let them drive you away from the panels?
No,
Yeah.
it's just it's just a redirection of energy. That's all. I'm just
Yeah, and you can still redirect your energy on the panel.
I hear you.
When
I
the
promise you.
dummies come on, just do like James and Winston do. Just hit mute.
Yeah, it just there's some effect. It's some effect. It is, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
sometimes
what you got to
you just
do.
got to keep yourself from talking. Yeah, you just got to keep yourself from even responding. You put yourself on mute, and then they don't hear nothing you say. You just say, "Man, you dumb MF for stupid. I can't believe this crazy son of a." And then they don't hear nothing. You gone, got it all out. You good. Sometimes these folks ain't even worth responding to, Keely, because the shit they say so stupid, man.
But yeah, you can protect your energy. You still protect your energy on the panel at the end of the day, big dog. Man, y'all be blessed, man. Peace and blessings to everyone.
Likewise.
All right, James. And Tidy.
I'm out too, y'all.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. And Tidy, shoot, next week, that'll be our last film session for the year next week, won't it?
Yeah, last one, man.
Told you this season go
unless
by
unless a miracle happens.
Yeah, you're right. Unless a miracle happens. Let's hope so.
Hey, y'all can forget about miracles now.
I don't know.
All right,
man.
and
you talking about thanks now.
I'm holding out hope, man. Maybe they'll do us a little favor, but if not, we used to it.
Where's that? Is that in Tampa or in New Orleans?
That means the NFL rigged for real. If I ain't gonna lie, I think
it's in Tampa.
Oh, it's in Tampa. Okay.
I won't say it real. Like y'all know how the NFC South go. Hell, Tampa lost to Dallas without Dak, I think. So it could happen.
Yeah.
That would be the biggest choke job in Tampa Bay history.
But that would be if we were to slip in the playoffs like that, rumbling, stumbling, bumbling, fumbling. Once it gets in the record books, it will say, well, the Falcons made the playoff back in 2024. I don't know why y'all complaining about it. And you don't know the history. See, that's the thing about that, But Tidy, go ahead and plug the plug.
Plug the plug. Well, John, thank you, Winston, for having me. Appreciate it as always, man. Great show. You can find me at Atlanta Bird Gang everywhere on social media. Speaking of New Orleans, I do want to say prayers up to New Orleans, based on unfortunate incidents, and also Las Vegas as well. Send my prayers and thoughts to everybody involved in that, directly and indirectly. And good luck to the Georgia Bulldogs tomorrow, man. Hopefully they'll put us in a good mood tomorrow at about 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Outside of that, man, I wish, all of y'all, blessings and prosperities to everybody who had not had a chance to wish a happy new year, like Keely, like Red. Hadn't had a chance to wish y'all guys a happy new year yet. So I wish y'all a happy new year. Everybody else, I've been on the panel with already and said it. So blessings to everybody, man. Wish y'all the very best of health. Blessings again, and also great luck to everybody, man. I enjoy what we do, even when we don't agree, and we're not designed by God's will to agree with each other. And that's what made life interesting and somewhat fun. But I always do enjoy it, man. So if this is like one of our last shows we're gonna do because of this team that we root for can't never get their shit together, it's always gonna be fun. And hey, we'll be back to do it again next year. Again, thank y'all.
All right, thanks for coming. And I'd like to salute everybody in the chat that's been hanging with us on this journey this year, as well as just tonight. I don't celebrate New Year's, things of that sort. I wasn't raised to do so, but I do recognize that on the Julian, who is this? I guess the Caesarean calendar, this is the second day of the month of Janus, January, since we're going to keep time like that. So, it is a celebration of making it around the sun, or an observance or note of a day going around the sun. And not just at the beginning of the new year, but every day. Hey, get in touch with your creator, learn about him, and learn what he wants you to do. That's the only way you're going to make it here and beyond.
I'm happy to see that all of y'all made it. I'm sorry. I'm just happy to see everybody made it. Everybody's in health, and everybody made it.
Yeah.
Gotta see it.
Because there's a lot of folk that didn't make it. A lot of folk that didn't make it for various reasons. And as Titus said, and I'm going to reiterate, like we said earlier, those people and the city of New Orleans, guys, we hate y'all in the dome, but we love you in the restaurant. Cause I love that gumbo, love them doggone, man, love them scrimps and them crawfish and stuff. And guys, y'all be careful. And I wish that for everybody. Be careful this year. We might be going through some trying times coming up here very, very soon. But everybody just have your head on a swivel. This is the time we living in. So Falcon football Sunday, Georgia Bulldogs tomorrow afternoon. To all. Bye-bye. Have a good
Peace out, gentlemen. Y'all be good.